Hey everyone, how are y'all? Julie, how are you? Hey Kelly P, how are you? Suspicious, how are you? Hey Wilby. Hey Glowbug, how are you? Musical, how are you tonight? Hey Brooklyn, how are you? Cold the Heart, how are you? Hey Just Dawn. Oh Wilby, I don't blame you. Shit. Alright, y'all make sure that your chat is on live chat. Sis, you doing alright tonight? Kelly B. I don't know what sleeping in means. Hey Betty Joe, how are you? Glowbug right now, just two. That's it. Sweet Melissa, how are you? Yeah, I was literally watching two YouTube channels and four cameras on Big Brother the live feeds. I was doing some serious multitasking. Libra Moon, yes, I did. I didn't catch the whole thing. I didn't catch the very beginning of the body cam footage, but I did catch it. All right. So emails pinned at the top of the chat. Mr. Rosebud, how are you tonight? Hey Thistle, how are you? Where's Sweet Misery at? I don't see her. Sis, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Yeah, I'm trying to be careful or quiet opening the gummy bears. So it's not like all up in the mic. And Kelly P, it was a body cam footage of one of the college boys urinating on the back of the house at 11:22. Hey Marina, how are you? But in the body cam footage, they were too worried about the cops were trying to break up the parties that was going on because they were being loud. This is very disrespectful. But once they got there, I don't think they were too much worried about that as they were all the noise that was going on at the houses. Kelly, I believe the date of the body cam was August the 20th, 20th or the 23rd. I can't remember which night it was. It was just like a few nights ago. But I think the security at the house had called. And then whenever the cops got out there, I don't think they even addressed it. It was they were too worried about the parties going on. and all that. So these houses, that was one of the houses that they went to, was the same house that the girl that had called about her car getting broken into. Um, Jack Gee's old house. There's like several little houses right through there that they were all partying at and being loud. So the cops were more worried about that. But it is over on Lana's channel, if y'all want to watch it. Sally Mae, you can hear the package. I'm trying to get them all out of the package so it's not all up in the mic where y'all can hear it. Brooklyn. Oh my god. All right, so y'all make sure to hit the thumbs up when you're way in if you haven't done so. We do have some documents to go over. One of them is actually one that Betty Jo was talking about last night when she was up here with me about the cameras being taken out of the courtroom. Take a picture of the girl that dude. Catacomb, that is true. They didn't take any pictures of any IDs. One little dude, they shook his hand and all of that. Hey, Cats Meow, how are you? I just want to say how much I appreciate you in this chat. This is the best channel because you are so loving and caring, and I love y'all. Betty Jo, thank you for that. And just know that we all love you as well. Did you get my email? Glowbug, when did you send it? I know I had a couple of emails today. Hello, Giant, how are you? Let me check though real quick, Glowbug. Oh, you're talking about the thing for FOFA? Yes, I got it and I forwarded it over to her. And then I actually talked to her after that and forgot to ask her if she saw her email. So if she comes in tonight, I'll ask her. Because me and her got to talking about these these documents that came out today. Hey, Sunset Gazing, how are you? And thank you for hitting the thumbs up. Sweet Misery, how are you? And Sweet Misery, I'm sorry. I was in your chat earlier. And I got tied up. I got distracted. Remember when I was on your panel one night and my mom's boyfriend got... Yes, Christy, I remember that. Is he okay? Sis, if I'm not mistaken, I think that... I forgot who it was that looked up the University of Idaho. And they said that it was like one of the top party schools. Sweet Misery, I'm sorry to hear that. Will you please let them know that we're going to be praying for him? Hey, Liza, how are you? Christy, please let her know that we're going to keep him in our prayers, okay? Kaz at home, how are you? And thank you for hitting the thumbs up. Just Dawn, no, I don't think they're dying down. I think that there may be like some of the smaller ones they finally got contained, but the big one, um, and there was video today on Twitter. They had scooper planes out in Toledo Bend, which is like the big huge lake that's on the um, the Louisiana Texas line, and they had scooper planes out there scooping water up, trying to put out the fire. Hey Tony B, how are you? And there's it's several other ones. There's like an oil refinery down close to New Orleans that two tanks blew up and it's on fire. It's just been crazy, y'all, in Louisiana. So just keep everybody that's close to these fires have been affected by them in your prayers as well, because a lot of people has lost their homes. And I don't know. I know KK. She's close down that way too, and I haven't heard anything. So hopefully she'll come and chat and tonight and let us know how she's doing. Big Al, I hate to hear that. Yeah, cancer's no joke either. It's it's not a fun thing to have to deal with for the person with it or the families. Courtney, how are you? 5 millimeter tumor. It's not. Oh my god. 85 millimeters. Big Al, we'll let her know that we're going to keep her in our prayers as well. Both of your sisters, actually. You said one of them has heart issues now. God, that's sad. The amazing Tiff, how are you? How are y'all?
I-
Hello.
Wait,
Hey, I'm good. I was good.
wait. Okay, Chrissy, you're breaking up just a little bit.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good. I called the courts while I was live to see about jury duty.
Oh, the federal jury
Yeah.
thing that you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's can't they don't have jury duty next week, so I'm off the hook.
Oh, well, that's good.
Yeah.
At least you don't have to worry about that.
My air conditioner went out again.
But it's probably the heat.
It is. This is like the fourth time this year.
Yeah. People's ACs in the South, man, they're like working overtime.
It's terrible. Yeah, they said we set records for 150 years time. It hasn't been like this.
Okay, Lady V, I can barely hear you.
Is that better?
Yes, a little bit. It sounds like well, you probably got a fan going because of your air, but it sounded like you were like way off away from your mic a little bit.
Here, is that better?
Yes, that's better. But don't cut your fan off. Like,
Oh,
leave your,
no.
yeah, yeah, leave your fan going because it's like
She's like, I love you, Scarlett, but I don't love you that much. My fan.
We got it fixed, so thank God for that. But
Oh, so you did get the air fit?
again, yes.
Okay, good.
Thank God.
Yes, Betty, Joe, and Big Al, how are y'all?
Hello.
Hey, Jasan, how are you?
Is that a banana in a hammock?
That is my
Yes.
banana hammock.
Okay, thank you.
I dressed up.
I
Hey,
can't
Wilkie.
really.
Dressed up.
Wilby, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good. Kelly P, no, I have not heard anything from Willie about the pop explosion.
Oh my God, I forgot about that.
I did too until she just brought it up in chat. Hey, Beckles, how are you?
Yeah. I was going to ask you about it too.
Yeah, I hadn't heard anything from him, and I didn't think about it until Kelly had just asked about it, or I would have sent him a message and asked him.
What happened?
Huh?
What happened?
Oh, you wasn't. Was it last night that Willie come up here and told us about it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
but Lady V wasn't here.
yeah.
Yeah.
So that's last night we were doing the live, and there was a couple of people up on panel. And Willie pops up like halfway through the live, and he sounded not like his normal self. So we were like, "Are you okay?" And he's like, "Yeah, I just had like the weirdest thing that happened," and said something about some girl had drove a couple of hours to come visiting, and she had rented out this hotel or whatever hotel room for like the next 3 days, and she had some chest work done, and one of them, I guess, exploded and was swollen up, and he had to call 911 for her. And
What a first date.
Who
And-
was this?
Not supposed to
That
ride
was-
the horse that hard until it's trained.
it was Willie last night. So he had to drop off because he said he had a phone call, and I told him to keep us informed. Like, we hope that she's okay for real, because the girl had he said she was sweating so bad because she was in pain.
I bet.
And so I told him to let us know how she was doing and that we hope she's okay or whatever, because she had to go to the emergency room, and ain't heard nothing else. So
Oh my God.
So many inappropriate things I can say right now, and I'm
Yeah.
just going to refrain completely. How you doing, Riddler?
Excitement.
Doing fine, guys. Thanks for having me here tonight.
you're welcome. Thank you for coming out.
Hope Willie's okay.
I know, right?
I hope we don't have to do a story about him.
Really?
I'm trying really hard, you guys. I'm trying
Yeah.
so hard.
Let me get this straight, Willie. You waited 8 hours to call 911?
I felt bad for the girl,
Oh, my
though.
God.
I really did. Because that had to be painful, y'all.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
I really.
What? Her pain or his blue balls?
No, her pain.
Both.
Sorry, I couldn't hold it back
It
anymore.
just came back, and that was the first thing I heard. But I knew the story.
Yeah, that girl, she had to be in pain.
That was the first day that they met in real life, in person to person. And this, bruh, could you? Oh no.
And she had a blowout and had to call AAA. Ugh.
He said AAA.
I want the dash cam footage.
It was very comical the way he was explaining it last night.
I shouldn't make fun because I'm sure that she's in pain, but it's just
Yeah,
impossible
I
not to.
felt bad for her, honestly.
I would too. I mean, that'd be horrible.
Eric,
I
how are
hate I
you?
missed it.
Oh, City
Can't
Shaggy,
believe
how
you
are you?
missed it.
Callie, Diamond, and Davis, how are y'all?
And then he got a phone call and had to drop. So we're thinking maybe it was her calling with an update, but then we never heard from him again. He just vanished into thin air.
Yep.
That's like getting a toy on Christmas with no batteries.
It's like getting
This
a toy
wasn't
at
Avery's
Christmas.
daughter, was
Oh
it?
my God.
No.
Maybe no, because Willie and Avery was like, I know you didn't. Like, my
He's-
daughter.
He was like, "Is that Avery?"
I
That
gotta
was
watch
the
the
funny part.
rewind.
Hey, Emily, how are you?
He said, "Is that Avery?"
All the
Yeah,
good
he
stuff
was-
happens when I pass out.
Oh my goodness.
It was very comical, but at the same time, I do feel
Sad.
bad for the girl, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like she had to go to the emergency room because of it.
And then he just left her there. And then she's from 3 hours away. 2 or 3 hours away.
Well, I'm sure they wouldn't let him in because he's not family.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
He didn't let him in. That's true.
Yeah,
he
he
did.
said that they would. I don't know if he wanted. I guess was going to follow her with. He said that he had her car and everything, and then he had to
Oh,
leave
yeah.
for like the next 3 days.
That's where he's at. He's in that big old bathroom he got over there. Remember, you were like, "Are you okay?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'm just in a big
He's in the
bathroom."
hotel charging room service.
Probably.
Right?
Ugh. So there's new documents. I hate to
There's-
be Riddler for a second, but I'm kind of curious.
Yeah, there is 2 documents. One is from the state. One is from Ann Taylor. She's trying to get the cameras out of the courtroom. She filed a motion, which she said the other day she was going to file the motion.
Yep.
So she did that. It came out today. I am going to do the one from the state first because it's a little bit shorter.
Did
What
you
am I
like my
seeing all
video?
over?
Yes, your video was awesome. I liked it.
What am I
It's-
seeing all over YouTube on people's thumbnails talking about bad DNA or something?
Bad DNA.
I don't
really
know.
wish
There's
people would
thumbnails
stop.
popping up on my timeline all day today.
I don't know.
I don't know either. That's why I was so curious about what the new documents were. I thought maybe they found something DNA wise because there was like 3 creators that had thumbnails up that were talking about DNA.
Now I know that Wednesday when they had the status conference, and it was like all the DNA stuff, like the 3 unidentified. That was Wednesday, right? That she brought up about the unidentified male DNAs, and Bill Thompson was like, "Well, Your Honor, I'm sorry, but I didn't realize this was going to be an issue today." Wasn't that Wednesday or was that Friday when they were here?
I think it
I'm
was
not sure.
Friday.
Okay. Well, either way, the DNA stuff got brought up. The 3 unidentified male DNAs and all that. But I don't know what the bad DNA would be.
Yeah, I don't know. But
I'll
you
have
also
to go
got
back and see if I can find it because I don't know what they're talking about.
yeah, I don't.
Oh, that's why I only listen here. I just kind of ignored it all day and was like, well, I'll see what's going on tonight.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Well, I didn't think that because she did say Wednesday that she was going to be doing these motions, and she named out the ones that she was going to be doing. And of course, yesterday there was some of them that came out, and I knew that it wasn't all of them. Well, today when I woke up, I was like, okay, the documents. I woke up at like I don't know 2:30, and I was like the documents like they should be out. Okay, hold on just one second, Sally Mae. I got to get back over to StreamYard in a second. And there wasn't anything there. And I go over to Twitter and people's like posting these documents all over Twitter that I haven't seen. And I'm going back to the website and I can't, I don't know what's been up with the website. I don't know if it's our internet and it just wasn't loading correctly or whatever. But y'all, I know I hit that refresh button at least 2,000 times today.
Couldn't be that internet over there in Louisiana. It couldn't be at all. It was probably the website.
Okay, well, my internet's better than yours in Arizona, so.
Neener, 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 neener.
She didn't have a comeback for that one, did she, y'all?
No, it's pretty quiet.
I have my pipe in my mouth. It probably is what I was going to say.
She's like, screw you. I'm going to tighten up the string on my soup cans and I'm going to be flying.
Oh, Lord. But anyway, so finally, because I was, if somebody posts something on Twitter that has writing on it and you pull it up, you can't zoom it in to read it. So I'm sitting here like all up in the computer screen trying to read what these documents are saying. I'm on the other screen pushing refresh every half a second. Finally, at like 5 o'clock, they finally show up on my end for me to read.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's just been y'all. I think somebody in chat a minute ago said that it's a full moon. So it's been crazy today.
Can you please drop the link for Crime Solution?
Yeah, hold on. I gotta get back over to StreamYard, and y'all, my live chat keeps bouncing back to top chat. I don't know what's up with that. I couldn't get the damn website for my thumbnail to work correctly. I kept trying to do a video instead of an actual thumbnail. I had to redo that like 6 times. It's been all kind of craziness today. Okay. All right. Let me go over this. So if anybody comes up while I'm reading, I will pull y'all up on panel as soon as I'm done with this. For Chihuahuas, how are you? Scarlett, what is your name in the Big Brother Live Feed chat? For Chihuahuas, I don't go into the live feed chats. I just watch it. Lord knows if I was in the live feed chat, y'all would never be on YouTube.
She done told on herself today for Chihuahuas. We already know. We found out about it today.
I get all up in them live feeds now. That's where all the good stuff happens. All right. Okay. Crime sleuthing. As soon as I get done with this, I'll pull you up. Okay. All right. So this is a motion to extend time to respond to the defendant's motion to dismiss the indictment and to continue the hearing. So this is the one that's from the state. So it says, comes now the state of Idaho by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney and respectfully moves this court for an order extending the time for the state to respond to the defendant's August 23rd motion to dismiss indictment on the grounds of biased grand jury, inadmissible evidence, a lack of sufficient evidence, and prosecutorial misconduct in withholding exculpatory evidence. The defendant's motion was filed on the afternoon of August 23rd and was accompanied by a memo in support comprised of approximately 109 pages, 49 pages of which was made up of the defendant's arguments, and the balance made up various exhibits, which include affidavits and other materials. Among other things, the defendant's motion asserts detailed factual and evidentiary issues that will require not only review and submission of the entire grand jury transcript so that the court is able to assess the defendant's claims in context, as well as what happens to be complex scientific representations and disputes. In light of the above, the state is unable to properly research and respond to the defendant's motion by August the 30th. That was like the whole big thing that they were going back and forth the other day when they were in court. Like, if you do it today, you got to respond by the 30th. And I think it was Jeff Nye that said that he would do his best to respond by then and all that. All right, so they can't do it by the 30th, nor be prepared for a substantive hearing on September the 1st. The state therefore respectfully prays that the court extend the time for responding to the defendant's August 23rd motion to Wednesday, September 14th, with any reply from the defense due September the 20th. The state further prays that the court vacate the hearing currently scheduled for Friday, September the 1st, and reset the same for September 22nd. The state concurs with the defense's request that their grand jury motions be heard at the same time. Consequently, the state prays that the hearing on the defense's prior motion to dismiss indictment based on burden of proof also be continued and set concurrently with the hearing on the defendant's August 23rd motion. So the state has asked the defense counsel whether they are agreeable to this request, and they have indicated their agreement. See Ms. Taylor's signature below. The state further requests that the court extend the time and reschedule as requested without hearing, or alternatively set an expedited hearing on the motion to extend time for Friday, August the 25th because of the shortness of time. So if they went to court today on all this, we don't know until they come out and the judge orders it to be done that way. So that was the first one that came out today. Not a whole lot to that one. Okay, hold on, y'all. Let me get everybody pulled up here real quick.
Sounds like a pipe dream to me. She's thinking they're just going to throw the whole thing out and say, all right, everybody go home now.
Yeah, I don't see that happening, though.
No, I don't think so.
I really
Hey
don't.
everyone.
How are y'all?
Good. How are y'all?
Doing good.
Hi,
Hello,
Ken.
everybody.
Debbie.
Hello.
Hi, Martin.
Hi.
As of right now, I don't know if they're not going to have a hearing on September the 1st. If the judge orders that, I'm sure we'll see another document come out probably Monday or Tuesday stating that they're changing the hearing or whatever.
Hi, Candy.
Yeah, I think it'll probably
Hey, Riddler.
be good since they both signed off on it.
Right. Yeah, probably so, since she agreed to it or whatever. But I don't know, just in case y'all, like I put on my thumbnail. It's just crazy.
Mhm.
So does it appear there's going to be no cameras in the courtroom?
That's my guess.
I don't know
Lord
if the
help us.
judge is going to go for no cameras in the courtroom, and I'm going to bring that document up here in just a minute. Or, I mean, honestly, in my honest opinion, I think that they need to kick Court TV completely out the courtroom and get another company in there, News Nation, somebody else, the law and crime, whatever, that will do exactly what the judge says. Because this cameraman has every time the judge has said not to do something, this cameraman is not listening. And that's where Ann Taylor is coming in with her complaints. It's because the camera, I mean, we've all seen it. We've all talked about it. The cameraman is not listening to what the judge is saying.
You sure don't.
And there's people today on Twitter were tagging Court TV mad over it.
Yeah, because you're just going to screw it up for everybody.
Yeah. Exactly. Hey,
They're
Tech,
focusing on Kohberger too much.
But, and see, that's another thing, though, that I have, like, an issue with. Every court trial that we've ever watched, they pay attention to the defendant, they pay attention to his counsel, they pay attention to the state. It's always been like that. So it's not like they're doing anything different than they've ever done in any other courtroom.
Nope.
But the thing with this one is, though, the judge said not to do it. That's the thing. That's where it's coming in at. The judge said don't do it, and then the camera guy's still doing it.
Yeah. So. He's going to screw it up for everybody.
Exactly.
If they would just copy the Murdaugh trial, they would do well.
Mine is turning the camera to see the jury. See, the case is being handled backwards. The case, y'all. I'll be glad when it's done and over with, I'm going to be honest. Because it's turning into a shit show, honestly.
I think it's going to be a long shit show.
Yeah, a long shit show.
Yep. This is not going to be quick by any means.
It sounds like they need a court-run video system. I just don't understand it. Just why not do it through their YouTube channel? That's what I don't understand.
Well, they still got to have somebody control the cameras and what they're pointed at.
Okay.
And they got to have somebody cut from camera to camera.
Right. But
so they're going to have to pay somebody to sit there. Then the court is having to pay someone. Right now, it's a member of the media footing the bill.
Well, which would be better, though? We have cameras and they pay someone to do it right and do what the judge says, or we have no cameras because the cameraman won't listen to what the judge says.
Well, it's more government spending. I mean, if you think about it, it's who are the cameras for? Us? Well, why should
public trial?
Well, right, but then I don't know. I just
you can't out-argue me this.
I'll do the cameras.
There you go.
Betty Jo for camera lady. I'll vote. All in favor?
Does anyone know how much the trial has cost already to this point?
Probably a lot.
Oh, that's a lot.
And it's nowhere near being over with, so there's no telling how much. When this is all said and done and it's completely over with, there's no telling how much money will be spent on this trial.
Oh, I just got back here, Candy. That picture is so cute.
Oh, I just realized you changed your picture. So, Candy, are y'all, where you're at down there, y'all are good with the fires, right?
You're muted, Candy. Marina, you're cute too.
Oh, Candy's she must be having problems.
I'm on mute.
You baby.
Put the link back in the chat.
Now, Scarlett, did you already read the motion by Ann?
No, I'm fixing to do that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I just read the other one because it was not as long. This camera one is like 7 pages, but it's got some pictures that Ann has included in it. And
yeah, when you get to the pictures, the first pictures, I don't know who's seen it, but I'll put it in the back chat. Anyway, I want to show you something or tell you about something when you get there that I got afterward.
Okay. Let's see. Linda G. I don't know. The document came out today. I don't know when the judge is going to roll on it about the cameras. I don't understand what the big deal is about the cameras. She says in her motion about that it's the court or the judicial system or whatever is for the truth and all this and that. Well, we need to be able to see it. The public needs to be able to see it. The families who aren't able to make it there, and which I know that there is Zoom, but there is other family members of the victims that can't be there, that can't be on Zoom. They need to make sure that this trial is done fair and correctly.
Yeah.
If they rule against the cameras, does that mean we'll have to watch it after the court is finished each day, or what?
If he allows that. If he doesn't allow cameras in there, then he may only allow audio. And then if they do the audio, then it's probably going to be like a Lori Vallow type thing where we won't get the audio until after court is over with each day. And then we'll have to play it like that.
So we'll be doing a recap.
Go on.
Yeah, we'll get a recap later on that night after court is done for the day.
And that's crazy.
Right.
Does that mean that they could edit what is being said?
No.
Or has been said?
No.
Wait, what now?
Can that mean that they can edit what is being said or what has been said?
No.
No, they won't. The only thing that they would edit, and they did this with Lori's audio, is when they go on a break, they take that, like the 15-minute mid-morning breaks they had and the lunch break and all that. They'll edit all that out, and then it makes the audio shorter. Now, if we get live feeds or just camera footage after each day, they may edit that part out too. I don't know, but they're not going to edit anything that's being said unless there's a minor that's involved in it. And I doubt they're going to.
That's what I was asking, and that does make sense. But yeah, no, I just didn't know if they could like edit like just certain. I don't know, but yeah, thank you.
So we would recap the audio and the media's interpretation of what went on each day, I guess, if we didn't have it.
Yeah, what we would have to do is follow Twitter and the journalists that's in the courtroom that are live tweeting, and then we'll get to hear the audio if they do it that way. Yeah, well, we would get to hear the audio later on that night if they do it that way. That's if the judge takes the cameras out of the courtroom, but he allows the audio.
And either way, they need to do something about that fan.
And that whoever that is sitting beside the camera that is typing.
Yeah.
And you get rid of that too.
I was watching it again today. And honestly, I think it's the lawyer that's sitting by Santa. Everything she typed, I think it was at their desk that it was coming from the lady sitting next to him.
Yeah, I can't remember her name.
There shouldn't even be a microphone on the camera. They should be using the microphones off the tables and off the bench.
Well, see, when Ann was talking, the bailiff came over and moved the mic the other day from the end of the table over to in front of her, and the sound didn't get any different. Like you couldn't hear her anymore.
Well, so no, because you're hearing through the mic by the camera, not the mic on the table.
Well, I thought whenever they moved the mic over, I thought, well, maybe they had their mics on, but if they did, they wasn't working too good.
Probably on Zoom, someone complained on Zoom and said, I can't hear.
Yeah.
When they're getting the Zoom audio through the microphones.
I think they need to stop their shenanigans and just leave the cameras in the courtroom.
Well, they need to take that camera guy out back and give him a good flogging.
Yeah,
clean his freaking ears out, and get him back in there and just give him a good shot to the side of the head and say, "Knock it off."
No, honestly, I think they need to have a different person manning the camera altogether.
I mean,
honestly.
Cub Scouts could do a better job than they're doing.
Right.
Couldn't they just have a fixed camera, that doesn't do any kind of zooming?
I mean, they could, yeah. But, I mean, any cameraman's probably going to put their camera on Bryan for a moment.
I mean, that's normal. That's what they do.
A moment.
They catch the defendant walking in the courtroom. They do it with everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand what her big deal is about. Okay, so let everybody say what they need to say about him. They're not hearing it at that moment. I mean, people are going to say what they want to say.
Right, no matter what. I mean,
whether you have the camera on him or not, they're going to say what they want to say.
Hey Sharon, how are you? Yeah, it's this whole case, y'all, is a big flipping mess. All right, let me get this other document pulled up. KK, are y'all good with the fires down there? I think she's closer to the fires than I am. Packing up later. We're safe for now. How about you? Yeah, KK, yes, you can come up, and yeah, we're good for right now. There's still like 2 hours below me. So unless something starts up around me, we should be good from those down there.
Uh-oh, you got the robotic thing going there a little bit.
Oh, do I really?
Just a little bit.
Is it bad?
No, just for a second there.
Oh.
You kind of faded into C3PO and then right back.
All right, but I'm back though, right?
Yeah, it sounds fine now.
Okay. It might have been because I was bringing that up.
Figured I'd let you know.
Hopefully my internet don't start acting up today. Christian, thank you for hitting the thumbs up. Yeah, KK, I saw where you said that you kept getting notifications for evacuations, but it wasn't for your area. Apache Girl, how are you? We have been fighting fires in Sabine and DeSoto Parish. I didn't know that DeSoto had any in them. I knew Sabine does. That's like where the major one is right now. Yeah, Louisiana is just getting bad. I don't think I ever remember it being this dry and this hot here.
So did you get any rain?
Oh, let me tell y'all about the rain before I start this. You know, I told y'all like to keep teasing us or whatever, and we're supposed to get rain, then they take it away. And then remember I told y'all it was supposed to rain today?
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden we had like a really good chance of thunderstorms. Well, guess what?
Never happened.
One raindrop. It thundered, the wind blew. I looked out my window when I'm sitting at my desk. One raindrop is all I've seen.
Oh my God.
That is it. And I was all excited for the rain. All right, so let me get started on this one because it is like 7 pages long. Okay, so this one is a motion to remove cameras from the courtroom, and this is from Ann Taylor. So it says, comes now Bryan C. Kohberger through his attorneys of record and files the motion to remove cameras from the courtroom for the remainder of the proceedings in the matter pursuant to his right to a fair trial and the effective assistance of counsel guaranteed him by the 6th and 14th Amendments to the United States Constitution and Article 1, Section 13 of the Idaho Constitution. So, cameras watching courtroom observers have failed to obey the court's June 27th a directive to cease focusing exclusively on Mr. Kohberger, necessitating the expulsion of cameras from future proceedings. So the question presented by this motion is whether Mr. Kohberger faces deprivation of his right under the 14th Amendment to due process by the continued televising and broadcasting of this trial. Recent press behavior in the courtroom clearly demonstrates that such is the case. Nearly 2 months ago, on June 27th, the court warned press observers not to focus strictly on Mr. Kohberger and to show a wide shot of the courtroom if they wish to continue filming court proceedings live. So Fox News, Bryan Kohberger, judge, issues warnings to the media at the start of the hearing on the Idaho student murders, June 27th, and then she drops a link for that article. So press observers have thus far failed to comply with the court's direction, and the continued publication of images, such as those shown below, continues to the present day. Yeah, she went looking for pictures and all that. So these photos, a blatant violation of the court's directive to cease focusing exclusively on Mr. Kohberger in their own right, and also later appended to articles which blatantly sensationalistic and prejudicial headlines and content. The rightmost of the 3 photos above being used in an August 22nd, 2023, a Daily Beast article Report says that Kohberger's creepiness with women go back to high school. And then she drops a link for that. Further, the cameras continue exclusive focus on Mr. Kohberger and provides a fodder for observers to purported analysts on social media who are not bound by notions of journalistic integrity and who have potentially an even greater reach than traditional media outlets. The proliferation of these images and the videos is plainly observable on social media platforms such as TikTok and X, formerly Twitter, and posts such as the ones provided below. Okay, so Crime Sleuth, what was it you were wanting to say about the Twitter part?
Okay, so I'm emailing it to you right now.
Okay.
The person, if you go to the Jossie tweets one right there.
Uh-huh.
If you pull that up, it's actually a little video.
Oh, I saw the field one. The field, they'll see what I'm talking about with the field one. This one right here, I saw that video. That ain't the one you're talking about?
Yeah, the one on the left is, hang on, I can't see the screen.
Phil, what is his name? Is it Phil Flaws? I can't see it.
Okay, so it's the other one, the one that's from Jossie. It'll say Jossie on it.
Okay, yeah, I didn't see that video. I did see that.
I don't even remember now.
The one of the SPLA, is that the one you're talking about?
Uh-huh.
Okay, yeah,
So,
that's Fields.
Yeah, that one I retweeted her. And okay, so I'm gonna send you this.
Hey, Boomer Girl, how are you?
And here is what she sent me back. However, she made her tweets private, so you wouldn't be able to see it unless you follow each other. So I could see it, and here it is. I'm sending it to you right now so you can see. She is very, very, very angry.
Okay, yeah, just email it to me and I'll check it in a second.
She's a journalist, right?
No, Jossie's just a regular person. Let me look at her Twitter again.
Just some stuff that she had tweeted.
Yeah, she just simply tweeted something that she found funny, you know? And anyway, she said Ann Taylor will be hearing from her attorney. She's very mad that she got featured in this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if your tweets weren't private, you're on Twitter, it's public.
Right.
You are putting it out there, so it's too bad, so sad. There's no lawsuit to be had.
Exactly. I mean,
you put it in public.
Right.
And the court is public.
She locked down her tweets after, though. So.
Well, yeah, after is fine, but I mean, before that is a very freaking game.
I don't know why they think he's so special. I mean, every single defendant always has a camera. I mean, we watched Letitia, like they had her on camera every single second.
And everybody critiqued everything about that woman.
Yes, they did.
I know exactly what their problem is with having him on camera. He is a creepy son of a bitch. And the more you see him on camera, the creepier he gets.
That's true.
And that's what they don't like. He is not just not photogenic. It makes him probably creepier than he is.
Yeah, I agree with that.
What I don't understand is Anne chose 2 tweets that had barely any views at all and only a couple of like retweets on there. If you see, there's like, they didn't get anywhere. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. You would think that she would have chosen some tweets that actually had, you know, a lot of views or something.
Right.
Yeah, but that shows that they're watching social media.
Yeah, but
in my opinion, sorry.
They're making a big deal out of nothing.
Right.
Out of him. If your client is innocent, prove that. Or you know, don't worry about what camera's on him. Just defend him.
Yeah, she had fixed positions and cut out all this zooming in and out. Is what I think.
I agree.
I think the judge needs to tell him to grow up, shut up, and let the public see the trial, and don't worry about it. He's no more special than anybody else.
Right. Exactly. I mean, that's how we're all gonna know if it's a fair trial. Everybody who's been watching it, that's been putting out all these crazy accusations out there, all those rumors and lies and all this and that will be taken care of and all that. So why not? I don't understand.
I don't either.
The issue,
Oh,
the
Scarlett.
cameraman though, the cameraman.
That's what the jury does.
Oh,
Yeah.
Scarlett, I do remember now. The one on the right is the video as well. It is a video, but it's like protected now. I do have a recording of it. If you need it, I can clip that out of my recording and send it to you.
Okay.
But they're both videos. I just remember.
Okay, unless you don't agree that a cameraman is gonna like not have the best interest, if you have the best interest, if you actually think your client is innocent, you'll at least let the court be in like let it be like live streamed or whatever. Let the trial be live streamed. That's different than letting the defendant take the stand. So that's just a kind of a tell-all. If you are scared of that, that is a problem. Because if I believe my client is innocent, freaking tape everything. I would want everything to be taped.
So I wonder why Anne is being so. I mean, she was more than willing in all of these other motions to like lay it all out there for us to see, right?
Right.
And this last motion, she goes and seals that one, and now she wants the cameras out of the courtroom. Like, if we hadn't had the cameras in the courtroom for the last hearing, we wouldn't know anything about the FBI visiting Miss Vargas. We wouldn't know about that.
No.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's all crazy, and I'll be glad when it's done and over with. For real.
It's getting more and more out of control because, like, if your client's not guilty, worry about that. Don't worry about these little tedious things that you keep bringing up.
Yeah, and in this, she goes and says that it makes her. What is it that she says? I don't know if you've read it already. Something about it's distracting to her to have the cameras.
Yeah, I haven't got them for yet.
She should be able to concentrate. I mean,
she has all this experience. Blah blah blah. You're used to the camera. Stop.
It doesn't make him. It doesn't sway at all on whether he's guilty or innocent. It has nothing to do with that.
No, it don't.
Right. Most people, you can ask most people in chat, and you guys too, like, don't we all work where there's cameras all over us all the time?
Yeah.
So we're working under cameras, so.
Yeah, just forget about it. I mean, it's not going to sway opinion to the jury of whether he's guilty or not. They're going to be watching him anyway.
You guys act like Anne's actually not being paid with taxpayer money.
Yeah.
Oh, I know she is.
I mean, lawyers coach their clients how to act in front of a jury.
Right.
It's part of the whole deal.
It's just what it's coming down to, though. What it seems like, in my opinion, is that they don't want the defense side does not want the cameras pointed at Bryan at all, and that's just not. I mean, it's no different than any other high-profile case that we've ever seen through Law and Crime or whoever else streams all of these trials. It's no different.
Ann Taylor may realize that he's not camera friendly, and she thinks it's best that he's not on camera. I don't know.
Jay, she probably
like Big Al said, he is kind of creepy.
And he's got a creepy look about him.
Jay says she probably doesn't like people talking about her deadhead hair. To be fair, I did feature her hair in one of my last videos. And I was kind about it, but I was like, her hair is looking better and better every time they go to court.
I mean, I don't care what her hair looks like. I just want to see the
trial and hear the evidence.
Yeah, like somebody just said, because I can't see anybody, but somebody just said they can just put the camera up there on the, the judge and the witness for all I care.
Yeah.
Scarlett, everybody wants to jump on Ann about no cameras. Name me one federal trial that you've seen on television.
Yeah, cameras are never allowed on federal.
Nobody has the balls to go argue with a federal judge.
It probably does have to do something with Ann, but I do agree with you, Riddler. There has to be I think the state of Idaho doesn't want that either.
But nobody wants to go argue with a judge or go write your congressman and say there ought to be.
Well, that's the problem sometimes.
Courtroom.
I mean, honestly, I think there should be cameras in all courtrooms, except for, of course, the grand juries. But you know,
I agree.
I agree.
But
I'll write to Congress.
Well,
yeah, Betty Jo can see now. She's ready to get up on it.
Yep.
Some cases are sensitive, especially if there's children involved.
Right.
Well, yeah. I mean,
now those shouldn't have cameras. No,
Yeah.
I agree they shouldn't. But
well, then again, how about a woman essayed, and she has to take the stand, and now the other team's going, "What were you wearing that day?"
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the essay and the children. No, maybe you shouldn't have cameras in it because you know they're kids and they're scared women that's been through a lot. But when it comes to something like this, come on. I mean,
may I ask a question though?
He's not a special dude.
In all seriously, though, in all seriousness, when was the last time Idaho ever had media in a courtroom? Cameras, media.
A couple months ago.
On the Daybell, yeah, and then they got yanked for much the same reason.
But Chad's going to have cameras in
Daybell, I guess, because that's kind of bigger. But
well, in that case, though, correct me if I'm wrong, Scarlett. Didn't the cameraman keep focusing like really close and stay for a long time and stuff, though?
Yeah, they said that the judge did that. They were focusing too much on the defendants instead of the court proceedings itself. And so he took cameras out of the courtroom and just did the audio.
Well, they need the cameraman. The cameraman does need to straighten up.
Yeah, because a lot of this is on the cameraman. Honestly, like the judge said, don't do it. Then just listen to what the judge says, because at the end of the day, the judge has the final say. And if he tells you to hang upside down from the roof, then you go hang upside down from the roof. If he tells you not to focus on the
that's why the cameras ought to be fixed.
And
the cameras should be fixed, and they should have to pan to the different cameras. That's the only control they should have.
Right, and then that way the court, I mean, they may have to have someone there or hire someone to man the cameras, but at least then the judge and the public and the defense and the state and everybody else involved in it will know that the cameras are done correctly.
Or you could just have it where you had 3 camera views and you could just have all 3 views on the screen.
That would be awesome.
That way there would be no control.
That would be awesome to have
all
of them right there together.
Law and Crime knows how to do it. They're good with the cameras. Court TV, if you've noticed from other hearings, they're really good about showing stuff. Like they showed autopsy photos in one of the last trials, and they weren't supposed to do. Oh, it was in Murdaugh. They're the ones that showed Paul.
They showed the lawyer's screen, I think.
Yeah, and they showed briefly the photo, the autopsy photo of his head and stuff. That was Court TV too.
Well, they did in.
So maybe they need to just switch, to somebody that knows what they're doing.
Law and Crime.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, whenever they went in to do whoever they were going to pick for the camera pool or whatever, I thought Law and Crime would be the one that got it, but.
Well, they need to go with Law and Crime.
Right. To me, they seem more professional with it. They deal with the trials every day.
The day that the judge came out with his expectations for the cameraman, it wasn't, what was it, Riddler, 5 seconds? I don't even think it was 5 whole seconds.
I don't even think it was 5 full seconds.
No, it was like immediate.
And the guy was already screwing it up.
Yeah, he zooms away from where the judge had literally just looked at the camera and said, don't do this, this, and this. He zooms out, pans across the state's table, and then turns the camera and zooms in right on Kohberger. After, literally, the judge just said, don't do that.
Yep. Once again, the defense doesn't get what they're asking for.
You don't think, Riddler, they'll take the cameras out?
Well, if the hardhead would just show the witness stand, that's all we care about.
Yeah, that's all I want to hear. Is
I don't need to see Judge. I don't need to see Ann. I don't need to see the faces of the lawyers and the jury. Nope. I don't need to see any of that. All I want to see is the witness go up there and explain that cast. I want the witness to come up there and explain what they saw when they walked in. I want a witness to tell me why it took 8 hours to get a phone call to 911, but you still call other people. I want another witness to tell me what were you doing during this whole time? Why didn't you call 911? I want to know about that shoe print going out the back door. I want to know, was there any DNA in that car like the defense says, or the defense just shooting that off? I mean, these are what I want to know, and all I need to do is see the witness stand, and if they got a little chart right there, that's fine. I want to look at that too. And if they want to be able to show us something on camera, like a video of him riding around, and this is where we have him at this time in that place, yeah, I want to see that. I don't need to see anything else in that courtroom.
Yeah, just all I want to hear is the evidence. That's
and
all that matters.
And it's not that hard, and the press screws it up every time.
Yep, I agree.
I think that they gave Court TV a chance because Court TV is now available for free to even just antenna viewers now. And so they wanted to make it, more accessible to everybody rather than having to have a paid subscription. With Law and Crime, it's a little different. And they'll probably, if they get the contract, they would probably put it behind their paywall on their channel where you have to join to see it.
Right.
And I totally would in a heartbeat.
Everybody would.
Yeah.
But they're supposed to get the footage and then distribute it out to News Nation and all these
different... but they don't have to do it till like the next day if they don't want to. So everyone else would be a day behind them.
Right, yeah. That is true too. I don't know.
But you know how YouTube works. Someone's going to be streaming it.
Right. All right, let me... Tonka, how are you? Let me get through the rest of this document now. All right, so as the press itself notes in the court's June 27th admonition, the court, y'all cannot read tonight, the court referenced the recent Chad Daybell trial when cameras were asked to leave because they focused too much on the defendant. Fox 13 Seattle, Idaho judge reins in court cameras and Bryan Kohberger evidence hearing as trial and student murders loom. Marina, thank you so much for gifting that membership. That was very nice of you. Thank you. And who's that? The Amazing Tip got it. All right, so that was on June 27th, and then she drops the link for that as well. Indeed, such a parallel was drawn in the defense's prior memorandum on cameras during hearings. Yet camera-wielding courtroom observers remain undeterred. The chief function of our judicial machinery is to ascertain the truth, which is why we need cameras in the courtroom, so we can see what is going on in there, and we know what is the truth that's coming out, so we can hear it firsthand, instead of having to worry about depending on the media that's sitting in the courtroom and what they're telling us. So the use of television, however, cannot be said to contribute materially to the objective. Rather, its use amounts to the injection of an irrelevant factor into court proceedings. As has previously been argued, the circumstances present in Mr. Kohberger's case are singular and pose an extraordinary risk to prejudice beyond even that posed in Estes. Observers' continue failure to comply with the court's June 27 directive compounds this problem and results in the potential jury pool's constant inundation with conclusionary accusations and sensationalistic nonsense guises factual reporting and analysis. Whereas in Estes, the attendant risk, the risk of prejudice was limited to potential jurors watching of television or reading of print media. Now the risk follows the potential jury pool wherever they go, viewable on their smartphones and consistently updated by thousands of unchecked sources. Each juror carries with him into the jury box these solemn facts and thus increases the chance of prejudice that is present in every criminal case. It is not only possible but highly probable that it will have a direct bearing on his vote as to guilt or innocence. The images and videos provided above were taken during pretrial court proceedings but pose no less danger. To the contrary, they gradually poison the potential jury pool prior to trial even occurring, winnowing the number of jurors able to render a just, unbiased verdict. To the extent that television shapes a sentiment, it can strip the accused of a fair trial. Court itself noticed that unrestricted television coverage can be corrosive, y'all, to non-trial proceedings and preemptively limit the potential for an eventual fair verdict. It is contended that this 2-day pretrial hearing cannot be considered in determining the question before us. We cannot agree. A pretrial can create a major problem for a defendant in a criminal case. Indeed, it may be more harmful than the publicity during the trial, for it may well set the community opinion as to guilt or innocence. Though the September hearings dealt with monitors to prohibit television coverage and postpone the trial, they are unquestionably relevant to the issue before us. And that was a statement out of the Estes trial that they have cited. As such, far from constituting the undue and over-restrictive burden on the press's right of free speech, expulsion of the cameras used to thwart the court's unlimited directive that Mr. Kohberger not be the sole focus of images and video taken is the sole means of limiting what the Estes Court expressively recognized as to be a form of mental, if not physical, harassment. The inevitable close-ups of his gestures and expressions during the ordeal of his trial might well transgress his personal sensibilities, his dignity, and his ability to concentrate on the proceedings before him. Sometimes the difference between life and death, as indeed it is here. Dispassionately, freely, and without the distraction of wide public surveillance. A defendant on trial for a specific crime is entitled to his day in court, not a stadium or a city or a nationwide arena. Mr. Kohberger is entitled to defend himself against capital criminal charges without cameras focused on his fly. And that's when somebody took a picture as he was walking into the courtroom and was talking about that his pants wasn't zipped all the way up and all this
stuff.
His zipper was down. Yeah, which is what Crime Sleeper was talking about that was in the tweet a second ago. All right, so observers continued minute scrutiny.
Who's looking at his crotch?
Not me.
The camera was the
I
other
don't
day.
like looking at his crotch. For God's sakes.
Whoever this, I don't even know who this person was that was on Twitter that did a video about it or whatever. But yeah, it was.
They did a video that zoomed in on it and then showed the guy behind him, his eyes. Like, it was just, yeah.
Oh, good heavens.
It's just.
Well, I'm sure it's bringing all the boys to the yard in jail.
And people were there's people going at each other on Twitter because they're saying there's people going after that dude on Twitter for it, talking about because of what you did. Now you're going to get cameras taken out of the courtroom and blah blah. It's like a whole big mess. All right, so observers continue minute scrutiny of counsel table is evaluative of the court's May the 16th order governing a courthouse and courtroom conduct and distracting to the defense counsel. In addition to the inordinate and exclusive focus on Mr. Kohberger, courtroom observers have routinely violated the court's May 16th, 2023 order, providing in part that no video or still photograph shall be taken of any papers, documents, or notes which may be located on or around counsel's tables or used by counsel. This non-compliance is clearly demonstrated in the below provided videos taken during the most recent hearing and has continuously undermined the court's stated interest in maintaining order and an environment that permits all participants to focus on their responsibilities without undue distractions. Aware of the constant attention paid to the counsel table and the risk that confidential and sensitive information could be scrutinized, photographed, and published, defense counsel has been forced to divert their attention to ensure notes and other materials are hidden from prying eyes. So that's the one they did on the 18th. Yeah, because 23rd, Massive wasn't there. So the exact conduct was found by the Estes Court to be circumstances depriving the petitioner of a fair trial. The petitioner was subjected to characterization and minute electronic scrutiny to such an extent that at one point the photographers were found attempting to picture the page of the paper from which he was reading while sitting at the counsel table. Whereas in Estes, his conduct was characterized by a singular and extreme occurrence, in the present case, it has become disruptively routine and must be obeyed if Mr. Kohberger is to receive effective representation. So their conclusion is the press have failed to obey the court's directive not to exclusively photograph and record Mr. Kohberger to the exclusion of all else, jeopardizing his ability to undergo fair judicial proceedings free of undue prejudice and jury bias. As such, cameras must be expelled from the courtroom for the duration of Mr. Kohberger's case, including pretrial hearings as well as the trial itself. And that was from Jay Logson's the one that wrote that.
I can see how cameras would affect the jury pool before the trial starts, but once the trial starts, I mean, the jury only sees the trial through their own eyes. They're not.
Right.
They're not looking through the camera. It's only the public.
And we're not a jury, so we can't do anything.
Well, I just saw a comment. Hold on now. Where did it go?
And she's a lawyer. She should be used to cameras being in a courtroom. There's no way she's ever did a trial and didn't have cameras. No way.
Yeah. They need a whole new camera person. That's just all there is to it. In order for us to be able, in order for the judge to keep the cameras in the courtroom, they're gonna have to get a new cameraman because this one here is not listening.
He's gonna have to put the cameraman in a little box and tell him, "Listen, don't make me take your camera from you."
And the camera should be facing to the defendant and the prosecution, not behind them like they are now. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, because when they're behind them, they can see all the paperwork. I mean, I forgot who it was that brought it up the other day up on panel. When Ann had her laptop open, you could see the screen, and it looked like it was the Zoom thing that she had pulled up on her screen.
Yeah, they shouldn't be behind them anyway.
All right, the judge gave the ruling where you could place the camera, where you can, the photo shoot you can take, and the guy breaks the rule every time, and nobody's done a thing about it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If I go in there and do something wrong, I'll be held in contempt of court.
Uh-huh.
They'd have you locked up.
Yep.
Let me take my camera out while we're in there, and I'll say, "Judge, I'll show you how to do it the right way."
Right.
And he'll lock me up.
All right, Legendary, have a good night. Sally Mae Troll's coming in. Again, Sally Mae, you're very welcome. But yeah, they need to do something with it. Because y'all, honestly, I don't want to have to depend on the media that's going to be in the courtroom. And I'm not saying that all of them are going to lie and say that this was said or this wasn't said or anything like that. But I don't want to have to depend on them and their live tweets throughout the whole trial.
And then we're going to be subject to their bias. Their interpretation.
Yep.
And not able to make our own.
Right. That's why I think it's fair that they should leave them in there. Get somebody, either figure out a camera situation of where they can put them at that will please the defense and the state and the judge, where none of their stuff on either table can be seen. It's not pointing straight at Kohberger's head, and it's not pointing at the jury box.
Just a fixed position.
Yeah, and like Riddler said, with it being on the witness stand, because in this case, there's not going to be any minors that's going to be testifying. Nope. So put it to the witness stand. Have another camera ready in case there is a video that's played or a graph, like the other day whenever, what was her name? Leah Larkin was up there. You know, have another camera ready for that in case an issue like that comes up. And then that's it.
Yeah.
Because all we really, all of us, we just want to hear the facts. That's all we want to hear. We want to hear the evidence.
Yep.
So what
That's true.
I just can't get over, like, why is she doing this now? You know, we've all seen how every single court appearance that he's had, starting with his arrest, how, you know, and she didn't even address all the photoshops out there, you know?
Well, she's complained about it before. She complained about this, like, a while back, about the cameras in the courtroom.
In my opinion, she is grasping at straws, and in my opinion, I think she knows in her true heart of hearts that she's just now trying to represent a client. That's just me. Obviously, that is speculation, and I'm sorry for that, but I really do think that she knows it's like, I do think she's just trying to keep him from going to, I can say jail. Yeah, keep him from going to jail. So,
she realizes he's just not camera friendly, is what I think.
And that could be it. I just don't see how cameras in the courtroom is going to cause. Hold on, wait. I wrote it down what she said in that document, so I could. How is a camera pointed at BK or any other defendant jeopardizing his ability to undergo a fair judicial proceedings?
Exactly. I don't understand that.
It's all of us just, you know, watching. And if there's people out there that take the videos or the pictures and you know, make memes and stuff out of them, that is protected. We're in America. It's free speech, in my opinion.
I wouldn't think that was true, that it would actually matter, but then, like, per Case Anthony, it didn't fucking freaking matter. But so it doesn't. I'm in awe. I don't know. I'm
feelings. Whoa, feelings. Whoa, feelings.
Yes, he's apparently he's in his feelings.
We put too much into feelings these days, and not enough into facts.
I agree.
Well, damn it, he's a grown ass man. He needs to get the hell up off his feelings.
I agree 100%.
They're going to make memes about anybody that's done something in this world, whether it be what he is
I wish somebody'd make a meme about me.
Of. I mean, everybody gets a meme made about them.
I'd love a meme made about me. That'd be great.
I mean, look what they did. Look what they're doing to Donald Trump. You know?
Oh, God, don't get us all started on that.
Let's not go there.
I'm just saying.
This shit will be like the 4th of July, because I got way too much to say about that whole thing.
They're making memes about that.
They are.
You don't see him crying.
He's probably laughing about it.
No, he laughed. Yeah, he laughed in the face of it.
I especially like the ones where he's wearing the pimp glasses with the doobie hanging out of his mouth.
Yeah,
those are my faves.
And he's got billions of dollars under his coat. What does he care? Seriously, guys, move on.
Now, have you guys noticed in the state's response, or actually their motion to extend time? Did you notice the clues that they dropped in there as to what's in her motion to indict?
109 pages with 109 pages and 49 pages, which are made up of the defendant's arguments, and the balance made up of various exhibits. So that is, my math ain't good, but that's what, 60 pages of exhibits or 60 exhibits. Wait.
Yeah. And then
that's 60 pages of exhibits.
Yeah, they want an extension on that, but the defense has, 51 terabytes to go over?
Right. So this is what I noticed about the motion to extend. Okay, so when it was said the other day in court, and as their motion, they have until the 30th to get back to her about it, right? Okay, that was agreed upon. That Jeff Nye stood up with his little phone in his hand and said, "I'll make it happen. I'll have a response by the 30th." Right. Then they come in and they say, okay, it's 109 pages, 49 pages of the defendant's arguments and exhibit, and there's exhibits and all this, and they need to research, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I get that. They come back in and say, I can't have a response to the defendant's motion by August the 30th. Can't have be prepared for the September 1st hearing. That was the whole reason of having the response and all that done by the 30th is for the September 1st hearing. So then he comes in, he says, the state therefore respectfully prays that the court extend the time for responding to the defendant's August 23rd motion to Wednesday, September the 14th. So they're going all the way up into the middle of September, but they want the defense to reply by September the 20th. So they want, what is that, 15? What is it, 26?
Today's
more than 15.
I don't know when.
They want at least 20 days to respond, but give the defense 6 days to respond, and then have the hearing that they were supposed to have September the 1st on September the 22nd. So it's still putting a tight response time in here.
In that same paragraph, he says the defendant's motion asserts detailed, factual, and evidentiary areas that will require. Okay, so he refers to the grand jury transcript, and then it says what appears to be complex scientific representations and disputes. Mm-hmm. So her motion is likely, because we want to know what's in it, right? So
yeah,
it looks like it's focusing on the grand jury and then the DNA and the IgG.
But because it's under seal, we ain't gonna be able to see it.
Right.
I appreciate the clue, Mr. Thompson.
Yeah, because he threw that in there. It's 109 pages with 49 pages of shit. I gotta go back to it so I know exactly what it was he said. 49 pages, which was made up of the defendant's arguments, and the balance made up of various exhibits.
So, are the exhibits from the defense, or are they from?
They're from the defense. Yes. And they're needing time to go through them, research, and all that.
Probably to see if they're.
Well, I mean, anything that's
liable.
sent to each other. If the defense sends something to the state needs to vet it. If the state sends something to the defense needs to vet it. So.
Yeah.
So why did she put this at all those 109 pages? Why are they all under seal? She hasn't had an issue with us seeing so much before.
Yeah, she hasn't had an issue telling us about certain things.
Evidently, she doesn't want the public scrutinizing her exhibits.
Yeah, but like
before
why
trial.
now?
Well, there was some other exhibits that they did under seal.
Yeah, much earlier on, but here lately, everything that she's been putting out has been, pretty open.
All the exhibits?
Well, yeah, I guess
most of the exhibits that they've put out has been under seal.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Just
well, I mean,
most of the document part of it they've left out to the public, but the exhibit part, most of them are sealed.
His exhibit is he takes late night drives by himself with his phone shut off. That's my opinion.
Sometimes he shuts his phone off.
Oh, sometimes. Sorry.
See, that's why we need cameras in the courtroom, so we can hear all these evidence.
Right. I agree.
And it's not just going off of what the media is saying, because there's some media people out there that that are very biased, and they want to shove their own narrative out there.
Mm-hmm. And
it could be completely somebody just said a completely different than what is actually being said in the courtroom. Troll, thank you so much for gifting that membership.
Troll,
everybody has a bias.
Kisser.
I agree.
And who was that? I can't see the chat there, but Beckles got it.
Troll's kissing your butt for something.
Nah. Yo, I gotta get back up here. I can't see the chat sitting way back here. Did you see the damn Appleton driving around that neighborhood? Truth exposed which map are you talking about? Hey Matt, how are you?
So were they the only ones that came out today?
Yes, just those two. So I figured though, because she did say something about striking the DP
Oh yeah, she did.
I suspect there will be more documents coming out. I was starting to get upset because I didn't think these were going to come out today, honestly.
I know, and they came
That's
out
why
really
Cole's
late.
kissing her butt. He's trying to help her get through this, transition of them not going to trial yet.
I am going to jump down and go close down the bar, but I will probably be back.
Okay.
Okay, I have a question for you when you come back.
Well, you better ask me now because I don't know for sure. It might be at least an hour.
Last call, Al.
No, last call's in 45 minutes.
No, I'll wait. We're not even on the subject. I'll wait until now.
Okay.
I'll get you next time.
All right, I'll probably be back.
Okay.
See you guys.
All right.
Bye.
Taylor has all evidence and knows her client is guilty. And Smells, how are you? And for those who has came in a chat and I have not spoken to you and said hi, I do apologize. Okay. I don't know. I just can't wait for this trial to start. I'm hoping, because see, that was like the whole thing that Anne was like, she didn't feel comfortable scheduling a new trial date right now. She wanted to wait till after the September 1st court date that they had. And now, hey, honey, how are you? And now the state is wanting to push that date back.
So we may be talking about this in 25.
Only when documents come out.
Yeah.
The way it's going, it's going to be 2030.
Oh, Lord, Betty Joe.
Both sides are going to be pushing a lot of paper back and forth. That's all that's going to be happening.
I think Betty Joe's trying to jinx us now.
No, I'm not. No, I said probably by summer of 2024.
And that's what I was thinking. Because to begin with, I think I said 2025. And then I got to thinking, well, maybe once school is over with, and the kids from college go back home and they're out of town and all that, that they may try to set it for maybe like that summer, because there's not going to be, maybe a few kids will still be in town, but not like it is right now. They're literally getting noise complaints already in the King Road neighborhood.
Do you guys think they're going to keep the house up that long, or do you think they're going to demo it?
That was brought up last night because they said that they're going to keep it standing until the trial is over with in October. And they were asked, well, what if the trial gets pushed back? And then they was like, well, if that happens, or we'll see if that happens, however it was that they worded it. But basically, we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Oh, they're going to cross that bridge.
Yeah, so they're there now. So what are they going to do? Are they going to leave it standing and continue paying for security to sit at the house, or I wonder what they're going to do. A catacomb, yeah, I saw there's a body cam footage out about that.
I haven't seen that. Are you going to show the camera footage?
It's on a different YouTube channel.
Oh, could you put it
of
in
what?
Yeah, it's body cam footage. Well, I watched the body cam footage, and that was what it was about. But when police get out there, it's where Jack D's house was, and then the house right across the street. The girl that her car was broken into and her suitcase was taken out of her car.
Yeah.
That house and the house next door to it, they were all having a party. And there was a bunch of kids outside. They were being loud, music playing. So the cops go there, tell them all they either need to go home or go inside the house, keep the windows closed, keep the doors closed, quiet down, all this and that, and kept saying we're out there for a noise complaint, but that ain't even what they were out there for. They were out there because the security at the 1122 King Road house called because there was people pissing on the back of the house, and the cops didn't even go over there and deal with that.
Oh.
Which is very disrespectful.
Yeah.
All right, I'll put the channel in the back chat. Yeah, Beckles, they did nothing about it.
That's who I thought it was.
Hey, Jeff H., how are you?
You know, Scarlett, you brought up a wonderful point. They may just demolish that house if the trial's still going on.
I bet they do.
Or hasn't started by December. Because look at the money they're having to pay for security of that house. Just go ahead and, I mean, there's no value in it. The jury's not gonna be able to go in there and make heads or tails. I mean, the place is already torn apart inside.
All right.
Yeah.
I feel like it should. They may do like you're saying. They may go ahead and tear it down, especially if they don't know when it's going to be rescheduled. Like if they by the 1st of October, if there's not a new trial date scheduled.
Well, I don't see them waiting 2 years or even a year before they do that.
Yeah, they'll probably end up tearing it down.
What security did they have other than the fence? And
they have this little trailer that's got an air conditioner and all that in it, and they have a security company that come out there and sit out in front of the house, or sit in the trailer under the air conditioner. So it's literally, the trailer probably isn't 10 foot long. It's just like a small little trailer that they pulled in there. And they sit there 24 hours a day.
So a little security shack.
Yeah, like a little portable one. Because they were, the security officers that were sitting there, they were sitting in their cars to begin with. And then I guess once it started getting hot up there and all that, like probably, 2 months ago, when it started warming up, they put the trailer up there.
Yeah.
With the air and all that in it.
They need to just tear it down.
Eventually, yeah, I think they do. I don't know. The families want it though so bad to be there when the trial starts.
People who have gone to that address and looked at it from the outside said the house is smaller than what you see on television.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't know because I've never been there, but that must be wide angle lenses they're using. And because, I mean, it looks like it's a long way even from when you watch the videos, from one room to the next room, and how steep the stairs are and that type thing.
Well, yeah, I've been telling you guys it's not that big at all. I mean, and I think that for the jury to see that alone is a big advantage because it does look so big. But when you really pay attention, those rooms are teeny tiny.
Oh yeah, just look at the virtual tour that I showed y'all in just Maddie's room. Like when they put and we don't know the exact measurements of each room, but they have it literally between the corner of her bed and her little desk that she had in there. It's not a very big spot walking in there. And then we saw the picture of Maddie in her room in front of her closet, and it's between her bed and her closet was just a tiny little walkway through there.
Well, the point to that is that the closer you are, the more better you're going to be able to hear as well.
Right.
Yeah, and also you're right, Lady V, because how far does he have to travel from one room to the next to get on and then leave? And it's not that far.
Not very.
Yeah, and he could do all this in 10 minutes or less. We saw that the other night, just sitting here when we timed 10 minutes.
And if they could go in the house, they could actually get a good understanding of how well you can hear noise from room to room.
Well, that might be changed since they don't have the furniture and all that in there. I just think it's an advantage.
To some degree, but it would still be pretty close, I would think.
Yeah, I just think the advantage is being able to put that in scope of how small it really is and how quickly he could have gotten from place to place. Because when you look at it, they make it look like it's humongous, but it's not at all.
Those bedrooms are probably less than 200 square feet.
Okay, so
those bedrooms are claustrophobic.
Hold on, I'm trying to find.
My bathrooms are bigger than those bedrooms.
All right, on the back of the house, from the corner of Maddie's room, if you're outside, the outside corner of where Maddie's room is at the back of the house, all the way down to the corner of Kaylee's room. Now you have to take into account that she has a sliding glass door and it's like not a corner there. But if it was a corner there, from that corner to Maddie's corner, it's 30 foot long.
Yeah, that's like nothing.
Right. Okay, I'm trying to find.
Does anybody have the square footage of the whole house?
No,
Is that listed anywhere on those?
It should be on one of those Zillow or whatever that website is that Avery had to give me that night.
There are what, 6 bedrooms?
Yes.
And what? How many kitchen areas?
There's 6 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, a kitchen with a dining area in the kitchen, like an eating kitchen, and then there's a living room.
1,800 square foot, maybe.
You can look it up on.
All right, I'm looking at these. I think these are the old.
Maybe not that much.
I don't even think it's that much.
I don't think so either.
All right, on the front of the house from Xana's corner, we're talking the second floor now. Front of the house, from Xana's corner to the living room corner on the outside, it's 40.4 feet.
It says it's 3,120 square feet.
3,120.
Yeah.
And that's a total of 3 floors.
So basically 1,000 square foot per floor.
1,000 square foot is not that large of an area, guys.
No, it's really not. But you got to
think on Zillow, by the way.
The first floor is not going to be 1,000 square foot, and the top floor. Hold on, let me go back to that one.
Well, then you have to take in account too that the areas where the staircases are going, that takes up more room. But if you look at that one when we were on when you were showing the virtual thing, and we were looking at Maddie's room and Kaylee's room upstairs, I mean, their doors are like, there's a little bitty bathroom between them, but the doors are like super, super close to each other.
They look like they're about 12 by 12.
My bedroom's bigger than their bedrooms.
Oh, God, yeah.
All right, Dylan's bedroom is 10.2 feet by 16.3 feet. So 16 times 10, that's 160. No, that's Dylan's.
Their rooms are small.
Yeah. They are. They're little.
That's college housing.
Yep.
Scarlett, Emily, let me make sure I'm right. Emily, she says she went by the house. You might want to ask her about it.
Okay. Oh, let me find Emily. Where's Emily?
She's right above Kim.
Wait, I see an Aaron right above Kim. Is that the one you're talking about, Aaron, or is it Emily?
No, it's Emily. She's just below Aaron and above Kim.
Okay, so Riddler, I'm a little behind in chat, but I drove by the house and I was surprised at how small the house is. All the houses are so close together. Emily, do you want to come up on panel and tell us about it? Hey, Michelle, how are you? And Smiles, yeah, I think the second floor is going to be the biggest because you've got the living room, the bathroom, Xana's room, that hallway. You've got the kitchen, the little closet area there, the hallway part right in front of Dylan's door, and then you got Dylan's door. So I think it's probably second floor is going to be the biggest. Probably first floor would be second biggest, and then Kaylee Nims, I think would be the smallest floor. Mark Willis said he drove by the house as well.
The police says 2175, according to Aaron.
Okay, thank you, Aaron.
I mean, yeah, because you can see the bottom. I mean, it's the bottom, then the middle, and then the top. The top is the smallest.
Let me see if I've got that website. I never can remember the website that Avery gave me that had.
Aaron says the IPD says 2100, but some real estate sites are saying 3100.
Damn, that's 1,000 square foot difference. I can email you some pics. I took it to the house and give you a better. Okay, thank you, Emily.
Avery just put Zumper.
Okay, that's it. I never can remember it. Let's see. Let me go to that one.
I know Xana's room doesn't look, once you get past the bed, it doesn't look like there's another 5 or 6 feet to the wall.
Yeah, it's like super small. I think Kaylee's room and maybe the 2 rooms down on the first floor might have been the biggest rooms. And Dylan's might have been maybe a little bit bigger than Kaylee's, honestly. Okay, let me see where am I at. Okay, I gotta. What the hell? They've got a map on here, but their map isn't that awesome. Here we go. For me to find the house. And I know it was on here because that's where we saw the red truck in the in the picture.
Right.
What the hell do you search at on this damn thing? Moscow, 1122 King Road. Let's see if I pull it up. 21 square foot. We've all seen the videos. No way. Yeah, I the ones that are on the I don't need Crosby.
And Emily, Boss' email is on top. It's pinned at the top.
Oh yeah, it's at the top of the chat. Why can't I do this? It won't let me redo my search now. What the hell? What's been up with the internet tonight? I want to bring those pictures up because I'm sure the ones that they're putting on like these real estate websites and stuff like that, they're probably using a wide angle lens to make the rooms look better. So just a heads up, there's something weird going on with YouTube. I got a notification saying YouTube is having difficulties. Try to put a super chat in and the whole page disappeared. I know somebody was saying a minute ago that their chat froze up. I don't know what's been up with it here lately. Okay, they don't even have the house on this website anymore that Avery gave me.
They're probably going to take them off of everyone eventually.
Probably. Troll, thank you for gifting that membership. And Jay is the one that got that one. Yeah, it's not even on here anymore. It's only showing the apartments near 1122 King Road.
I watched a video that Gray did today on the timeline. It's about 20 minutes. And I think he had it, he went in at 4:08 and came out at, 4:20? He was speeding away. So that gives him 12 minutes, because I've heard all kind of different numbers from different creators.
It says he was seen speeding away at 4:20. Well, he was leaving at 4:20 at a high rate of speed, is what the PCA says.
Yeah.
So you got to.
And he did his last pass at 408, where he was at the back of the house, I guess.
Well, it said 404. He was seen coming into the area for the last time, but at 404 he was also turning around in front of the Queen Road Apartments. He went down, tried to park in front of the girl's house, had to do a 3-point turnaround, come back up. So that's going to take at least, I mean, that's 404 that they seen him coming into the area. Let's say 406, he gets to the back of the house.
I think Gray had it at 408. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so
I believe I saw that.
You got to take into account he's got to get out of the car.
Yeah,
walk to the house.
20 or 30 seconds to get.
Right, and that's if he's just like, okay, I'm going straight in. You know, not trying to be stealthy and quiet and sneak to the house, because I would think that it would take him a few seconds longer to get into the house than it would him getting out of the house, if that makes sense.
It does.
Because once we all know what happened, once that's all done and over with, he's going to be quicker getting out of the house and back to the car than he is getting out of the car and getting to the house. I would think anyway.
Yeah, you would think you'd have to have a little mental checklist or something.
Right. Let's see, the timeline, the less flexibility the prosecution has if that car is shown to be the car that does not belong to Bryan, who walks. I'm just hoping that they have, if they're going to say that this is his car, after we've heard the wrong year, model, and all that. Hey, Protected, how are you? I hope they have his car on camera with the plates of the car on camera, and or him driving the car that shows him going to the house.
So, you know how they were out there taking photos and measurements and stuff of the car tracks in front of the house?
Uh-huh.
Do you think that was the suspect vehicle?
I mean, how would they tell? Which I know you can take marks like that, and you can get the type of tread that the tire had, and you can measure the depth of the tread that was left on the road. And are they really going to be able to tell that that was a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra that left those marks?
Yeah, they can tell that.
I mean,
and what are the odds that somebody didn't drive by and roll over the tracks? I mean,
they can match the tire.
If he committed the crime at 4 a.m. and then they didn't start investigating till 4 in the next afternoon? Surely to God somebody drove by.
Plus,
went over his tracks, I would think. I don't know.
Plus, he had all that driving after, plus the cross-country drive. Yeah.
Yeah, I would think that would be fruitless.
I mean, honestly, though, can that little car leave marks like that?
Maybe in the snow.
And there wasn't no snow that night. It was cold. No, it was
not that
28 degrees that night, but there was no snow.
Yeah, there wasn't no
So how could they get tracks on anything?
Because it looks like he tried to burn out or something.
Yeah,
it was
black marks left on the
from
on
the
the
front
road.
tires, because it's a front wheel drive.
Yeah. They should be able to match the tires, though.
Yeah, they can match.
I wouldn't think that.
They can match any tread to any car that a person drives. I don't know how, but they can. Sometimes they do it like with car accidents to see who.
Okay, thank you, Emily.
Oh yeah, like who skidded.
Yeah. And what car, whose car it came from, and.
Had they done that, though, don't you think we would have heard something?
I doubt it.
No.
If they're going to use it in evidence, I doubt it.
All right, give me just 1 second. Let me get these pictures.
I mean, he could have changed his tires since
he would have
before
had
they caught up with him.
I've got his Carfax, somewhere that has all of his service history for that car. I just gotta find it.
Yeah, I mean, he could have changed his tires, but
I don't think so.
your cars, it's only a certain tire that'll fit your car.
You know, a certain size.
So even if he did change his tires, it'll still come back to that car because it's only a certain size.
Catacomb, thank you so much for that super sticker. That was very nice of you. Thank you.
It might not be that tire that did that.
That's not right, because they're not. That's just not the only tire that fits that vehicle. I mean, that size, yeah, but it could be Goodyear or whatever.
Well, yeah.
But you also have 10 bajillion cars that have those same tires. What they need is, as long as he didn't change his tires, then they can take and they can use the little fingerprints, so to speak, of the tire treads themselves to match it up.
Right.
It's what they can do. But if he's changed those tires, then
they're not going to match it.
They can't trace it back to his
Plus,
car.
he took a couple 1,000-mile trip across the country.
It's still gonna have a lot of the same characteristics, though. I mean, they'd still be able to tell it was those particular tires.
I mean, I think he changed his license plates, but he didn't change his tires.
I doubt he changed his tires.
Liza, that's just what I'm thinking a high rate of speed going around that curve would be. I'm just honestly guessing. She said her car would go from 0 to 60 in 2 seconds.
Yeah, each company's tire treads are going to look different. Michelin, Goodyear, Cooper, Dunlop, and plus you can go up and down a size. You only go up one and down one.
Right.
And the width, you can only go one size wider. If you don't have any rubbing.
The wear and tear on those particular tires are going to be, different than anybody else's.
Yeah.
I remember when my kids were younger and we were nice and broke, having 3 kids. When we would need tires, we'd put whatever would fit on that rim, and then
Maypops.
Yeah.
You would drive the Maypops, is what they called them.
Yeah.
Junkyard tires.
Allegedly, Annie, thank you so much for that super sticker. That was very nice of you. Thank you.
I mean, I did the same thing because, I was a single mom with 2 kids. Whatever would fit on that rim, that's what went on that car.
Exactly. I'd have like an 18, a 16, a 14, and a 12. I didn't care.
Well, I would do that when I got ready to sell the car. I go find the cheapest tires out there. They look brand new. They look brand new on there, and they work every time.
I like my Michelins.
Okay, y'all, give me just 1 second, because in some of these pictures there is some license plates, so I'm just marking those out.
I mean, when times are hard, you got to do what you got to do.
I've never had a problem with a Michelin tire.
They're worth every dime you pay for them, I'll tell you that.
I think that's what's on mine, Michelin.
People didn't say.
My daughter's boyfriend, he works at Michelin.
Really? Yeah, Mark, I don't know what's up with YouTube tonight. I know sometimes whenever it does that, you may have to leave completely out and then come back in. Sometimes that fixes the issue. Okay, I'm trying to just mark these out, because I don't want anybody's plate showing here, and I keep saving it. It's not letting me save for some reason. If on the IGG motion, I was talking about it, emailed you. Okay, thank you, Tara.
Scarlett, you never did find the article I was telling you about on the Intercept magazine about the genealogy?
No, I got it wrote down on my notebook, but no, I haven't.
You could Google it and pull it up, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, let me.
It's a really good article.
Let me get these done real quick. I don't know why they're not wanting to save though. This is weird. Usually I can do it, just save it, and then it's fine. Just want to make sure that nobody's. Now, Emily, in these pictures that you took, there's not even a security guard at the house. Troll, thank you for gifting that membership, and Scott H got that one. I wonder why there wasn't a security guard there. I thought it was supposed to be like a 24-hour thing.
Maybe they pulled them out.
The little trailer's still there, but just the car's not.
Maybe the dude was dropped off.
Or could have been.
Who knows?
I mean, honestly, there's no telling with this case. Seriously. Okay, let's see. Let me make sure this works correctly. I don't understand why it's not saving. This is getting ridiculous. Okay. I think I got it now. I just didn't want to bring up a picture with anybody's car in it and it have their plate on it.
Oh, Emily says there's a guy sitting in that blue trailer.
Okay. All right. So there's the house that she took a picture of from the corner of King and Queen. Can y'all see that? Okay.
Yeah, it is smaller from the side view.
Right. All right.
Yeah, it's just not near as big as what they made it look like in those.
When you see it from the front, it looks, wide, a lot wider, but from the side, it looks.
Yeah, not as.
Not
I think
nearly as
it's.
big.
But it's longer, but not wider. That's what it seems like. That's the side there. And then there's
When did Kohberger change his tags from Pennsylvania to Washington?
November 18th.
It was right after.
Yeah, just 5 days after. Emily, I finally got them. The plates and all that.
Because on the Gray's video, he talks about the places he was seeing at the traffic camera light, and the car did not have the front plates.
Wait, it's which one now?
On Gray's video today, he talked about Bryan Kohberger's car was spotted going through traffic cams.
Right.
And it didn't have the front plates because that was when he had the Pennsylvania plates, which they don't have a front plate.
Right. Yeah, that's what it had in the PCA that it was seen, and it had no front plates. And that's why they kept saying, I think also when they were putting it out to the public, like it's a white Honda Elantra 2011 to 2013 with unknown plates.
Wow, that is a small trailer.
Yeah, it's like
a one room.
Like a bathroom.
Yeah, I think.
What a sad sight.
Yeah, I mean, they don't even
really is.
The yard, y'all. They didn't even got the yard cut. I mean, they could at least cut the curb. You know what I'm saying?
They could get a weed eater out there.
Yeah, I mean.
Emily was surprised how close the back parking lot was.
Yeah, it's like right there. I've seen some other YouTubers that went and they're doing a live stream when they're there, and it's like you don't get how close when you go between the girl's house and the Queen Road apartments. that little road through there, it's like literally the house is
yeah.
like just right there.
It is. It's like so small.
Right.
How would you like to put in an 8-hour shift there?
Well, as long as I had an iPad and Wi-Fi, I'd be fine. Coffee pot.
Yeah, as long as you could YouTube.
Is that
Coffee
the
pot.
couch
I'd be good.
that they had upstairs?
Do what?
The couch right here. Is that the one that they had in the backyard, or is that the one they had in the living room?
Yeah, that's the couch
section.
from the back patio.
Yeah.
And that chair they had out there. Oh, this breaks my heart.
Is that the ladder behind it?
The ladder, that's where it was standing when it happened. That's where it was at. Because if you go watch the body cam footage where they go behind the house and talk to Kaylee, that ladder's laying on the ground up against the house. But then whenever November 13th happened, the ladder is laying up against the house right there. So I wonder if they moved the couch around here to maybe keep people from jumping up on the couch and jumping on the balcony or something. Emily said it's a brown leather couch.
Now, why would somebody go over there and urinate on that house? I mean,
they're college students. That's why.
It's not like they're the perpetrators. They're the victim. Go over to his house and urinate on it.
They're a disgrace.
Yeah, they have no home training.
Good Lord, people.
It's just disgusting, honestly. This is the other one that she took.
I'm telling you, if they didn't see how small that is. If they didn't tear that house down, I bet you there would be some kids that would rent that out and turn it into a paranormal house.
They would. For sure.
Yeah, they can make big money on Halloween night that whole week.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I don't know.
Rent out rooms to the haunted house there, man.
Emily, thank you so much for sending those. It's heartbreaking to look at, though, honestly.
It is. I mean, even that, what was his name? Joe, the one that, went on Twitter and stuff with no shirt on and all of that.
Yeah.
He was saying it wouldn't bother him. He'd live there.
Well, I mean.
Yeah.
Consider who said it.
Exactly. But,
Mark, there was a couple of houses next door to the girls' house that were having parties the other night, and the security that was there at the house that night called police because they were at the back of the house pissing on the house. And that is just I know that they're going to tear it down. I know that the kids are no longer there. It's just the fact of what happened in that house. It's very disrespectful.
I wonder if the prosecution or the defense hasn't done any kind of sound test inside the house that we've not heard about.
I don't know. It's a good question.
I mean, it seems kind of like it could be relevant to me.
Yeah. Especially, I mean, yeah, that would be something that the defense would for sure, I think, want to do.
Yeah, how loud would somebody have to yell before you could hear it,
right,
in the bedroom?
Especially if it was done before the furniture was taken out. Because once you go to taking furniture out of a house, then it gets very echoey.
Yeah.
And there's, so it's not gonna have the same sound as it would with pictures on the wall and furniture in the house and all that.
Scarlett, I just emailed you a picture of the couch.
Okay. Okay. Let me check it real quick.
Can you imagine going in that house, spend the night, and have a spirit box playing?
Oh God!
And you get to ask questions.
I
a
would.
Ouija board.
I do it. I'll go.
Oh, I'm out on a Ouija board now.
Yeah, no to the Ouija board, but I would do the spirit box if
Yeah, I
Lady
do
D
spirit.
came. But we would need Riddler to protect us.
Yeah. I do the spirit
I'm
box.
gonna be behind you, crime sleuth, and I'll be out that door quicker than you will.
I'm gonna be out there in that little blue hut.
No Ouija board though.
Riddler's like it's y'all are all on y'all's own.
That is true, Riddler, because in my house, when there's a strange noise, I get to be the one to go investigate it.
Because knowing my luck, Willie will pop out of one of the rooms dressed as Michael Myers.
Tara, you want to come up?
Here comes Drip Drop.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, that'll be my buddy now. I'll be all right if he's there, the high priest.
Oh, my God.
Drip Drop.
Hey, Gigi.
He hasn't done too many videos lately about some of the mainstream cases. He's doing a lot of more.
He's doing interrogations right now.
Yeah, out of the mainstream line of cases.
Good
Sarah,
Lord,
how are
what
you?
is that?
That's
Hi,
the
guys.
grandbaby.
Oh, I was like,
Oh.
I just wanted to say a couple things. They have that from the house. They have already taken. Well, first of all, I wanted to say hi to everybody up there. Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
Hey, Tara.
Hi.
Inside the house, they've already started taking down like the sheetrock and the walls, so you can't. It's already too late to hear what it sounded like, and like you said about the furniture. And then I didn't know if y'all knew, but it has asbestos in it too. So those children who were living there were exposed to that.
Well, asbestos is only bad if you disturb it.
Yeah.
As long as you don't disturb it, it's fine.
Are you serious?
Yeah. The asbestos won't hurt you unless you start drilling on it or sanding it.
Right.
Sanding or drilling.
Yeah.
That's very interesting to
Or
know.
burning it.
That's probably why the guy who owned it gave it to the university, because he didn't want to pay the cost of
The cleanup, yeah.
getting rid of the asbestos.
Probably. So you think they're going to build a new house there, like a sorority house or something?
No, the college is going to build a memorial dedicated to the victims.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Now, I know that, what is it, the Tulip Farm out there where Ethan used to work at? They're supposed to be doing a memorial for him on the campus somewhere.
I'm going to say something, and I probably won't be very liked after I say this, but if they're going to make a memorial out of that place, there's no reason why they can't leave that house up, because that memorial is going to bring as much of attention as that house is. At least they can see the dimensions of the house.
That's a good point. People can look at it and see and remember, remember who they were that lived there. It's a reminder. That's a good point.
I agree with that.
I think they're going to demolish it,
I
make a
do
memorial, and it's going to be a nice little park for kids to go play in.
I haven't honestly made up my mind yet what they're going to do with it.
The problem with the memorial is it'll start arguments about what's appropriate and what's not, and they'll never get everybody to agree.
I think memorials are wonderful and all of that, but if we put memorials at places where everybody died, there would be hardly any houses left. You know what I mean?
Yep.
How old's that baby?
She's 3.
Oh, it's so cute.
And she's driving me crazy right now.
I'm just with Al on this. It's like the feelings. It's just.
I mean, they can do what they did with Gabby Petito. Put a bench in and put their names on it.
Well, the other girl, I can't remember her name, that she was a student of the university, and I believe she was dating a professor there, and he ended up unaliving her. they did like the little memorial bench for her there on the campus. So I don't know if they're going to do something like that for the 4 victims in this case, but I do remember them saying that they're getting some students involved from the college to try to come up with an idea, along with the tulip farm,
Some
to do
type of
the
garden
yeah
park
the
would be
tulip
nice.
garden and all that, because they have Ethan Smiles, and then they have the pink and white ones, and I believe those are called Forever Sisters, and for the 3 girls, and they're supposed to do like a memorial tulip garden type thing somewhere on the campus. I don't think they had ever, or last thing I heard, they hadn't decided a location for it yet.
I think that spot, I mean, if you look at the footprint of all the other houses there, everything was so crammed together. So I hope they don't put anything there as far as a home. But I'm kind of envisioning 4 benches facing the center with like a fountain or some sort of a water feature in the
Yeah.
Oh, that's
center. And
pretty.
each one of the
They could
benches
actually do a
for
waterfall with the slope of the property.
But if they were to do a memorial of some sort there, then the college is responsible for the upkeep of it.
They got plenty of money.
Well, that they do, but are they going to keep? Are they going to keep it up though? Are they going to mow the grass and keep the trash
All these
out
universities
of it?
have deep pockets, believe me.
They
And
probably have the front houses and sorority houses, have that part of their thing,
something, because I mean, we've seen how some of these kids at that university there act. So I'm thinking trash all over it, not taken care of, and all that. That's where I'm going with it. If it's done there,
Yeah, I hope that's not the case. That would be so sad.
it would be. Oh, I got Tony and Eva in the back.
I would think they would be respectful. I know they did what they did the other night was not good, but I would think overall they would be respectful.
And don't get me wrong, I know it's just a house, y'all, and I know something bad happened in that house. But the fact that something bad happened in that house and 4 kids lost their life, that's where I'm coming up with it being disrespectful that they went and pissed on the house.
And why did they do? And there was a cop guarding the house, and they did it anyway.
Yeah, they went. From what I gathered off of the body cam footage, the security guard is the one that called and said that there was a guy at the back of the house pissing on it.
I agree. It was completely disrespectful.
Yes, and like I said, I know it's just a house and something bad happened in it, but it's the fact that 4 kids died in that house.
Right. And I'm just saying, my whole point to all of that, I'm just saying that if they're going to put a memorial there, that means it's not going to go away. It's going to have just as much attraction to it as it has now. And that, to me, means they should leave that house until after the trial. So at least they can see the dimensions of the place,
Oh, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I think the jurors should have the right to go there if they want and at least look at the outside. And for me, be able to walk over to the hill where, they would have walked down and into the house to see.
Right. See how close everything is, get an idea of where he was probably sitting when he was watching them. Could he see it from the back outside? What could you turn on the lights in the house? What could he see from sitting back when, he might have been watching them?
Well, think about the picture of if I could find it again, the website that Avery gave me, where it's showing when they took the pictures inside the kitchen through that glass door. You could clearly see that red truck sitting right there behind the house up on the hill in that little parking area.
Right.
And then the same exact view from the room that was Kaylee's through her sliding glass door. Like you could, the truck at that point was eye level with the 3rd floor.
Yeah, and I mean, I've just been saying this since the very beginning, and Scarlett, every time you bring up the house or whatever, I'm like, it's a lot smaller than it looks like,
Mm-hmm. Right.
Because it looks so huge, but they take it from the best vantage point and use wide lenses so they can make it look more attractive,
Make it look bigger than what it actually is.
Yeah, it looked like Dylan's room. Like he could barely get in there with the bed, and that was about it, right? Not Dylan. I mean, Zane.
Maddie's.
Oh, Maddie's. Okay.
Yeah.
Zane was small too. Maybe I'm wrong.
All of them are small. Xana's is not that big. None of them are that big. That's my point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And without looking at it, when you think about 3 stories going up and down steps, your first thought would be, well, that'd be hard to do in 12 minutes or however long it took.
Yeah, exactly.
But by seeing it, you could say, no, it's not that big. He could have easily went right in the door.
Yeah, we're not talking 20 steps. We're talking maybe 5 to get from here to there. You know what I mean?
Bam, he's done and out the door. Back in his car.
It really hit me when we were looking at that Kaylee's and Maddie's room upstairs. It really hit me how little room was between their 2 doors.
Hey, Scarlett, I just emailed you a picture of the house from the back where it shows all the lights on, how you can, it was at night and you can see in completely.
You can see everything.
Yeah.
The little parking area behind the house, he could have sat up there and observed everything for a...
Yeah, I've said that since the beginning, Will be.
And it's wooded enough that you wouldn't be seen.
Yep.
Yeah, and the girls kept the lights on, and that's where their bedrooms were, Maddie and Kaylee.
Scarlett, did you get the couch as well to see if it's the same color?
No. Okay, I got the email, but there wasn't anything in it.
It was the second email. The first one I hit send too soon. Should have been in the second one.
Okay, I only got 2 emails. One was the house, the back of the house.
Okay, let me try.
The other one says couch, but there's no picture in it.
Where'd my puppy go? My puppy moved.
No, I see it. Oh.
Oh, you see the puppy? I thought it moved.
Well, she is. It's not zoomed in on her right now.
Oh, okay.
There's Eva the dog.
Eva's all like laid up under her coverage tonight.
So cute. I think
we're burning up. He's freezing.
Yeah, we got the right camera view for Eva tonight. As long as we don't zoom in.
Okay. Let me pull this up now. All right, so this is...
How did your nails turn out? Oh yeah, see that's not big at all. I mean,
and you can see into Kaylee's room.
Scarlett, Avery says check X now, please.
Check X now. Yes, KK, you can get a link. Hold on, let me get it.
Okay, Scarlett, I had to resend it on X on DM. For some reason, it wouldn't attach on email.
My friends, I'm gonna go and let someone else come up. But thanks for letting me come up.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for coming up.
Okay,
bye.
Bye. Bye.
You know, guys, we need to get a Cash App sent to Scarlett so she can go ahead and purchase that thing on X so she can have unlimited messaging.
No, I'm good right now. I'm not limited. It's just
I thought you said it did it again.
Oh yeah, it did the other night, but it only lasted for like a couple of hours. I'm out of it now until the next time it wants to limit me for a couple of hours.
I think.
If y'all haven't hit the thumbs up, y'all go do so while I'm looking at what they've sent to me. Okay, I'm gonna have to go to my computer to look at this. Give me just 1 second, y'all. Avery sent a link.
Yeah, with those lights on, he could have sat behind that house and just watched them for...
Watch everything. I mean, I've said that since the beginning. Why would he have to go into the house? Because he could pretty much see where everything is just from that back area there.
Yeah, it's true. Okay, Avery sent me pictures of the inside of the house. A link. Tried to become a Facebook member, but I never got any kind of confirmation. Okay, Mark, you'll have to send me an email because I will have to send you the invite link for it. So my email is pinned at the top of the chat. If you don't have it, so just grab it and send me an email. Make sure to put your YouTube name in there somewhere so I know that it's you, and then I'll send you the invite for it. KK, how are you?
Hey, KK.
Muted, I think.
Oh my gosh, look at that puppy.
Wait, KK, you're muted. Hey, Izzy.
Aww.
Okay, that's like the cutest little puppy ever. Right there. Wait, why am I not able to scroll? Okay, hold on, y'all, because we got 2 KKs coming up. All right, KK, which one do I need to keep and which one do I need to kick?
I don't know. Can you kick the first one?
Keep the first one. Okay. Yamaha Biker, how are you? All right, let me kick this one.
Welcome up, KK.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, how's everybody doing?
Doing
Just
good.
fine.
How are
Good.
you?
What's the dog's name?
Raven.
Raven.
Oh,
Everyone
of
loves
course. How cute.
Yeah, little Ray Ray. She's so cute. We just got her.
What kind is it? I can't tell. KK,
It's a
what kind
little
of dog is
dog.
it?
It's a pit bull.
Okay. She's
Yeah.
cute. I just can't tell what kind she is.
Yep. And then I have one that looks just like Eva.
Aw. Okay, let me get this website pulled up here now, y'all.
My granddaughter said, it's not a pit bull, it's a doggy.
Yeah, my wolf up there. See, they made that look so big, and it's not near as big as that look.
Right.
If you
Yeah,
look
and
at that
that's
video of them whenever they're like, portraying each other and all, you can see it's not that big.
Wide angle lens looks completely distorted.
yeah. I think that's what they're doing. They're just throwing a wide angle lens in there, and it's making it
Yeah.
look like it's bigger than what it actually is for the advertisement. Let's see, that right there is not like that little area that they have set aside for a kitchen table.
That's small.
Super small. But damn it. There's that truck up there though.
Okay, what's that door there? There's that cabinet right there. What's that door right behind there?
That's like a broom closet. You remember in the videos where they're acting like they're each other, and Kaylee goes to the closet and gets the broom or mop or whatever it is? That's where she gets it out of. It's right beside the steps there that goes up to the 3rd floor.
Where's the washroom?
First
the
floor.
basement.
First floor?
Yeah.
What do you call in the first floor? The main floor?
I just call it the first floor. I think like the 2nd floor is like the main floor because of the living room, kitchen, and all that. Mark, okay, that'll be fine. All I got to do, Mark, is just send the link to you, and then you can click on it, and it should allow you to join. Let me do this where everybody can see it a little bit better. Okay. So even the kitchen. But there's Jack's house right there. Like he could literally, from that house, he could see straight into Kaylee's bedroom also.
Yeah, he could.
Where did Ethan stay when he wasn't with Xana?
Sigma Chi
Fraternity house, I think.
Yep, he was at the Sigma Chi house.
Which is less than a minute away. Walking distance.
What did I measure? 500 and something. Is it feet? I can't remember if it's feet or yards, but it's not very far. Okay, so that would be the bathroom on the 3rd floor.
That's small.
Yep. Like super small. And then there's Maddie's room.
But
That's
imagine
real
if
small.
imagine if they got 80 to 100 people, not including the bedrooms,
Yeah,
packed into that house. Oh,
that's crazy.
wow.
Yeah.
Yep. Super small. That would be Kaylee's room. So, I mean, like the way they have the camera here, it's making it look like her room is huge.
Yeah.
But it's really not.
Is that fake wood floors? I'm sure it is.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think it's just linoleum. Like the linoleum rugs or whatever.
It's probably peel and stick.
See, that would be Kaylee's room. See, there it doesn't look as big as it did from the other angle, but there's that red truck up there again that is now eye level in Kaylee's room. So if that red truck can sit up there and look into the house, anybody else can.
Yeah.
Did
I
she
mean,
have?
and that's a perfect place to sit there and see her right into her room.
Right.
Did she have
Without
window
even-
slats in the sliding glass door, or any kind of cover?
I think she had a cover over it, but I don't think she kept it covered, like kept it closed all the time.
No, because the guy that walked by all the time, he was saying their windows.
Yeah, that all their windows were open. And the picture
Wow.
that I just had pulled up a minute ago, taken from the backyard at night with the lights on, you can see her sliding glass door wasn't covered.
And what if he was using binoculars or something?
Oh my Lord, he could see everything.
He could see everything.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure from that same angle, he could see into Maddie's room as well.
Yeah, I think so.
And probably into
Probably
Dylan's room.
Xana's.
Well, Xana's didn't have a window, but on the front of the house.
Oh,
He
that's
would be able to see in Dylan's room. So he would be able to see into the kitchen, Dylan's room, Kaylee's room, and Maddie's room.
Hey, I have a question you just brought to my mind. Okay, so in Dylan's room, the only window was toward the back of the house, right?
On the back wall, yes.
And then in Bethany's room, what would her view have been?
Just the front of the house.
Just the front?
Right.
So what if Dylan texted her, oh my God, I just saw, this creep or whatever, right? And then Bethany was the one who looked out the window and saw the vehicle speeding away. What if those are what if that's part of I'm just saying, what if, totally speculating, what if that has something to do with why they want to talk to Bethany so bad?
But if they're claiming that she has exculpatory evidence, so
maybe she described a different vehicle?
That's what I'm thinking. I mean, if that's what you're saying, it's true. Okay, let's just say that it's a possibility.
Or a similar vehicle in a different time.
Either, a different time, or it would have to be a completely different vehicle, because she couldn't go in and say, oh, I saw a white four-door sedan driving by, because, I mean, technically, would that be exculpatory? Because she would be kind of describing his car.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we have video of that car leaving, correct?
Yes. 420 leaving at a high rate of speed.
Yeah.
Which is a bit of a time problem with that 422.
Or the 425 you're talking about, Tony?
Yes, sorry, my mute thing's stuck. Yes.
Yeah, 425, that they think that between 4 and 425. I completely get the 4 o'clock. Just I don't know where they're coming up with that extra 5 minutes. So
Yeah, I haven't heard that.
The
I've
4
just heard
o'clock
the 420 speeding away.
well, in the PCA, it does say that based off of Dylan's statements and the downloads of Dylan and Bethany's phone, they believe that led the law enforcement to believe that the murders happened between 4 and 425.
Hey guys, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to jump down because I just realized I knew this earlier and forgot that I have to get up really early to get my girl to a game. So she's doing her first cheer performance.
That
sounds like
have
fun.
good luck.
Y'all have a great live.
All right, you too.
All right,
Thank
good
you for
night.
coming up.
Bye.
Break a leg, but not really.
Good night, guys.
Good night, Ron Sleuthen.
Bye.
You know, I don't know about anybody else, Tonka, but I don't think the car on Linda Lane footage was him.
Why
I
did you
think
say
Linda
that?
Lane. Yeah, it's a
The
false
one
flag.
that's you talking about the one that's driving around, or the sunroof one? Because the sunroof one for sure ain't him. So are you talking about the other one, Lady V?
I don't think any of them are.
Okay.
Why do you say that?
I don't think that's where he parked.
Maybe it wasn't him.
I think whoever did this, I think they parked in that little parking spot where we're seeing in these pictures where that red truck is parked at.
That's what I think too.
Yeah, I think that they parked in there. I mean, it would make complete sense. You park there. You can park literally like you're parallel parking up next to those trees, like the tree line through there.
And you get in and out very quickly.
Yeah, I mean that was. And I could be completely wrong, but that kind of makes sense to do it like that.
Are you talking about the video where he circles around like multiple times?
Yeah, I think that's the one she's talking about.
Is that the Linda Lane footage where he goes through there like 4 times?
4 times, yeah.
Yeah, if you look at Gray Hughes' YouTube channel, he made a really good video that's like exact with the PCA, and it proves to anybody without like beyond the shadow of a doubt that was
It's
definitely
pretty convincing.
It was definitely his car, and like Gray knows his facts. Like he doesn't get on there and say like anything that's not like already put out by LE. Like it's pretty factual, like 100%, and it shows that car going round and round and round. And he even like explains like into detail in like some of the videos he's put out recently about how that's definitely the car, and it's Bryan, and it all makes sense, and he has a map and everything. Like he's really talented when it comes to explaining that.
Yeah, he doesn't leave a lot of room for doubt,
speculation, right? No doubt. Like there's no room for speculation. If you just watch some of the like short videos that he put out there, you don't have to watch the whole live.
I'll
if you
have
don't
to
want
watch some because
But he put them out. They're so factual. It's like unbelievable how accurate Gray is with those details. Like you guys, he doesn't play around with that. Like there's no speculation whatsoever. He doesn't put it in he'll put it in his opinion, but he'll say like, this is just my opinion, but it's very factually based. All of his little short videos that he does, and you can see clearly like that's the same car. This is where it's going. These are the angles. Like he breaks it down into like layman's terms where you can really understand it, and he matches it up verbatim with the PCA. Like it's wicked how much it's verbatim, word for word to the PCA. So it's like if you haven't watched any of Gray's short videos that he puts out about the PCA, then you're really missing out on the factual parts of this case, because there's so much speculation and a lot of really wild theories out there that if you just watch some of his videos and he's reading it right off the PCA, it really makes things make sense. And then that's where you get to where, people are saying that he's innocent, but it's like Gray will break it down where it's like,
even if it was that car, I still think that it probably ended up being exactly where that truck was, because that's just easy in, easy out. You're not going to be in the line of anybody's sight for very long at all. Just a few seconds going in, a few seconds going out.
Right.
He did one today, Lady V. He did one today, Lady V.
Yeah, Gray did one.
Minutes.
He just dropped one today. He drops them all the time, and he really takes his time with it, and he wants to make sure like everything's very accurate. Like even as far as like building the house models and going through the steps of like the inner workings of the case and what was inside and what he thinks happened inside based off of the PCA. It's very factual, and it's presented in such a way that like, Court TV and those channels want to get it Gray to have him come on and him explain what his thoughts are, because it's very factual. It's not biased. It's always real factual.
How does he have information that nobody else has?
No, I said it's based off the PCA. We all have it.
Okay.
It's always based off the PCA. Gray doesn't, if he ever speculates, he'll say, this is just my assumption. But for the most part, I'd say Gray's like 99.9% strictly based off of facts and PCA reports and stuff we've heard from
he's dead on target.
For sure.
I wonder though if they have Okay, so the car that we saw in the Linda Lane footage and that they're saying was in the area of the house and all this and that, how are they going to prove that that was Bryan's car?
Because it's the same
They
exact
have it
car
going
that
through
matched at Albertsons the
a
next
camera
day.
light with no front plates, which he didn't have at that time. And that
Right.
doesn't prove it 100%, but he also
Right.
ties it in with his phone that locks in with different, I can't even think of what I'm trying to say.
Because I'm just thinking, if I'm thinking from a defense attorney's point of view, that unless you have my client's plates on camera or you have my client's face on camera in that car, how can you prove 100% that that's his
You're
car?
exactly right, Scarlett.
Yeah, I mean,
You know, somebody
there's
else could have been
reasons I
driving.
haven't seen Gray's stuff. Okay, I mean, I'm just gonna put that out there.
Well, I'm not here to talk bad about anybody.
I'm
Not
not either.
everybody's going to be a fan of Gray, but I'm saying as far as the facts go, I think even the haters out there that don't like Gray still like his content. And I know some of y'all are going to say that's not true, but even the people that don't like him like his content because y'all, his content is bar none.
The night he was on here, and you know how I cross-examine, very nice.
I know how you do. Yes, I know.
He was exact on point with the PCA.
On the money. On the
Yeah,
money.
he also
Thank you.
does
So you
the
can you
overhead.
can dislike his personality all day, every day, because not everybody likes everybody. But at the end of the day, when it comes to YouTube and true crime, Gray knows his shit. Like
He also does
say
the
that every
overhead
day.
of the map showing where the car is driving with the times, and it matches up
Perfectly. Yeah, he doesn't.
perfect.
He doesn't put out.
I'll take your word for it.
But like Scarlett said, that does not put
Yeah,
Bryan
I'll take
in
your
that
word for
car
it.
100%.
Yeah, I'm just,
That matching up with the phone pings does, though.
It does, but you don't know he was driving the car unless they
Yeah.
have a picture of him
I'm
behind
just looking
the
at
wheel.
it from a defense attorney's point of view. If
But I
I'm
think the
defending
fact
a
that he
client-
didn't have an alibi and the alibi was that he drives around late at night pretty much put him at that crime scene without putting him at that crime scene. And there's also, I think everybody forgets, there's footage that we might not have seen yet from the sister. Kaylee's sister said she got footage from a Ring doorbell camera, like doorbell, keyword doorbell camera, showing the girls being dropped off that night. We've never yet seen a Ring doorbell
we haven't
camera.
seen it.
We've seen
Right.
light bulb cameras, but we've never seen a doorbell camera. And so the fact that her sister says there's camera footage out there that exists that she got her hands on and we haven't seen yet means there's a lot more than what we know, obviously. And so I think people forget that so easily. So it's like if she saw that, then what else aren't we seeing? They've got him, y'all. They wouldn't just
I
throw
think
this
there's
out
a
there
lot
if
of
they didn't.
videos
They
we
have
have not
DNA
seen.
that matches. They have an
Oh, I
eyewitness that
agree with
matches.
that.
What
I
more do
agree
you
with that.
need?
KK, I'm going to take your word for it. I have no problems taking. I trust what you say, and I trust will be what he says and all that. And I'm not saying that Gray isn't on point and all of that. I'm just like, I don't know. I guess I'm more like Scarlett. I have to.
Well, Scarlett's
That's
right. Unless
something
you
that
have him a
you
picture
have
of
to-
him behind the wheel, that could be
you have
his
to have
car, but he might
something.
not be driving it.
I feel like they probably do have more clear images out there that we haven't seen yet. I also believe 100% that Dylan
I
has
do too.
positively identified him because they are never going to qualify for a death penalty trial and have her go on the stand and Ann Taylor say, hey, is this the guy that you saw in your house? And her say, actually, it's not. So without a doubt, she has positively identified Bryan Kohberger as the man that was in her house. There's no way they would risk all of that and qualify
I don't.
but how are they gonna do that?
I don't agree
in
with
a
that.
photo in a photo lineup.
But how? She picked him out with these eyebrows? I mean,
Yeah, that's as far as we got in the
I'm
PCA was bushy
I am
eyebrows.
very curious about this. I would
As
like
a-
to know how she
as a-
ID'd the
okay.
man.
You don't forget a face, or most people don't. Like, I know personally I don't forget a face. However, if he had his mask on, we don't know what kind of mask it was, if it covered his whole face, if it was the COVID mask, whatever. But we do know that she saw his eyes clearly enough to identify that he's a white male, that he's tall, and that he has bushy eyebrows.
Okay, so if you put him in a lineup with a lot of guys that have bushy eyebrows and about
And that
the
weighed
same
300
style of eyes,
pounds
how
versus what Bryan weighs. Yeah, I know personally I could identify somebody that way.
But is it going to be a positive ID though?
I mean,
No, I know
With a
I
mask
could.
on.
Scarlett, you know
if
I
that's
could. Like,
all you see is his eyes, I don't.
Right.
I'm just.
No way.
everybody's eyes are so like
I'm not
unique
jumping on
characteristics.
you, KK. I'm not
No way.
jumping on you. I'm just saying all along we've been saying, how on earth does she positively identify this guy by eyebrows?
I don't
Well,
think
if
you
you
can
had
look at
like an
somebody
African
for.
American and you had him weighing 300 pounds, that's not going to
Yeah.
be him. You know,
Yeah,
there's
but I
there's
don't
ways to
think
kind of cross that out.
But they
I don't
don't
think you
do
can look at
that. In
somebody for
lineups,
10
they put
seconds and positively ID them. Plus, he
in
No,
had a
no,
lineups.
mask
you know,
on
you
his
know what?
face.
No, I could, but this is what I do for a living. Like, I don't forget a face. I do not forget a face. And if I've ever touched your face and done your makeup, I will never forget your face. It can be 20 years later and I'm still going to look at you and say, oh my God, your face is
Oh, I
familiar.
believe that. I believe that, but not everybody's like that, KK. And it's like when they do lineups, they're supposed to put people on there that look as close as they can get to that person, so they can have you pick the right person out of other of. They can't have like a 300-pound black guy
Yeah.
and a 200-pound
You're not
whatever.
going to have 3 clowns and a monkey beside Bryan
Yeah, I
Kohberger
mean
in a lineup.
they're supposed to be
Yeah,
true
they're supposed to.
representations of what they're supposed to be like. You know,
Right.
what they're supposed to look like. So I'm assuming that in the lineup they had quite a few people that had about the same eyes with kind of about the same bushy eyebrows.
I guess maybe I'm
Yeah.
coming from a more biased, stance because
There's
I
no
wouldn't
way.
forget. I wouldn't forget. And like I've been in incidents where it's like high stress, high level stress and like being attacked and like I wouldn't forget a single detail on their face. But that's just me. So maybe her, it's totally different. But I feel like she's smart enough to see who she saw. And I feel like we can all agree on at least one thing. We can all agree that Ann Taylor is most definitely going to ask her if she gets on that stand, is this the man sitting in the courtroom that you saw in your house? Like, we all know
Exactly.
she's going to
Ann
ask her.
Taylor
And
is not
and
going
for
to
the
ask
state,
her anything that
And
she
how?
doesn't know the answer to.
no, but
That's
for the
right.
state,
She's not
and
going
for
to
the
guess
judge
that.
to allow us to get this far, y'all don't think they've already thought about that? We're
Yeah,
just
no
YouTube
defense
people.
attorney is going to ask a question like that she doesn't know the answer before she
The
asks it, because
prosecution
that
will-
is
The
that is a
prosecution
gamble
will
you
ask.
would never
Yeah.
take.
I mean, I've even said that. It's how
The
is
prosecution will.
Y'all, if there was any doubt that Dylan wouldn't say that was him sitting right here in front of me, then we wouldn't even be here right now.
And they're going to ask her how did you identify him?
right.
And she's going to say, because I saw him walk past my door 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
One of
did
the
she
number
really
one
see him
things
3
they'll tell
times?
you in law school
You
is
didn't
you
see him
don't
3
ask
times,
questions
you
you
saw
don't
once.
know the answers to.
That's absolutely true, Wilby.
You don't take that gamble. You don't
And
ask
I'm
her
not
that
trying to
question
argue.
guessing she's going to say what you want her to say. You got
And
to
I'm saying
know
we're
what
not going to
she's
take
going
the
to say
gamble with putting her on the
beforehand.
stand. We're not going to put her on the stand if she didn't really see him, is what
No,
I'm trying
no,
to
Well,
say.
you're not going to ask her
trying
that
to
question when
argue with
she's on the stand unless you know what she's going to answer. That
Right.
would be suicide for your client.
Right. No,
That's
that would be
true.
epic if we get this far and like on day 1 of the trial,
Yeah.
Dylan's on the stand and she's like, actually, that's not
Yeah.
the man that I saw. Like, y'all, that just sounds like
Well,
crazy.
if she
No,
knows
no,
that,
and
she
I'm
would ask
trying
it.
to-
But if
I
not
still
knowing it,
think-
you will not risk it.
I still think Ian's going to ask her.
Oh, I think she will.
I think
She-
I've
she
even
may,
said that
but-
before.
I think she's going to ask, and I think she already knows the answer because there's DNA, there's phone pings. When the cast report drops, which it already has, and saw it, like, and knows for a absolute fact where Bryan was every minute of that night to the T. She knows if his phone was straight up and down, if it twisted sideways in his pocket. Like, that's how in detail the cast report is.
Exactly.
Anne already knows, you guys. Like, you don't have to ask your client if he's guilty or innocent. She knows based on the facts because she has all the reports. She has
But
all
it's
the
not
DNA.
her. But the thing is, though, it's not her burden to prove that it wasn't him. It's the state's burden to prove that it was him.
It was.
Right. So as Bill, the first question I'm going to ask Dylan when she's up on that stand is
Hey,
this the man that you saw in the house? Can you positively identify? Is the man that you saw in your house sitting here today is what he's going to say. That'll be his first question.
Yeah.
And she's
And
going
I
to say,
wasn't try-
absolutely, it was him.
She
I
may
wasn't
ask
trying
it
to
and then
argue
come
with
back
it.
with, well, how could you say that since you only saw him with a mask on his face?
Oh,
and
yeah,
only
yeah.
saw his
Anne's
eye?
definitely
that
gonna
could be her
question it.
out, but you would
No,
never
for
ask
sure.
that question unless you knew the answer you were going to get. That would be
That's
She
why
probably
we
wouldn't
need
risk
cameras
it.
in the
not worth
courtroom.
taking.
That's why we need cameras in the courtroom so we can
And I
see and hear all of it instead
And
of having to worry
Scarlett, to
about
get that to happen, we all need to be more proactive. And we all need to reach out to
Judge.
Judge.
Tell Court
Right.
TV
And
they
I'm
need a new
saying-
person.
Well, first of all, before you even start that, it would be judge, because it's his decision ultimately. It'd be wasting your time to go to court TV and say, get a better cameraman if the judge is going to throw it out anyway. So the first point of contact would be with the court systems, right? And say, we want transparency and we demand transparency. As taxpayers paying to defend Bryan Kohberger, we demand that. That's, it's not our tax dollars, Scarlett, but it's the state of Idaho, right?
Yeah,
so
but the First Amendment doesn't guarantee, it only guarantees you can attend the trial. It does not guarantee cameras in the courtroom. That's
well,
up to the
I
judge.
can say this, though, speaking from my standpoint and what I do, is that they feel that pressure. Politicians and people that are elected officials, which judge is, they feel that pressure, y'all.
It's entirely up to the judge, and they have a wide latitude of birth to make that decision, purely on any reason they see.
I have a question. Where did you get that he walked by her door 3 times?
It's in the PCA.
She opened the door 3 times. It doesn't say that she saw him walking by 3 times.
I thought she saw him.
Just once.
It was one time.
That was the last time she opened her door.
Okay, because if she saw him 3 times, she should have been on the phone with the police.
We don't know why she wasn't yet, and that's still to be determined.
I think she just saw him one time.
It's weird.
8 hours.
3 times.
Everybody can agree that that's weird.
I mean, if you think about it, though, she had to. Whoever did this, whether it's Bryan or whoever, when they walk through the back door and they go upstairs to the 3rd floor, he has to walk by Dylan's door. When he comes down the stairs to go to Xana's room, he has to walk by Dylan's door. And then when he's leaving out of the back door, he has to walk by Dylan's door. So he has to walk by her door at least 3 times. But in the PCA, it only says that she opened up her door 4 times or 3 times, and the last time is when she saw him.
Okay, I guess that's where I drew that assumption from. I'm sorry, because I know this is my opinion only, but I feel like he probably attacked Xana and Ethan first, and then he went upstairs and did the other 2 girls. Then he came back downstairs and finished Xana off, and then he walked back out the door. So in my mind, I'm thinking 3 times he passed her door and 3 times she saw it happen. And as far as why she didn't call 911, you guys, I have no idea. Like that'll be forever a mystery till it goes to court.
Yeah,
but if we can all make a little bit of noise and a little bit of ruckus towards judge, not in a negative way, but in a positive way, I'm telling y'all, as somebody that works behind the scenes with elected officials all day, every day, they take that into mind. They really do. It really gets to them, and they really think about it, and they mull it over way more if they're the public out there saying, hey, we demand answers. We put you into office. We can pull you out of office. Like, you have to be transparent with this. It's not fair. We're all interested and invested in it. They really do. Behind the scenes, when they have a hot mic before they go on camera, that's what they talk about is, oh my gosh, are there people out there? What are they saying? What's the word on the street? They really do care about that, because those are the exact people that elect them into office, and they're the exact people that can put them out. So before we go to court TV and cry about it, judge is ultimately the one that gets to make that decision. And so after we can have him hear our thoughts on how we should be allowed to hear what happens and see what happens, after we're able to convince him through numbers, then we can go to court TV or whatever station it is, whatever network. You go to the network, you go to the producers and say, hey, how come y'all are exclusive to this hearing when no one else is, and y'all aren't even doing a good job at it? How come there's a cameraman focusing in on Bryan when the judge specifically said that wasn't supposed to happen? Who's the producer on this show is what I'd like to know. Who's the main producer? Because they should have known, and someone should have said that day, hey, the audio is trash. Let's scrap that. Hey, the cameraman is focusing in on Bryan, and we're going to get our whole show revoked because your cameraman ain't taking basic, instructions from the judge. And hey, the sound quality is terrible. Absolutely terrible. Like, who did y'all put in there? Somebody on his first day?
I think the fact that he's given directives of how to do the camera and different things, I think he's up to making the decision to allow cameras, but he wants it to be seamless and, not.
He wants it to be unbiased, and he said he's all about the cameras. It's crazy because the defense and the state both said, we don't want cameras. And the judge said, you know what? I'm all about transparency. I have a lot of faith in Judge.
Yeah.
He said,
Whitler
I don't
made
care
a comment earlier about some of the statements he said about the cameras, do this and do that. That makes me think that, hey, get this seamless, and then I might, very well allow the cameras for the trial.
He said he would. He said that
Scarlett,
he would. He said he would.
I've got 2 things. First, it's a crying shame that a victim's sister has to do the work that a police officer should have done.
Yep.
I agree.
That's making 50-something thousand, so he ought to go give her one of his checks.
Yep.
Right.
For doing his work, because I told a police officer, I'm not doing your work. You gonna pay me what you're getting paid? Secondly, I was a witness, and so was this other young lady, to an event, and we got interviewed by the state prosecution team and by the defense. Now, Ann can't do that here. Her hands are tied. She can't go up to Dylan before this trial or Bethany and ask them, what did you see? What did you hear? What does this mean right here in the police report? And did this even happen? Is these your exact words? We're not getting all that, and neither is Ann. And I'm not a big Ann fan. I'm not a big criminal defense fan. I usually lean towards the prosecution. Most of these, but right here, I'm just seeing once again, our tax dollars aren't working for us. I mean, you write a PCA like a sixth grader. That's terrible. That's horrible. That's unacceptable.
Yeah, that PCA was.
And how long are they going to allow this cameraman to keep doing what he's doing?
Until we voice our opinions on Judge and tell him, hey, these are our thoughts. We want cameras, but we want somebody better in there. Like, the audio was terrible. We couldn't understand y'all. They really do listen to you. Believe it or not, brother, like, if you've ever written to your congressman or had a peaceful protest, honest to God, they really listen, and they really do take that to heart, because these are the people that are voting for them. The ones that are proactive and that he knows their names, it's for a reason. They really, a politician, I've been doing this for 20 years, they really do listen, and they really do take that into,
Right, and they really do go not what's right, but where they're going to get their votes from.
Exactly. So if everybody would voice their opinion to him, it would help us to keep the cameras in there. But if nobody complains and nobody says, hey, we would like to have cameras in there, and we feel like we need it for the justice, and we need it for the families, and we need it for the transparency, and we also need it because this is costing the state a lot of money, he would listen. I'm telling y'all, they would listen to what the civilians say.
But if it was Judge Riddler in that room, I would tell the bailiff, because I would have a little TV right there just watching him.
Judge Riddler.
And then Bailiff Willie, I'd say, bring me the cameraman front and center. And he would come over, and I put him in contempt of court, 30 days, no bond.
Now,
no bond. I said, I gave you a simple order. Just film up here beyond their desk. That's all you had to do. Matter of fact, you could have put it there and locked it and went and got you a lunch. I wouldn't have cared.
I'm honestly surprised that nobody from the network has caught the fact that the last two times were like,
they know what's up at Court TV, because they've been tagged plenty of times on Twitter. Because
I feel like they're not getting the memo. It's
girl,
where's the producer? I tried to look it up on IMDb to see like what is going on. Like, who is this cameraman and who is this producer? That producer is on the line for this, and I can't find it.
They have tagged Court TV. I don't know how many times that I've seen on Twitter, telling them that they're going to be the reason why the camera's getting taken out of the courtroom. They need to get a new cameraman. Just all kinds of stuff. And real quick. KK, Mark wanted me to tell you, he said, please tell KK I'm 100% in agreement with her. BK has very distinct advice that you won't, I think he meant eyes, that you won't forget.
That's how I feel, but as a makeup artist, I don't forget those. Like, I just don't, like, I might not remember what you say in a verbal attack, but I won't forget the image of it. I'm very visual. Very, very visual. But as far as the Court TV goes, I just feel like that's crazy. And there's a line producer out there that's not doing his job. But what I just thought about, Scarlett, when you were talking, is that, right now we're under a strike. It started with the writer's strike, and then it leaked over into the actor's strike, which affects all of IATSE. So the union that I belong to for makeup and hair is IATSE, and that covers a really broad range of camera, electric, makeup, wardrobe. It covers like almost everyone in the film industry and TV industry. And so the only thing I can think that would make sense now that we're talking about it is that because we're on a strike, we are not allowed to work on anything unionized, which is like any national network or any TV or movie that's being produced right now, because we're not supposed to cross that line. If you cross that line as a union member, you will probably never work again in the industry, period. So they might have just grabbed some geek off the street to come in here and do this for the Court TV. we are not, union members are not allowed to work right now.
Just kick out the street.
That would make sense.
You just went straight
That
to my
would
head
make
when you
a
said
lot of
that.
sense.
I did. Well, that just crossed my mind. I was like, you know what? That would totally make sense because we can't film anything right now. Like none of us are working and we haven't worked in months. And that'd be the only thing that makes sense to have such a shoddy camera operator in the courtroom is that they're hiring
some non-union hack.
Exactly.
Troll,
The
thank you
union
for that
cannot
gifted
work.
membership.
The
Yeah, I
union
knew
hasn't
that
worked
they.
in months.
I knew that they were on a writer's
Yeah, we are
strike and
still
all
on a
that.
we're still on a strike. It's writers and actors now, so we're on a big strike. So that's possibly have something to do with it. It's mostly supposed to be for stuff that's written by writers, which is like scripted. So I know Courthouse is not scripted, but that might be what the reasoning behind him being such a crappy camera operator is.
Oh, they need to get another one.
Get a better one that's not quite as crappy, but
Yeah.
still not union because union's not working.
They shouldn't have one camera operator. They should have two or three fixed cameras with fixed views.
It should
So,
be, yeah.
you know, you could have that. You could have that on court TV. You could have two or three monitors on their screen, and do the coverage that way. But
I agree for sure, because then it doesn't take up another seat in the courthouse either, and you don't have somebody with a steady cam walking around getting angles of people when they're in the middle of like speaking.
Zoom it in
because
and
it throws
get
off
different
their
angles.
thought. It needs to be stationary cameras that don't move and that don't require a person, honestly. But you know, it's Idaho.
KK, you working as a screenwriter?
I'm a makeup artist in the film industry.
My son's wife just had an aunt that died that worked for Western Costume her entire career out in LA.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
And she sent all kind of stuff to my mother, autographs from Julie Andrews, Dolly Parton, and different people she worked with during her career.
That's great. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, but it's a great industry. It's really fun. You hear a lot of stuff behind the scenes. And you get to meet a lot of cool people.
She did it her whole life, and she retired very well off.
Yeah, no, if you're good at it, there's a lot of money to be made. I've done it since 2002.
Scarlett.
Yes.
I'm gonna jump down.
Okay.
The baby. She wants to go to sleep, so.
Oh, she's done partied out tonight, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for coming up. I hope you have a good night.
It's always fun. Y'all have a good night.
All right, you too.
Good night.
Bye, y'all.
All right. Anybody in chat that's being disrespectful to anybody on panel or anyone else in the chat, please do not do that. Jay Clark wants Scarlett's autograph.
What you said, KK, makes a lot of sense.
Is Tony still up here? Tony, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Did you had something you were wanting to say a second ago?
Yeah, I've lost my steam now, but I think I can't read now. KK, hi Crystal, hi, welcome to the panel. Very spirited, some very spirited opinions and so forth there. I still find the ID thing very questionable.
Maybe
it would have been poor light that time of the morning, possibly substances involved. And she would have only seen him walking, describes her as seeing him walk past her just the once. I don't think she probably has the talent for facial recognition as you have. And I think it's a very big call to say that she'll be able to say, yeah, I can identify him.
Well, I know that she's not going to go on the stand and say no, that's not him. So I think the process of elimination can say that that's definitely a question that's going to be asked, and it's definitely a question that she's going to say yes to. And as far as the lighting part of it goes, like, you don't have to be a makeup artist to remember his face, but that house was pretty lit up. If anybody remembers, it wasn't pitch black in there. He was actually walking, the direction he's walking in toward her door when she spotted him. That neon light in the living room was turned on, which is actually pretty bright, and the angle of the lighting would have been shining right on his face as he's walking down that little step down to get to in front of her door. So she did have a pretty lit up picture of his face. That light, the neon light, is very bright. Okay, so she saw that part. And the way that her room is, I'm gonna assume her light was turned off, because if it was turned on, he would have definitely seen her too. If her light was turned off, he wouldn't have been able to see inside of a room because it's pitch black with basically bright lights in his face. Does that make sense? And then with the visual snow aspect into play, the neon light's really bright and that affects visual snow, and it kind of increases the strength, I guess, of it. So it made it maybe a little bit worse.
Visual snow's got nothing to do with whether she'd recognize him or not.
Yeah, but I'm saying visual snow, like bright lights affect visual snow. Darkness affects it as well as bright lights. So he's got that neon light in his face when he's stepping down. I think he didn't see her because her room was pitch black, and because he had to step down. And like a automatic reflex when you take a step down is to look down, right? When you go down a step,
correct,
don't you always look down? Like your eyes go down temporarily. It's just for 2 seconds, but they go down. So I think that would probably explain why he didn't see her, is because he stepped down right there.
Yeah, that's got nothing to do with whether she'd recognize him again or not.
Maybe she wouldn't, but she's not going to go on the stand and say that she doesn't.
Okay, I think it's a huge call, but thank you for that. Very interesting.
Yeah, we don't know what she'll say.
Do you think that they're going to have her go up there and they're going to say, hey, do you identify the man that was in your house here today? Do you think she's going to say no? Do you think there's even a chance of her saying no?
Absolutely.
Do you think the state would allow that? All these taxpayers to be like, what the did we just spend this money for when your main eyewitness can't ID him? Do you think
if
they would
she
do
did
that
ID
in
him in a lineup, it would be in discovery.
Do you think that's a risk they're willing to take on national television to say that she doesn't know if that's him?
The fact that she can't tell whether it was him or not doesn't really affect the things that your DNA and so forth as well. It's not something that's going to win or lose the case for the prosecution. But I think it's a huge call to say that she's going to prepare to stand on the stand and they say, is that him? And she says yes.
I think it'd be really embarrassing if nothing else. I just feel like they would have checked their bases on that, but maybe not. Who knows?
For the ones that's asking in the chat about the visual snow, we don't know if he was 100%, if he really did have visual snow. That was his self-diagnosis when he was a teenager. I don't think he even went to a doctor for it.
In the message boards, he said he was prescribed like medication. Do you remember that part, Scarlett?
For the visual snow?
I don't remember. That's what I was going to ask you. Do you remember, was it for visual snow that he was prescribed those medications, or was it for like his depression or something? Like, I don't remember what that was for.
I want to say that had something to do with depression or something. I don't think it was the visual snow, because I think the visual snow part of it was where he was talking about that he changed his diet and all that, and I think that's during the time that he,
because there's not a cure for it. I remember that part. Yeah.
So
I remember him saying the medication was making him go crazy.
Yeah, I don't think the medication part. Okay, Talca, have a good night. I don't think the medication part was for the visual snow.
Okay.
I think that was just the whole going vegan thing or whatever was supposed to help it or whatever.
Got ya. Yeah, that makes sense. But like I said, what we do know about visual snow is that bright lights increase the amount of snow that you're seeing.
But I wonder, though, if he does have visual snow, and even somebody in chat said this a minute ago, he's driving around at night. He drives 2,600 miles across the country going back home. So is his visual snow as bad as what he...
It comes and goes. Like, I've had it. Personally, I've had it. It's on and off, and it's not super bad, but occasionally it is. Like, it's not a constant thing. Like, whenever I did have it, I went through having it for like 2 or 3 years. And it was mostly like when I would go from indoors to outdoors and it was really bright outside that you would see it. And then I've also had floaters, which those are super annoying. And it kind of clouds your vision. But we also have, my grandmother was macular degenerate, like her vision. And my great-grandmother
has
also
lost her
had
eyesight from macular degeneration.
And that's hereditary. And so whenever I did the research and I went to the eye doctor, they said all of these symptoms you're having, Crystal, are because it's a hereditary, side effect of what I'm probably gonna have whenever I get older. Which is sad.
My mother has
my grandma and great grandma, they
lost
had it real
her
bad.
vision.
Yeah,
in
that's
the
what
last
happens
5 years
end.
from macular degeneration.
Yeah.
She's now blind.
Yeah, Riddler.
Back to 1122. Once the FBI and with the prosecution, they're going to have to coordinate the phone pings with that CAS system. With they got to make sure it shows up on that camera at the right time, and which I'm sure they will. What does everybody think his actual time entering the house and leaving the house is? Not the probable time or the approximate time.
When he leaves the house.
What time do you think he entered the dwelling, and what time do you think he exited the dwelling?
He entered at about 4:08, and however long it took him to get from his car to the door, and he exited it right at 4:20, 4:19, 30 seconds or whatever. I don't know.
Lucia, the DoorDash was approximately 4 o'clock, is how they said it in the PCA.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I'm still thinking if his car is seen at 4:04 coming into the area of the house for the last time, he turns around, he goes back down, he's trying to park, he does the 3-point turn, goes back up, parks behind the house, or wherever it is that he parks at, that's got to be at least 4:06. By the time you get from the car down to the house, I'm thinking he's going to be kind of sneaking, going in slow. I would say probably 4:07, 4:08 before he gets in the house.
Yeah, Gray had it right at 4:08.
And then getting out of the house, I would think that he would come out of the house quicker than what he went in. You know, do what happened.
I would just say if you've ever watched, if you ever watch any of Gray Hughes videos, that you can pretty much bank on when he says it's a certain way and it's a certain time, he backs it up factually with PCA and law enforcement all day, every day. You can almost bank on he's correct when he's putting out information that's factual based, you guys. Like, he doesn't play around and just put out bullshit. It's always factual based. And I will also say that he's also one of the first people that's going to call out and say, no, I think that's a bullshit theory, and I don't believe that's true, or I don't think you know what you're talking about, because he'll go back and he'll analyze and analyze and analyze. I don't think there's anybody else that knows that PCA as verbatim as he does and puts out those videos that are as factually based as he does. So, like, if anything were ever to happen to you, you'd want him on your side to put out the facts.
Okay, so that puts him in the house 4:08, and he's probably exiting at least, he has to get out of there by at least 4:18. So
4:19 in 30 seconds.
I don't remember the exact numbers, but Gray put that out there, what it was, based off
today,
of the
I watched it
the
today.
and the videos that we had in law enforcement, yeah?
Yeah, I watched it today, and at 4:08, he comes around, and he's basically at the back of the house, or wherever you think he parked. And at 4:20, he's heard speeding away. So you figure he walks out of the house at 4:19 and 15 seconds or 30 seconds, takes 10, 15 seconds to get in the car and zoom away. So it's about 4:08 to 4:20, minus how long it takes him to get in and get out.
Okay, so
Mark,
once again,
thank you for that super chat. That was very nice of you. Thank you. I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead.
That's okay. So we got 11 minutes and 30 seconds he's in the house.
That's pretty close.
I'm sorry, from car to car. Coming out of the car and going back in the car. So that probably means that he was in the house a total of 10 minutes, 45 seconds to 11 minutes.
Exactly.
And he could get those 4 done in that time frame. I don't have a problem with that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But I don't know how much it slowed him down on, there was a hell of a fight. What, for a minute, I would guess, it would be considered a hell of a fight. Most people don't fight more than 2 minutes. They're already out of breath, unless they're a boxer.
True.
Well, he was also he was trained at running like long distance, so he's pretty, believe it or not, he's pretty physically fit.
Yeah, I got him on that. The other guy don't have that, and neither do I have Xana.
I see that, Lucia.
Trained fighters.
So, Lucia Olsen says, I think Xana was on TikTok at 4:12.
Yeah, that's what the PCA says.
So she's on TikTok at 4:12.
In 4:17, the camera next door picks up the sounds, crying or whimpering, dog barking.
The thump.
Yeah, and the loud thud at 4:17.
The one problem with the timeline is if anything comes up that pushes something a little this way or that way that's conclusive and factual, they're going to have some problems if they're not careful.
Well, the problem will be if that phone ping doesn't match up now.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Let's
if
just
anything
say Graves
pops up.
I'll go with Graves' video. I'll say that's official. I know the guy. I've seen the guy's work.
Yeah, watch the video he did today, really. It's about 20 minutes long.
Absolutely, Riddler, like 100%. Like,
okay,
I can't
I'm
agree
with
with you
that.
more.
But if the phone pings don't match up with his video,
there's going to be problems.
Yeah.
And trust me, I want the right person. And it's not just so much the right person. I want the right procedure of how they get these guys. Don't screw up. We pay you good money to get this correct.
Exactly.
It's your job. Because if you can mess up on them, you'll mess up on my when I need a police officer, to find out who broke into my car, who stole my car, and they just sweep it aside. Well, we've always done it that way. It becomes a paradigm, and now it becomes acceptable, and nobody says, "Well, the Constitution says this." Well, we don't do it that way. We've never done it that way before.
The prosecution has to paint a picture for the jury and walk them through it and make it be believable.
If the prosecution puts him in that house, they convince the jury, all of them, that he was in that house, he's doomed.
Well,
he's fried.
The DNA helps. It's it's not 1,000,000% or whatever. There's they'll talk some kind of way out of it. The defense will try, but other than that, I don't know how they can absolutely put him in there. But
well,
they're going to absolutely put him in there with the cast report. With the cast report, they're going to absolutely put him in there. If you haven't watched the Murdaugh trial to see what a cast report entails,
well, that's if he carried the phone in the house.
Y'all, real quick, let me grab this super chat. Mark, thank you so much for that. That was very nice of you. He says, YouTube is messed up. I agree. It's being wonky tonight. KK, you are on point. That is all I'm trying to say. Mark, thank you. That was very nice. Okay, I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead.
If he left that phone in the car, they're not going to find it in that cast report, find him in the house. I'll send you a link to an expert who's testified in court and blown the FBI out of water with all their reports.
All I can say, if that cast report puts that phone in that house, his goose is cooked.
Right. If anything puts them in that house.
Right.
If they're going to believe, if that jury is going to believe that touch DNA is good enough, he's done. Now, if you got one or two jurors that says, I don't trust touch DNA, I've already thrown it out. I don't care what they tell me about it. I've got it casted out of my system. Then the state's going to have to dig a little harder. And that's where they'll go to Bethany. Well, that's the guy. Can you point to the guy and who it was? And if she points at BK, that's going to be a problem. Ann's going to have to come back and refute that some kind of way.
Riddler, when was his phone off?
Well, that's what I'm asking. Even if it's not,
I can't remember that exactly.
William Tardy says there is no car started from about 3 to 5 a.m. That would be when the phone's off.
2:50 something, I believe, is when it went off, and it came back on. I believe, right at 5 o'clock.
I mean,
when it came back on.
It makes for a good movie. Put it this way: let's say he was in that back parking lot, and he's spying on the girl because that's how he gets his thrills. But he sees something that's not supposed to be happening through the You've seen those movies where you witness a crime through a telescope or binoculars, and you're in another apartment looking over at a woman undressing. Okay, so maybe he's watching that, and he speeds out of there at 4:20 while the bad guys are still there. I don't know.
He turned his phone off at 2:50. Hold on, let me get to. I'm looking at it now. 2:53. And hold on, I'll tell you when he.
It should be, if you're looking at the PCA, it's going to be in that same.
No, I'm looking at Grace.
Okay, hold on. Let me go to the PCA.
Well, even whether the phone's on or off, what if he didn't bring it in the house? They can't show him then in the house.
Hey, Scarlett.
He could have left it in the car.
I have a question. Gray messaged me and asked is he blocked from being able to read chat?
Yeah, I think he has been for a while now.
Okay. He was asking about that.
Yeah, he had an episode here.
Okay, Wilby, you said 258, right?
Hold on, let me go back here.
Okay, I'm just trying to find it in the PCA,
I think
so I don't
said
have to go.
253, or hold on.
253. Okay. All right.
Turned off his phone at 2:53 a.m.
Okay.
Let me go forward.
It should be right in here somewhere.
Makes 3 initial passes, blah, blah, blah.
Because at 253 it's saying that a white sedan, which is consistent with the description of the white Elantra, known as suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling southeast on Nevada streets. Let's see, that's it. I know it is in here somewhere where it says that it comes back onto the network, but I think that was at like 4 something.
Hold on here.
Like right 4 something, right at 5.
DoorDash driver showed up.
Well, shit. And I had it wrote down in my notes.
Now the cast, it'll work whether the phone's on or off.
Makes a final pass at 406. Travels down Queen Road, behind Queen Road, number 52. Turns around the intersection. This is all on film.
Riddler, I'll have to look up the cast thing.
At 407, the white Elantra does a 3-point intersection turn.
What the hell is
And then
that?
behind 500 Queen Road. And that's at 407:36 as he's going behind the apartment and coming up behind the house at 408. And he's parked there for approximately 12 minutes.
Okay, I'll find it in a second.
And did anyone see him get out of the vehicle?
No.
It's not in the PCA, so if anybody come forward saying that they saw him get out of the car, we won't know that until the trial.
See, that's one reason I don't think he was up front, because if he was up front, they would have caught him on that door camera.
Yeah.
And if he's, how they know he parked? They see the car stop.
Because he drove behind the. Hold on here. I'm trying to watch
At
this.
Albertsons, they identified him getting out of the particular car that matched the particular pings that they were following the previous when everything happened.
What?
KK, you're breaking up.
That's how they made that connection.
I'm sorry, you're breaking up, KK. Could you say that again?
Sorry. They matched up that it was him in the car. Like, they matched Bryan Kohberger to the car the day of the murders at the Albertsons parking lot. Because based on the phone pings in the car that was there the previous night, following that same trail the next day, that same car with the same phone pings drove by at 9 a.m. and then went to Albertsons, and that's when they nailed him on camera getting out of the car that they'd been following on camera and the phone pings they'd been following through the network.
And the loud thud sound was at 417.
Okay, his phone at approximately 2:47. The 8458 phone stops reporting to the network.
Yeah.
Now I've got to go down a little bit and find where it comes back on.
That's what I'm trying to get to.
Okay, and it does not report to the network again until 4:48 a.m.
Okay. So they will not have any ping positioning during the time of the crime, correct?
The cast report hasn't been given to us, the public, yet, so we don't know that.
Yeah, but if it's off.
Yeah, we don't know if that matters or not. If it's on or off. Is it still got enough transmission to those towers? See, the cast system, they're going to have to go back and reenact everything and get their time exactly right. And that's why a judge threw the cast system out in her court. It was in Maryland. But now that's another animal, another story.
Like I say, I've heard different stories about how accurate all that is. You hear some people on YouTube say it's very accurate, and others say it's not as accurate as they claim. And I'm like you, Riddler. I've seen that one guy who blew it out of the water and said it's nowhere near as accurate as they claim. But
Did you watch the Murdaugh? Did you watch the Murdaugh trial?
I did. I followed it up the whole time.
Do you remember how specific those cast reports were?
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying for every expert on one side, there'll be an expert on the other who will give their spiel. And I've heard a lot on both sides of the issue. I'm just not sure.
But once again, if he doesn't carry that phone with him into the house, which we don't know, let's say for argument's sake, he left it in the car.
I would think he did.
That cast system can't put him inside the house then. It's just going to say
the DNA evidence can.
Well,
so you'd have to not agree with the DNA as well.
Yeah, but I think the DNA evidence, some of the jury will could be swayed easily.
Yeah, for sure. For sure, I agree. But Riddler, also remember, there's 3 very important documents that were still at the crime lab, and we haven't seen the results on yet. Those are going to be pretty telling too.
Well, yeah, but we're going with what we know. We can't go out of that scope.
Right. I'm just saying, though, keep an open mind because there's still 2 reports based on his personal property, like his house, his apartment, his car. There's still 2 documents out on that for the crime lab, and there's still 1 out on the actual house, right? The crime scene. We still have 1 big report out for that.
Wait, there's what out? There's what out on his apartment and all that?
There's 2 documents that haven't, 2 reports that haven't been turned in yet for his personal residencies and his car, as well as 1 report that hasn't been completed and turned in yet for the crime scene.
The state said back in May that they turned everything over to the defense about the car.
No, back in May, if you read through, it was somebody in your chat that pointed it out to me. The date, it was like May 14th or around that. If you look at the state's response on the Idaho website, they stated 2 reports, like number 11 and 25 or something like that. Remember last time I was on your panel? There were 2 reports out that haven't come back with results for the car, the house, the apartment, whatever, like Bryan's stuff, his car. And then there was 1 report that's still out for the crime scene, which Bill just talked about like in one of his last,
Okay, the one that the last lab report that they're waiting to come in that he was talking about, it'll be in anytime soon.
Right.
Or whatever.
Yes, that one is strictly pertaining to what the crime lab collected as evidence per the crime scene.
Okay.
So that's the house, the kid's house. But also May 12th, I believe if you look at the Idaho website on May 12th, the state put out a response saying there's 2 other reports that the crime lab has. I think it's report number 11 and report number 25 pertaining to Bryan Kohberger's personal property, house, apartment, parents' house, car. There's 2 other reports that hadn't been received by the state as of back then. So there's 3 total reports that we haven't seen released to the state yet on physical evidence in DNA that the state crime lab and whatever the other crime lab was.
Okay, so on what day is this? Hold on.
May 12th, maybe, is when he announced report 11 and report 25.
I do remember reading something about that.
So May 12th, this is from...
It's called the state's response on the website when you click it.
Yeah, it's William Thompson signed it. Okay, let me scroll back up here. So numerous lab reports regarding forensic evidence collection and analysis of items recovered from the defendant's parents' home, trash cans, the defendant's vehicle have been disclosed to the defendant. The reports include items from the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia, as well as the Idaho State Police Lab. The defendant's attorneys and investigators have also been given direct access to view and inspect the items seized from his parents' residence, including his vehicle. Let's see. So the state will continue to disclose additional reports it receives that are subject for discovery under ICR 16 and applicable case laws. To the extent that the defense believes that certain reports may contain exculpatory information. Okay, let's see. Regarding the defendant's request labeled 2A, in addition to the above responses. Ooh.
I just dropped that. That's my bad.
The state has inquired of the defense for clarification on the ISP lab reports by number, since there is a question about some duplicate numbering of the initial lab reports. Something about ISP lab reports are separately numbered by forensic biology. Okay. State has also been given or been able to advise the defense counsel that there is an ISP lab report 25, which has been discovered, and there is another ISP lab report 11, which is pending review and approval at the lab.
Yes, those are the two reports I'm talking about that we don't have turned in yet, as well as the one Bill talked about the other day.
Okay, yeah, the one from the other day is the lab report
pertaining strictly to the crime scene that was collected by the crime technicians to be sent to the crime lab.
Yeah, because, well, Bill Thompson's words verbatim, because I wrote them literally down straight out of his mouth. It's related to the forensic examination by the lab personnel of the crime scene itself.
Yep. Yep. So we have 3 reports that are not complete yet.
Well,
so I feel like
11 and 25, I wonder if they've already gotten. I'm going to have to go back through the documents and see now if they have claimed that they have those. But he did say that he turned over everything regarding the parents' home, trash cans, vehicle, and even the defense could even go and view the car and inspect it.
Except for report 11 and 25.
Yes.
So whenever Ann came out and said precious little, none, whatever DNA evidence connecting him to the crime, she knew there were still 2 reports out there that haven't been completed.
For me, when you look at the totality of all the evidence and the fact that there is no viable alternative suspect, I think he's guilty. I mean, it's not like we're talking about somebody else that, hey, this guy here might have been the one. It's just Bryan Kohberger.
I just feel like people are screaming it to the hills that we have an eyewitness, we have phone pings, we have his car on camera, we have his DNA on the knife sheath. Like, what more do you want? I mean, there's more. There's definitely more, but what more does it take to convince you that clearly he was the guy? There's going to be more.
I mean, as of right now, if I just based off of what we know that's been put out to the public, and I'm sitting on the jury with what we know as of right now, I couldn't convict him because I don't see his plate for his car in the camera footage or him.
But what how do you explain the DNA on the knife sheath?
It's touch DNA.
So we just write that off?
No, but touch DNA doesn't put you at a crime scene.
Can you drop a link for Kim?
Yes. Hold on just a second. I gotta get back to StreamYard. I'm writing down this lab 11 and 25 before I forget. Because if not, I'll be done. Forgot what me and KK was even talking about up here. Okay, so in May, lab report 11 was pending review and approval at the lab. And Lord, I never forgot what date this was. It was May 12th, right, KK?
Yeah, May 12th. And it's called the state's response. That's the link to click.
All right. And the state has already been able to advise defense counsel that there is an ISP lab report 25, which has been discovered. Okay.
As well as what might be the main report from the crime scene that was collected by the crime lab technicians. I mean, it was collected by the technicians, so you know it's important.
Right. So I've got those wrote down because I'm going to have to go back through all of the other documents that came out since this May 11th or May 12th one.
I didn't see it, Scarlett, but I mean, it might be there. They might have got it by now, but I haven't seen it.
Because if they've gotten it already, then they're not going to put it.
Maybe they got it the day of them saying, like, we're going to go ahead and waive our right to the speedy trial because we just got back those 2 very important reports from the crime lab. That would make sense to me.
That could be possible.
Well, she's also trying to still find a way to interview witnesses, and she can't.
I'll give it to Ann. She is a good attorney.
Well, I don't know if she's a good attorney or not. I haven't seen her track record. Nobody else can tell me it either. Has she won
Okay,
every case?
Okay, I agree. I can't say she's a good attorney, but I'll say she's good at trying to find technicalities, and she's very good at wording the words to fit the narrative.
Right.
Very good. Phenomenal job.
She's doing a good job in this.
She's doing a good job.
She's doing a good job playing politics.
But I bet you if OJ's dream team came in, they would do a better job.
Oh yeah.
If OJ's dream team
you'd
came in,
also
he'd
have
already
to
be
fork
back
out
at
about
home.
$2 million to pay for it.
He'd be home by now.
And my point is,
she's the best attorney you could get without having to pay for it.
But she should, regardless of how much you get paid, it's called pride and learning your job. She should be hitting the same things, and so should them other attorneys working with her. They should be putting the pressure on this judge. How come we can't talk to witnesses? What kind of a court is this? Of course, she'd be barred then for saying that. But she needs to put that type narrative in there. We can't talk to witnesses. Let that get out on national TV.
Well, I'm just glad she's doing what she's doing because, like I said a million times before up here, when this is all said and done, if he is convicted and it's proven that he did this, he can't say that he didn't have adequate counsel. He can't get an appeal.
I bet you OJ's lawyers got to talk to witnesses, didn't they?
I don't know. That was something that you and Lady V followed. That was
Lady V, you got homework.
What's my homework?
Did OJ's attorneys
Yeah, they
get
talk to
witnesses?
people.
Exactly.
Mark, thank you so much for that super chat. He said, why is there only one set of DNA on the sheet? It's BK. No other DNA was found on the sheet. Explain that. I would think the girl's DNA is going to be on there. Being in the same bed with him and all that. If there's other DNA on it, though, and they didn't do something with that other DNA, Ann's going to have a field day with that. I think just like Ann's going to have a field day with those 3 unidentified male DNA sources that was found, even though one was found outside the house.
I just feel like she can have a field day all day long and run her paperwork and her word wizardry all day long. But at the end of the day, we have an eyewitness, we have phone pings, we have video surveillance, we have DNA evidence attaching him to the crime, the scene of the crime, and we also have his alibi as, I like to ride around late at night. Like, what are the odds of all of those things happening? It's kind of like a perfect storm. It's kind of crazy to think that it's not him, in my opinion, just because you have almost everything you need. And let me also say, I know a lot of people are like, oh, Dateline doesn't matter, but where there's smoke, there's fire. So when you work in the industry and you have associations with the media, they hear things behind the scenes that the public's not privy to a lot. So for them to come out and be really specific and for them to say, like, we saw an Amazon purchase that ties the weapon in that sheath to the crime scene, I get it. Some channels, some national networks are going to pull it out of the air and say, hey, we have this information and it's not true. But you have 500 other reasons to believe that it's him because they're all connected. It's just, you can't believe that one person has such bad luck for all of this to point the finger at him.
But see, that's the way you think, just like everybody's not the same religion.
Right. No, but it's based off of experience. When there's smoke, there's fire. So before it comes out in the tabloids that an actor is cheating, we've already all heard it on set. We've all heard the whispering about what they're doing. And then it drops out into all the magazines. And then you're like, yeah, where there's smoke, there's fire. Like,
but me as a juror, I'm on the jury.
Uh-huh.
And when you tell me I saw a guy with bushy eyebrows, the same thing as telling me I saw a guy with blue eyes. Now, how many of those we got out there?
But when I tell you that his... Uh-huh.
And then what else you going to tell me? Because you're telling me from the state's point of view. I want to hear it also from the defense. They got a right in this, too.
But it's factual, Riddler. Like, it's a fact that his phone was in that area at that time. It's a fact that his car was in that area at the time. It's a fact that his DNA is inside of that house. On that bed where those girls got... Like, there's a lot of facts.
And you saw the Casey Anthony trial also, right?
Correct.
There you go. That's what I'm trying to get through. You can believe this all you want, and so can I. I can believe you. Is that jury. It doesn't matter what you and I think. It's what that jury's going to think. That's what that jury's going to believe. There might be somebody, I mean, you could put a different person on that jury for Murdaugh and says, until you show me he had a weapon in his hand, I don't care where he was standing. Because you haven't explained the DNA.
What happened with Murdaugh.
Well, you had the right jury for that case. And
okay.
And the state knows it. Go somewhere else, you may not get that right jury. Like, once again, Casey Anthony, that was not the right jury for that case.
No, it was not.
But once again, we're pre-trial. There's 3 reports sitting at the crime lab that are incomplete. Okay, there's 3 reports. That's big. That's a big deal.
I'm just saying.
There's also more video footage that we haven't seen. That's also a really big deal. There's also going to be witnesses that are going to come out and portray his character of how he really is that we haven't seen. So I'm just saying, based upon what we know before the gag order, what we know so far shows a lot of guilt.
I would like to know how she positively identified that man with bushy eyebrows, and that's it.
I mean, and as far as like the whole driving around late at night, I don't think anything of that, just because people around here do that.
They do.
All hours of the night. So
I agree 100%, Scarlett. I can agree with that. But it was just yet another piece of evidence that's really damning in the wrong direction. Of all the nights to go on a midnight drive, that was a really bad night.
What's up, everybody?
Hey, Kim.
Hey.
What if Ann can come in though and show that Bryan's been on other late night drives or early morning drives like that, and at times his phone wasn't on.
Okay, so let me give you an example. I like to do late night drives. I love to do, you already know I love road trips. I love to do late night drives, but what are the odds, Scarlett? Okay, let's just pretend here because we're playing devil's advocate. What are the odds, okay, that I love to do late night drives? You guys, like, this is a fact. I'm telling y'all now, I love to do it. But also, another fact is my DNA was in that actual house. Okay, that's kind of crappy. I went on a late night drive that night. I'm not going to tell you exactly where I was because I don't remember. But my DNA's in there, and then my phone's pinging off in there, and then there's an eyewitness to the case as well. Like, you have so much, when you put it all together, it's very damning because, like, what are the odds of all that accumulating at the same time?
Well, we know he did it at least 12 times.
And I have a white Elantra, right? So I have a white Elantra, and I'm out driving around past midnight, and my phone's pinging in that area. And
I get what you're saying. It's just that
so it's like, don't call me guilty because I like midnight drives too. But
I'm just saying, I'm not going to convict somebody on I identified his eyebrows.
You guys got to keep in mind
to throw in there.
But you got to keep in mind
they have a white Elantra, which he does have that, but they have no picture of his license plate.
Without a front plate though, Scarlett, that's also a very important detail because in Idaho you're required to have a front one and a back one.
Okay, but there's also
not any white Elantra.
There's 90 white Elantras just on the University of Idaho campus. Are all of them going to have front license
that don't have a front license plate that are from out of state? Yeah, out of state is very important. If we singled it out and got that number, which I'm pretty sure they'll probably provide that in court, how many are actually in that area without a front plate? How many in that area?
Well, that we don't know. I'm just saying that we don't know the actual number on it. But
so what are the odds?
90 on just the campus. What was it? 22,000, something like that in the area.
Right.
White Elantras.
I'm a big believer in coincidences, but not when there's that many, to be honest.
All right, Kim, unmute for just 1 second. I got to cut you down a little bit because you're coming in loud. In my
okay.
And it's like super loud. Okay. All right.
Better?
Yeah, that's better. You was like really loud coming in through there. No, you're good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Doing good.
So I wanted to tell KK, like, all the stuff she's saying is right. Like, those are a lot of coincidences, but you have got to remember, this is a narrative that one person is like putting out to the world. They haven't even spoke their side. Of course that makes him look guilty. And I wouldn't remember where I was November 13th if I didn't kill nobody. So what makes you think that he automatically should remember? If he is an innocent man, he's not going to remember where he was exactly every minute of those hours on November 13th. Do you remember? Surely not. I don't either.
I don't even remember what I was doing last night, except for
I can tell you guys like what I've done every day for the last like 5 years because it's a thing called Chase Bank Mobile app, and I can look at my app and see where I spent the money. And it's always a money trail. You can always find
Well,
Bryan with
right.
that every hour of the day. It's not rocket science.
But everyone doesn't have that app. I mean.
No, but does everybody
you
have a bank
the
card? Does everybody have a debit card or like a credit card transaction?
Yeah, but
don't
that
Like,
still
spend
doesn't mean
money
that
every
shows where he
time I
was.
go out, especially if I go driving in the middle of the night. And I think this guy is guilty. Okay, I'm just saying, like Riddler, I want this done. I want the
Need more
procedure to be
evidence.
done correctly. Because one of these days, it could be one of us up there. It has to be done correctly.
Right.
And that's right. Because, I mean, justice, that's the only way you're going to get real justice. You're not going to get real justice if he doesn't have a fair trial. And to me, I mean, he's not guilty at all. Like, until they prove it, and they haven't by far. Not even close, I don't think. I mean, my husband, and this is a true fact, my husband goes for drives all the time at the lake because we live right near a lake. He loves the way it looks and smells at nighttime. You know what I mean? He does that all the time. And that's not weird to me. And it may be weird to a lot of people, but that's your opinion. And I'm sorry, a knife sheath, when I first read that in the PCA, you guys, and Scarlett, I've told you this before, months ago. When I first read that PCA, and right whenever I read it, and they found a knife sheath, I said, bullshit. I mean, it just sounds like bullshit to me. I've studied law for 2 years. I do not have a degree, but I have studied law for 2 years as an undergrad. You know that too, Scarlett. I've told you that. But I mean, I also got in trouble with the law, and I know it very, very well. And that just sounds like bullshit to me. And it has from the gate. And everything is playing out as bullshit. Anne is not going in the courtroom, you guys. I promise you, she is sworn. She's not going in the courtroom and telling that judge that, and then she's throwing swings at the prosecution for misconduct. She's not doing that bullshitting. She has evidence to prove it. And that's just the truth. Everybody wants to overlook the facts that the defense is coming with. Everybody's overlooking that. Quit overlooking it. Open your eyes to both sides
I want to know
it.
I want to know what she's got.
She has something. And you better listen. If you pull up that case, Nepew versus Illinois, and if you read that, and it's very, very confusing, you may have to read it a couple of times. That case that she is stating, and she's only referring one case, and that is it. And she is saying about the prosecutors, like, pretty much take in somebody and get their statement, or tell them to say this, and this, and this, and this, and then they're going to do this, and this for them, and then they're going to protect them, okay? And once that is all revealed, that prosecutor ends up getting 199 years in the penitentiary. So what that tells me, if she's referring to that case, that she has some proof of what the prosecution or somebody on that side has done when it comes to witnesses. And I don't know which one. There's only two of them that can be done to. And I thought from the gate, Dylan's statement is some bullshit. Clad in black, everybody says that. It is some bullshit. She didn't say that. She didn't say any of that. In my opinion, I don't think she did.
Wonderful.
I mean, what person that's Dylan's age says that? Honestly.
Well, and then think about this. Bethany, there's nowhere in the PCA about Bethany. I've always thought that was very, very sus to me. Why is there? I mean, hey, say she's sleeping if she's sleeping, but they don't even say that. And so that's always made me believe that she's the key holder, and she had. And I promise you.
I wonder if she was even there that night.
Oh, I believe she was there. Yeah, I think she was there. Maybe left, like, maybe why I was having it, but she was definitely there at some point. And I believe that she holds the key to this shit. And she was scared to come back to Idaho for one reason, not because BK was arrested, because she's scared of something else. And that's people maybe, or who knows. And I think that she probably either said, I heard 3 people, I heard these voices. She heard what she has to say, and what she has said is totally different than one person, and it being BK. And hey, maybe there was 3 different guys in my house and one outside, and I think the one outside was BK. That proves he didn't kill nobody. I mean, and it could be something that simple. Maybe he was a driver. Who knows?
Well, if he was a driver, though, he's just as guilty as the person who went in and did it.
Well, I mean, he didn't kill nobody, so not necessarily. Not necessarily.
I'll say this though.
Yeah.
Bethany's room was
under the law.
centrally
He's as
located.
guilty as the driver as anybody who.
If he's a lookout, if
he would be an accessory.
The actual act.
He would be an accessory to murder. They would not charge him with murder. They would not, because if he's with his
Okay, thank you, Summer.
If he's with his friends, you guys, and he doesn't know that they're going to go in there and kill somebody, hell, they could have been to go score some drugs. And I'm just saying that there's no evidence of that. I'm just making an example that he could, if he did not go in that house at all, how does he know that his friends are going to kill somebody?
It don't matter. If he drove them there and they did that, he's just as guilty as they are.
But he's not going to get charged with all of the murders. It will be accessory or maybe something like that, but not murder. Definitely not. Not if he didn't do it.
Once again, what if he picked up what if a guy asked him, "Can you give me a ride? I'll pay for the gas. Give me a ride over to Idaho, to Moscow." BK goes, "Certainly, I'm going on a night ride anyway." Guy goes, and he says, "Where are you going?" He says, "I got this hot chick I'm going to meet over here at 1122. So he drops him off. The guy steals his K-bar, goes inside. BK hasn't realized the guy took it yet because it was hid under the seat. The guy goes in, and now BK's riding around looking for him. I can turn this into 100 scenarios. That's why I want to make sure they got it right to the T. Okay, they see him park. All of a sudden, well, they didn't see him park, did they? They just said they don't see him anymore. Did they actually see him park? If they saw him
they
park,
don't. It's never been said out to the public that they exactly where he parked. Now, whether it's on camera showing that he parked at a certain spot, we don't know that.
Okay, if they saw him park. If they did see him park, then they would have saw him get out
of the car. Right.
Walk, so they would have him there, and they wouldn't have to worry about, God, we got the right car all the way over here to Albertsons. I hope we still got the right one. But just say he dropped a guy off there, and that guy went in there and did all this deed. Like Kim was saying, he didn't know that. He said, "Man, the guy told me he was going over there to meet a girl this late at night, or he was going over there to meet up with somebody else." Who knows? But if he goes over there, now he's driving that guy, and then he knows what that guy's doing, he becomes an accessory to the crime. Does he get charged with the same thing? That I can't promise you, because right here, all you got to do is look at that case they're having here in the Microsoft. The 3 people, 2 of them got different charges than the one who wasn't even at the scene is getting the DP, the one who conspired.
And the people that... Go ahead. Sorry, brother.
No, I'll just say the one here, she's allegedly conspired it, but she didn't pull the trigger, and she wasn't even at the scene. She was back at her home when all this happened. And she's getting the DP. The guy that pulled the trigger, he's getting 2nd degree because he plea bargained.
Well, like Lori Vallow, because she was the mastermind behind all that crap with the kids and stuff, and she's very well deserved that and some, if you ask me. But
yeah, I mean, she should have got the DP.
You're freaking right. Heck yeah, and they were her kids, whether she did it or not. She had someone do it. That's terrible. But what I'm saying, like, if the people that Bryan was with, if he was, I mean, we don't know, none of us know. But if they know his mindset, he's a criminology student, PhD. They know he's the perfect person. Hey, we'll have him take us. We'll be in his vehicle. His shit will be seen on camera. Hell, he has a knife in his car. I mean, there could be many, many, many different things. And I'm not saying that's it, of course. None of us know that, but it is very well possible. And it's not, people think that she's lying and she keeps saying exculpatory evidence. And I'm sorry, she's not gonna, maybe in a document, you might want to bend some words a little bit. She's not going to stand in his face and do that, you guys. I mean, she's just not. She can get in a very, very...
a document and know that she's lying. She can't do that.
No, I said she could bend the words. You can make a sentence sound one way, but really mean something different. You know what I mean? And that's why a lot of this shit is confusing to us when we read it. What? Hold on a minute. Because the way it's coming off to us may not be the way she means it. But definitely you cannot sit there in front of the judge and say these things and lie about it. Just like the stuff with the FBI going over to Vargas's house. She literally brought that up in court on purpose, to say it in front of the judge, just like she put fucking Bill Thompson in a trap at the hearing, bringing up the 3 unidentified DNA. That was a whole trap she set his ass in. She said they were waiting for it, and they were not even in court for that. They were there for the IGG to compel the IGG information. She brought that up so he would say right there to the judge, as he did, if we don't have it, it doesn't exist. So he admits it doesn't exist. She has proof somewhere that shit exists, and she has it in one of those exhibits, and that's hiding evidence. It's withholding evidence, period. I mean, if people don't see that, they just don't see it. But I mean, it's very clear.
Crystal clear.
Oh, I thought he was saying something to KK for a second.
I did too.
I asked a prosecutor one time, says, you were accused of holding evidence. And I says, I read the law. It doesn't say when you have to give it to the defense, does it? She goes, that's right. Give it to them any time before the trial. I mean, that's how vague that law is. So is this evidence going to come back a week before the trial, and then we have to have another stay?
Well, if they didn't show it to the grand jury, he's definitely holding out evidence. You're supposed to show that stuff. You're supposed to show exculpatory and inculpatory evidence. You're supposed to show them both to a grand jury. And if he failed to do that, then, I mean, that's grounds to dismiss it immediately. And I bet she wins that. I bet you $100 she wins that.
Well, they don't have to show it to the grand jury unless the grand jury requests it.
No, they have to show exculpatory evidence. Yes, sir, they do. You cannot keep out any evidence that goes not in your favor towards the defendant. You have to show that.
Well, yeah, but he's waiting on he's not holding anything back. He's waiting for it to come back from the lab.
No, he said it doesn't exist. He straight up said in court himself out of his own mouth, it does not exist. She is trying to make something exist that does not exist. He admitted it himself.
What was it? They can't provide something that doesn't exist or something like that. That's how you said it.
No, he said they weren't ineligible for CODIS. He admits that they were there, you guys. Come on.
They didn't meet the criteria to.
So he's admitting that they were there. Right or wrong?
I mean, how would they know that they were male DNA profiles?
Because they were tested.
So
that's my whole point. And he admits that they were there at some point. They're ineligible for CODIS, but you tested them to find out what they were because they're male. So just like you tested them and found out they were male, what makes them ineligible for CODIS? And she does not have the documentation for that. But something in that discovery that they tried to pile on her, thinking it was going to drown her, it didn't. She's combed through that shit very, very thoroughly, and she has found out and seen multiple things, and that's one of them, that there was 3 other unidentified male DNA. He admitted it in court. He said it's ineligible. She put his ass in a trap right there, and he sat there and said it to the judge in court. You can't backtrack on that and say, oh, well, that's not what I meant. That's exactly what he meant.
I mean, she's going to bring that up in front of a jury. So
yeah, well, and that's probably on the grounds of the indictment to dismiss it too, from withholding that stuff.
And see, if you go back to the Humphreys when he was arrested, we got witnesses. All you going from the woods up to those apartments, and you got these knives here with you, and you're talking crazy, and you're not taking your lithium. So they arrested the guy. They got him on a bogus charge, but we got our man. And the day after that was announced, the whole college campus opened back up for night activities. The money started pouring back in. Boosters were all happy. The alum was happy. The president, the governor, everybody was all happy down here. President of the university, the governor of Florida, everybody was happy. They got their guy, and DNA came back, and it says it's not him.
I think the fact that this is a death penalty case, I think jurors, or at least myself, I think the standard, the evidence they want is higher.
You're right, Roby. It's way higher.
Just without a death penalty case.
Mm-hmm.
At least that's the way I think.
Well, if Gator, Skeeter, Junior, and Bubba get on this,
and the dog Bo,
and Bo is sitting at
the
yeah, Bo's the service dog. He's the official service dog. They get on this jury, this guy's hung. But if you get somebody that comes in there and that says, I got to see it to believe it, like they did in Casey Anthony, and like I was talking to some guys who were upset because unless they could show me Murdoch had a shotgun in his hand or this type weapon in his hand, and he fired it, I'm not going to believe it because she's got other DNA under her nails. And once again, the state says we don't know who they belong to. But it passed there. Once again, will it pass in Idaho? Would it have passed in San Francisco, California, or Lake Worth, Florida? See, that's what I'm trying to ask. We don't know what's on that jury. We can sit here all day. But like Humphrey, he had eyewitnesses seeing him going and coming from the woods with a knife in his hand. And he was going to the apartment where the 2 girls were taken care of, or the 2 victims were taken care of. So that made him guilty, right? So they got him until the DNA showed it wasn't him. Then the guy ended up, he should have sued him. I don't know what he ended up doing, but he ended up going to the University of Central Florida to get his degree.
All I know, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And if it can happen to him, it can happen to anybody. And that's why, like I said, I'm just tired of sloppy work. And all of a sudden, bombshell.
Right.
Boom, boom.
All I know is whoever did this, whether it's Bryan Kohberger, whether it's somebody else, I don't care. But whoever did it, it needs to be proven 1,000% that that is the person who done it, because this is a DP case. You don't want somebody going to death row who is innocent, but you also don't want someone walking free that is guilty. And that is why it needs, okay, I'm hearing background noise. That is why it needs to be done correctly. They need to be transparent with each other and make sure 1,000% he's the person who did it.
And that is exactly why Ann Taylor went from, we're waiting for exculpatory evidence to come out so he can be exonerated quickly, to what we just heard saying, actually, hold my beer, we need more time.
Okay, hold on.
I would have waived it if I was her too. It was a smart move for her to waive it, in my opinion.
Not if you're going to sit here and say, hey, we're going to have him exonerated quickly and that he's going to be innocent and there's exculpatory evidence and we're going to exonerate him quickly, to all of a sudden, oh, actually, we need more time.
I mean, I get why she did the speedy trial thing, because she's saying it come down to one of two choices. Either we waive the right to the speedy trial and it gives me more time to prepare my case, because maybe she's still waiting on something here and there to come from the state, or it's go to trial October the 2nd, which is 6 weeks away, and I'm not fully prepared because I still don't have everything. And then but then if Bryan's convicted, he comes back on an appeal and says, I didn't have adequate counsel.
Exactly.
He'll appeal it anyway. Regardless, if he loses, we all know he's not going to sit there. He's going to appeal it. Everybody does.
He's going to, so that's his right. He can appeal it. But
appeal is automatic in death penalty cases.
But I'm saying, as the attorney, you don't go from his attorney originally that was in Pennsylvania said he's looking forward to being expedited this whole process to be proven innocent. His attorney said those were Bryan's exact words. Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, the attorney in Pennsylvania can,
but he said he can't wait to be exonerated. Right. He can't wait to be exonerated. Bryan said he can't wait to be exonerated. Then Ann says, we can't wait to go to court to show y'all. His alibi is going to check out, because one of these witnesses is going to say something that checks out his alibi to show y'all he's not guilty. And Ann also said he's going to be exonerated super quickly to change the the whole tone of everything to actually, Judge, we're going to waive our right to a speedy trial because we need more time. You don't need more time if you just said in 2 different appearances that he's innocent. We can't wait to show y'all.
She's never said that, though.
No, yes, she has. She said through exculpatory. She said, well, girl, I don't know the date. But she said through exculpatory evidence and through the alibi, eyewitness testimony. Right. So expert witnesses.
Well, yeah, but
no.
She didn't say to him exonerate.
Yes, she did.
Oh, I never heard her say that.
Scarlett just said it too. We can't wait to exonerate him.
The attorney in Pennsylvania is the one that I heard say in his statement that put it out and said that was Bryan's.
He said it twice.
I've never heard her say that. She did say in the document that by cross-examining the witnesses will show that he wasn't there, like, at the same time. I guess they're trying to say that, but not saying that he's innocent or exonerate him. She never used those words that I know of.
Did you not hear her say exculpatory? The first time she said, we can't wait to get him off through exculpatory. And then she said, we can't wait to get him off through an alibi.
She's never
said that either.
Never said about him being exonerated. That was the attorney out in Pennsylvania. Whenever that attorney out there put a statement out, and then it had in there that Bryan can't wait to get back to Idaho and get this taken care of and be exonerated. And then he comes back later on and says that the exonerated part was Bryan's words.
Exactly. So it came from Bryan's own mouth that he can't wait to be exonerated from his attorney at the time. So that's a fact. He said it. His attorney relayed the message. And then Ann said, we can't wait for this exculpatory evidence to come out to show you guys that he didn't do it, is my understanding, right? Is that right? When she said the exculpatory evidence
said that. She just said that they have exculpatory evidence. Yeah, they're holding exculpatory evidence. She has mention that about him being innocent. I've never heard that, or to prove that he didn't do it. Anything along those lines. I've never
No,
read those words from
she
her.
did say, I have to find it where she put it in there, about that it would show that he was not there when the crimes were committed through expert witnesses on the stand. That's how the alibi was going to get brought out.
Well, go back to what the evidence is and who the witness is. It's Bethany.
Yeah. And Tony, thank you for that super chat.
And they can't talk with her.
So we have 3 different instances where legal attorneys have said, we're going to get him off of this as soon as we can. To rewind, the last time we see them in court, she's like, actually, Judge, hold up. We're going to need more time. I'm just saying, if you're innocent, you want to get out of there as fast as possible.
But it's impossible though for 5 weeks for anybody to like battle that schedule. I mean, it's impossible for her or the state. There's no way you can.
Then
in
why
5
would you
weeks,
go out there and say that? And
well,
say
to force the prosecution to give the discovery of her.
Technically, they had more than 5 or 6 weeks. She's had months. It's just the thing is, there's things
she didn't have discovery.
She hasn't gotten all the discovery yet.
Exactly.
Why
it hasn't been put out there yet.
Which is why I see her waiving the speedy trial thing. Like I get why she did it, because like I said, you don't want him coming back and appealing it if he is convicted, and then
he's gonna appeal it anyway.
Right, but if he can't come back so let's say he appeals it and says he didn't have adequate counsel and he was found guilty. So if that would have happened and the trial would have went through on October the 2nd, he can come back and appeal it if he's convicted, prove that he didn't have adequate counsel because she didn't have all the discovery in time to build a defense.
And he would win it.
He's going to win the appeal. But if it's pushed back and she has the time, once she gets all the discovery, to go through everything and build her defense, then if he is convicted and he goes to appeal it, which he has the right to do, it's more than likely at that point it's going to be denied, because they're going to come back and say, yes, your attorney did have adequate time to put her defense together. So you did have adequate counsel.
It's my understanding there's like 100 reasons to appeal a case. They always find a way to appeal it. Like, look at Louisiana's for it. Like, nobody that's sentenced for death row ever goes to death row under 10 or 20 years. Like, he's going to find a way to appeal it. So I feel like an appeal is absolutely, it's inevitable. And so as far as saying like my attorney sucks and that's why I'm going to appeal it, no, he's got 100 different ways to appeal it. So I wouldn't bank on him using that.
They will always appeal.
They're going to always. I've never heard of somebody wanting to do an appeal that can't do it. They always find a damn ass way. Like, they always do. Whether he's
Sally
guilty
Mae,
or not.
people in chat.
that's the truth.
Hold on 1 second, y'all. Sally Mae, is people in chat still being disrespectful?
Kick their ass,
I agree. That's why we need the cameras in the courtroom. For those who are being disrespectful to panel guests and other people in chat, please do not do that, because I will start removing comments myself. It's fine if you don't agree with other people's opinions, but we are all adults. The last time I checked, if you don't agree with somebody, that's fine. You don't have to agree with them. Everybody's entitled to their own opinions here. Just agree to disagree and move on. You don't have to argue and be disrespectful in the chat. That is like the most cattiest thing that I've ever seen, is for grown-ass adults to be disrespectful just because you don't agree with their opinion.
Is it seriously about my profession in the chat? Because I keep seeing it come up.
Some are supposed to send me screenshots. I haven't got a chance to look at them.
Well, honestly, also, I'm not going to get into any of that, but I mean, you can read them. But also, if you could turn Crystal and Kim down a little bit, people are saying they're pretty loud. Too.
Okay.
It's like they're screaming loud.
Lady V, that might just be our personalities.
Okay, KK,
No,
stay
I'm just
unmuted.
saying.
Where's KK? Okay, because
We're
I
blowing
can't.
their ears out.
I can't.
Yeah, I have earbuds in. That's probably why.
Okay.
I do too.
The whole point of this is, if it wasn't for the grand jury, we might have the trial in October. But when you tell Ann, and you're supposed to have a slam dunk case, I don't care if you do go talk to Bethany, we still got you. Because so far, just like you, Crystal, let's say all 12 jurors think like you. They don't need Bethany's testimony, do they? All they need is that DNA, that bushy eyebrow and this car and that pink. You're just like my sister. Go take the guy out behind the barn and gun him down.
Street justice.
Right. Because she works on the prosecution side. So what I'm trying to say is, if Ann can go talk to Bethany, what harm is that going to cause? Are they afraid?
I don't know the legal process, I don't know if they're allowed to do that.
No, they can't because I do. They can't because of the preliminaries off. So she's now under no obligation to talk to anyone. Once that preliminary was done, she can balk and say, "Yeah, I can back away."
But I got to cut Crystal back up just a little bit because I can't hear her now.
I thought it was perfect.
I remember that. However, I remember. Sorry, y'all, I'm loud.
No, you're good.
Also, that Bethany's on the first floor of the house, so she's not going to be in a central location like Dylan, who is right there in the middle of the mix, who has got eyes on it and ears on it, way better than Bethany will. So, I don't really know. I think maybe it's conspiracy-ish to think about what Bethany has to say, because Bethany was living basically in the basement. You know what I'm saying? Dylan is centrally located in that house.
She had to put something in that police report that the defense wanted to go talk to her, and then all of a sudden the state comes out after that and says we're going to a grand jury.
I remember that.
So that shuts her down. Smart move by the state. I tip my hat to the state.
Maybe it's a Nancy Grace bombshell. I don't know. But I just know that she was in the basement.
There's just something wrong when the defense or the state can't interview. What they told the state, you can't interview witnesses.
I'm okay.
You can't talk to Bethany.
I'll see you at the trial.
You can't talk. Yeah.
At that point, I'm writing Bethany's name down on my witness list.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you can't talk to Dylan either. You're the state.
Dylan goes on that witness list too.
Okay.
Absolutely. We will see
you can't
in court.
Talk to them, and you can't go talk to these people who got cameras.
All right, well, then we'll see y'all in court as well. A subpoena.
Yep. Well, yeah, you asked the judge for the subpoena. A lawyer cannot subpoena you. Only a judge can. So that's how. I will see
everybody at that court in Idaho come Neverwary.
So I'm just saying, the defense has not had the equal. That scale of justice is tilting heavily.
But is that always the case, Riddler? Is that how all the court hearings go with true crime these kind of cases? Are they always privy to interview the witnesses for the state before the trial starts? I don't know. I'm asking you.
Oh yeah, I've been interviewed, but I saw a guy. Well, I don't want to get in the whole case, but anyway, I told him what I saw, and so did the lady standing next to me, what this guy did, and both sides interviewed us, and after they interviewed us, the state dropped us and the defense picked us up because we both told the truth. We saw what we saw. But the state was going after this guy because they tried him in another case and he got off in that one too. And they're saying, we're going to get him one of these days. And they got him.
Okay. Well, I feel like she didn't really have anything to hide if she agreed to giving him a deposition. She did agree to the defense to give them that deposition. It's not really Bethany's fault.
No, I'm not blaming Bethany. I'm blaming the system. I'm blaming a system. It's just like this state didn't have a secondary backup to the DP until this case happened. And here they got people on DP. Well, we don't know if we can get the chemicals, and some of them they're botched. And so then all of a sudden they says, well, gosh, we need to come out with a firing squad. But they didn't.
No, that was in the works. That was in the works though with the elected officials way before this case happened. It had been up for the vote.
No. No, we proved it on here. Vote. We pulled the bill when it was introduced to the state, and who put it in there, and we can show you the day it passed.
No, whenever it passed is different though. But the way we
see, KK, you're not listening to me. I showed you the date that it was introduced to legislation.
Introduced. Okay, so you don't think it was introduced until?
It happened after he was arrested.
It was introduced and it was written. Was it written before he was arrested?
I don't know when the guy wrote it. All I'm telling you, he introduced it to the legislation body, and they didn't take long to get that fixed. Now, they won't get a road fixed that quick, and they won't get a bridge fixed that quick, or have a street light put in.
No, I know all about all that. I'm from Louisiana.
But they got that DP.
We have the worst roads in the nation.
But yeah, we do have the works. But the way it works is that it's in the works and it's getting written up for like 2 or 3 years prior to it being introduced. You don't just introduce it on day one. It's 2 or 3 years on a committee in the works.
No, they've done them here in Florida
I'm
the
gonna look it
same
up.
way. They've
No,
done
you
it
don't
in
just introduce
Florida.
it on the day of. It's got years of research behind it.
The Jessica Lunsford, it happened right after her trial, and we went right to it within months.
You don't just vote on it.
Bill O'Reilly went on
It's gotta be written
TV,
up.
clapped his hands. Florida did the right thing. They're the leaders. It's a terrible bill if you live down here and see how it works.
How it works though is it takes a couple years to research it and write it, and then you get the approval to introduce
You're
it.
talking about a normal bill. They can pass anything they want to as quick as they want to in Congress.
But before you vote on it, it has to be written up and researched.
They will pass it in there quick as they can get it in there. I'm telling you, they can do any bill that way they want to. If they want to stall it out, it's going to be all up to the Speaker of the House how quick he wants to, or he or she wants to put it on the floor for a vote in your state legislation.
Yeah, maybe state by state it might be different. My grandfather was a U.S. Senator for 30 years, and it takes a while to write it and then introduce it.
And I've seen Congress pass them real quickly too.
Congress, they'll pass it. They'll pass it. Yeah, no, they'll pass it.
I've seen them pass them real quick.
But to write it up and do the research, the committee, it takes a minute before it's introduced. It doesn't just get introduced out of the blue, is what I'm saying. Does that make sense?
On the majority of them, you're right. On the majority,
it takes about 2 or 3 years to write it up.
But if they want to get one real quick, if they want to get one done real quick, they can do it, and they have done it.
Okay, well, I'm going to definitely research into it and see how long did it take them before they were eligible to introduce it. Because I'm pretty sure it was before Bryan's time. It didn't just get an approval from. There's a committee.
I'm just going to interject something, and I don't want to get on politics here, but I just want to inject something about how fast they can get something through. Okay, anytime they want to indict a certain person, they write a law, pass it, and get it done as quickly as blinking your eyes.
I agree. If it's something they want to pass through their agenda, they can do that. But there's also a paper trail, just like running your debit card and you have a transaction statement.
The only paper trail is they want to hang the guy.
No, there'll be a committee that's formed from U.S. senators, and there'll be 2 of them that are going to spearhead the project, and then they meet within the committee. They revise it, and then they're given the approval when it's ready.
Yeah, and within less than a month, they've got it passed, so they can now make it illegal for something that wasn't illegal 2 years ago.
But I'm just saying the process itself before you introduce it can sometimes take a while.
Or not.
Or not, yeah.
On what they
or not,
want.
But I'm saying with the research I've done previously about this particular thing, the firing squad, what I researched previously said 2 or 3 years. This was in the making before it was introduced. But I'm going to go back and research it to see who were the congressmen that created the bill and how long did they research it before they introduced the bill, because my understanding was it was in the workings for 2 or 3 years before it was even introduced. The timing of it being introduced was because that's how long it took them to finish it, to pass it through their committee. So I don't think it's much as of a conspiracy theory as everybody thinks that it is. That's what I'm saying. I know stuff gets passed real quick right now, but with this particular Idaho death penalty firing squad, I believe it was in the inner workings for 2 or 3 years before it was ever even introduced and completed to go to the Senate.
The Jessica Lunsford law took 30 days to be introduced and passed.
Every case is different. Every law is different.
Well, every state's different.
Every state and every law is different, yeah. But there are committees that are formed, and it takes time to research it before you can put it out for the vote, is what I'm saying. And the research I did when this case first started, the research I did showed it was in the works for 2 or 3 years.
Let me just pose something real quick, okay? Let's say, and everybody knows where I stand on this, all right? But let's say that this guy is innocent, right? Let's say that there is a cover-up. Let's say that he was somehow or other framed, okay? Or he's just a scapegoat, and you don't want anybody to find that out. So, like, you want to pass a rule for a firing squad real quickly so you can cover this up as soon as possible. You know what I'm saying? You got
He's still
an
going to have
innocent
10 years
guy.
on pleas, though. He's still going to have at least 10 years to go with a plea deal. Like, not plea, I'm sorry. He's going to have 10 years to appeal it. I'm sorry. Like, they don't just go to the death penalty.
There's plenty of people in prison right now who are innocent that they can only do so much. They're not actually heard. They file the appeals, they follow this and that, but they're not actually heard.
No, but what I'm saying, Lady D, is that just because you go to court and they find you guilty doesn't mean that we're going to go ahead and put the firing squad on you tomorrow. Like, it takes like 10 years of appeals. Like, I've never heard of anybody being
No, I agree. I said that the other night.
So for people to think that they just passed this firing squad and like ran it through the pipeline ASAP for Bryan purposes only, it's kind of crazy, because he's going to have years and years of appeals. Not to mention that we're probably not going to get to even see the case go to trial for a couple years.
I'm just posing a question. I don't want to, because, okay, there is going to become a time in this country.
Ouch,
I mean, we're looking at things that I would have never, even 20 years ago, thought that this is where our country would be. And the reason Riller and I are so much on the, we want to know, and Scarlett and all of us here are so much on the, I want proof without any guesswork at all possible, because
beyond the shadow of a doubt,
any one of us could have a law written up right now. Okay, I'm saying this is happening to a certain person. I'm not going into, but they write up laws just to hang this person out to dry, right? It could happen to you. It could happen to me, that these laws are being passed because they want to take dissident citizens and put them in jail or put them in a detention camp. And we're going to have to make sure that the procedure is done correctly, or we could be in there as well.
That's what the appeals courts and the higher courts are for.
Right. It'll be 10 years before he ever sees a firing squad if he's found guilty.
It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is we want to see it done properly.
Right. Well, that's why we need to look up and research further. How long was this bill in the works before it was introduced? Because it just happened to be introduced after they arrested Bryan. But how long was that in the works? Because like I said, my grandfather was a U.S. senator. He was actually in Shreveport, Scarlett. You might know him. For 30 years, he was a U.S. senator. The bills don't get introduced like immediately. It takes like 2 or 3 years for the committee to go over it and finesse it and tweak it how they want it before they introduce it. And a lot of times too, they'll introduce the bill and then they'll pull it before it's even voted on, because they want to reword the workings of it, the inner workings of it. And then they'll try to introduce it. So this wasn't just brought up with Bryan. Like, it's already been through the works for a couple of years, you guys.
I've got it somewhere. I've got to go through my bookmarks, because I know I bookmarked it the night I looked it up. But I have the dates of when it was. I remember
when you looked it up.
Yeah, when.
I remember too.
Crystal,
it's got to be written for.
Was your grandfather a state senator or a federal senator?
He was a state senator, and he was also the Air Force One pilot of JFK and Ronald Reagan. And I have the Polaroids to show.
I was with Air Force One.
Yeah, he did Ronald Reagan and JFK, and then he has pictures of Marilyn Monroe from JFK.
Hey, Scarlett. Did you ever look up, sorry, you guys, this has nothing to do with that, but did you ever look up the codes and stuff, or do you still want to know them real quick while I'm still up here?
I started looking through a few of them earlier today. I haven't gotten through all of them yet.
So you have them? Save my breath?
Yeah, I mean, I've got them. I got to go through them.
Okay.
Yeah, so for the record, for the chat, like, every bill isn't that way, but a lot of them take a lot of preparation before they get introduced. You can't write a bill today and say we're going to run it through and vote on it tomorrow. It takes a little bit of time before it's voted on. And it's public
normally
access.
Bills are in the House for like at least 12 months before they even vote on them.
And before they hit the House, they're in a committee. There's a committee for everything. You guys,
Yeah.
if you know anything about politics, like there's a committee and there's
Yeah.
new committees formed every day. And they sit here and they work on it and they have all these sessions for years before they're even wording it right for it to
And
meet that. And
he was
Scarlett, you
in
know, just
Louisiana.
we keep getting a lot of law. Yeah, my grandfather was Louisiana.
Hey, just like all the people that's walking around at the stores with the damn clipboard, sign off for recreational marijuana.
Lady V, I'm getting a link for you.
Just trying to get it in the house.
Look,
You know,
I
it's just
study
even-
law. I study these bills. There's some that are still sitting there from years back that never even got touched. Sure,
Right.
they go through. Sure, they go through all the lobbyists. They go through all the panels and the committees and research. But when they
For
want
years.
when they want to pass something like Jessica Lunsford law, they did it within 30 days. They didn't have to have panels. They were politically pressured into it. They did
Bryan
it
is not
within
that
30
special.
days. Well, evidently is, because we're talking about them at 3 in the morning and 4 in the morning.
He is special like that, but as far as like a
Yeah.
law standpoint, no, there's a lot of other stuff I think they're focused
He's
on.
famous now. You can say what you want to. He's famous now, just like Rowling, that scum, and just like Bundy, that scum, and all the other
Sadly,
ones.
right?
They're all famous now.
Well, KK, Jay Clark in chat said, after True Detective season 1, I trust no senators in Louisiana.
That's okay. You don't have to. I'm not saying like I'm 100% like pro politics either. I'm just saying like there's a process and it takes a minute. Just because the bill was introduced today doesn't mean that they wrote it up and pulled it out their ass yesterday. It takes a while to write it up and to get it approved and to pass it or even vote on it. Just like in Louisiana, Scarlett, there was something the other day. It was like a really big deal, and I forgot what it was for the state. And I remember thinking it was so crazy and out there. And they went to vote on it, and the guy that actually authored the bill himself was like, "Actually, I take it back. I don't want to vote on it yet because I want to change a few things." And I was like, "Thank God." Like it takes a while. It doesn't just go through.
I'm so tied up in YouTube that I have no idea unless I see it on Twitter or Facebook or something like that. I have no idea what's going on.
It was something big. I think it was about our kids' schools and like what they're teaching in the schools. And I was just like, this is crazy for him to pass this. And they were like, actually, we're going to take a pause for the cause and we're going to re-evaluate it and we'll bring it back later. I was like, thank God.
Just like Mike, thank you for that super chat. He said everyone hit the thumbs up and show Scarlett some love. So yeah, she'll go hit the thumbs up because we only have 145 likes with 277 people in here.
Scarlett, I'm going to give you, the bill was introduced, read the first time, referred to JRA for printing on 2/22. That's February the 22nd. And it passed on March the 28th, or it was signed by the governor on March 28th. Okay. And it became a law, but it doesn't become law until effective
July the 1st, wasn't it?
July 1st, 2023.
Let me grab this real quick. Jay Clark, thank you so much for that super sticker. That was very nice of you. Thank you. Okay, so it was written 2/22/23, right? And,
yeah, I took it down.
Okay.
And then it was in March.
Introduced March 28th?
No, it was written and introduced.
Okay, and introduced.
And I think in March was when it became, it didn't take but about less than 60 days. Or somewhere between 30 and 60 days for them to get this passed.
Okay.
Which is fucking crazy.
And then,
yeah, it is.
And then it becomes
That's
effective July the 1st.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I had those dates somewhere. I just couldn't. I was having to go through all of my bookmarks.
Yeah, we looked that up a while ago because we were wondering if they did that just because of BK or not, right?
Yes.
Well,
it's kind of funny how we all of a sudden heard about it after he was arrested.
And he's arrested in December, and here they are talking about it in January. What are we going to do? Because we may not be able to get the lethal injection. Can we use a firing squad as an alternative? So they went and looked at the other 5 states real quickly, how they do it, or 4 or 5 states, and that's how they got it passed. Now, we got stuff here about with schools and transportation. It's taking years. Like she says, they send it through. I want a wall put up around the river. Yeah, it can only be 3 or 4 feet high. I don't care, to keep us from getting flooded during the hurricanes. But we have to do research, and you know how much that research is going to cost to get this done, and then we got to find out if we even got the money to do it, and it's going to be expensive because it's a big river in my hometown. But
Okay, I'm looking at.
They can get whatever they want passed when they want it passed. They've always done that. I've been in the military 20 years. I saw exactly what they could get passed overnight and what they won't pass overnight. What they'll just let linger and linger till everybody forgets it.
I'm looking at an article here, Riddler, and it's saying like the firing squad was previously allowed in the state of Idaho. And then it's saying in 2009, the state repealed it. So I don't think it's anything new. I'll have to, like I said earlier, like I'm not just going to say something just to say it.
Right. I'm sure
I'm going to look it up. But like if it was obviously previously allowed in the state of Idaho and they took it off the table, and then in 2009, they've been trying to bring it back, then it's not something they did just specially for Bryan.
All right, so why didn't they do this in 2015, 2016? They got people on death row. Why didn't they do
they might
it
have been
then?
trying to. It says it's been trying to get repealed since 2009 on this article. So, like I said, I just have to research it more, but it's not anything new. They used to allow it there.
Well, I'm still saying, I know you're a bootlicker with the prosecution. I'm just telling you right now.
I know you didn't call me a bootlicker.
A bootlicker. I'm telling you
Riddler,
right
I'm
now.
I'm going to beat your ass when I see you in court in Idaho.
I'm not going now because it ain't going to be on time.
Riddler's like, I'm out on it now.
So what I'm trying to tell you is that it's going to. Now she left. Should have called her a bootlicker. What I'm trying to say is this wasn't even brought up, and they got people on death row over there, and they've known that they couldn't get chemicals for a while. Okay, they made sure they got it done now. Is she back?
Yeah, KK, do you want to leave your camera on?
I was about to say, Riddler, you done made her mad. You better apologize.
Okay. Yeah, it's
hung up on you, Riddler.
Just get the Louisiana internet. That's what it is.
It's so bad.
Well, I'm just trying to tell you everything we try to say. I mean, I don't want to get into it. I'm just saying they didn't bring this up. Why didn't they bring it up before he did this?
They brought it up in 2009.
Well, all right, half these guys weren't even in office then. Why didn't they bring it up in 2020, 2015?
They've been trying to do this since 2009.
All of a sudden it passes now.
I'm not in Congress.
Hold on. I was like, are you kidding? They've been trying to pass this since 2009?
The article I just looked at says it was a previous death, whatever, way of handling executions in Idaho. Then it got scrapped. And then something about 2009, they try to appeal it. So I don't know. I'll have to research further, Riddler. But like I said, when I looked it up when this case first happened, it said it's been in the works for 2 or 3 years.
It got scrapped back then because there was a case where a guy got shot, and it took him 10 seconds to be officially deceased, and he's suffering. So they went to the lethal injection. Now they can't get the lethal injection stuff. They got a guy that's been sitting on death row how many years, but now he's got a terminal illness.
Yeah, that's the Gerald Pizzuto guy.
So I wouldn't let all these guys stay on a death row for 20 years.
They always do.
Well, as soon as their appeals are done, I don't know how many they get in each state, but as soon as the appeals are done, that's it. They're done.
Yeah, because after all the appeals, they exhaust all their appeals and they've all been denied and all this and that, then they literally sit there for another 20 years.
Forever. I don't even believe in like the death penalty.
And our
governor, it doesn't work. They sit there forever.
And our governor, he's already signed 5 or 6 of them this year, and they got another one they're getting ready to axe. This lethal injection.
Real special though, Riddler.
He's different. Yeah,
he's different.
Adjusted pay. Bryan had to change his plates on his car because they were about to expire, and so while he was in Washington, he got them switched over. Allegedly, he got them switched over when he did, so that way, whenever he drove back home for Christmas, he wouldn't be driving with out-of-date tags. Because some people have asked, well, why didn't he just get on, when he went back to Pennsylvania, why didn't he just get them changed there? So.
Because he has a real habit of law enforcement stopping him.
He is a really bad driver.
Carla, I just emailed you that article about how it's kind of always been a thing and how in 2009 or whatever they were trying to repeal it.
Crystal, if I offended you, that means I'm doing my job. No,
So
if
offended.
I
I can't wait to
offended,
see you in person.
if I offended you, I apologize. I wasn't trying to do that. What I was trying to get
No,
my
I'm fine.
point across. But to me, a PCA, okay, that's good enough to have him arrested. But in my eyes, I don't see where it's good enough to have him. Okay, you're going to the firing squad in 10 years.
Yeah, no. I agree. Like the PCA is absolutely the bare minimum to get what they want, which was that search warrant, and to get him arrested. Like, I agree. They shouldn't go straight to it. But what I know is that it takes forever to actually get that death penalty process, and that this isn't something that just came into play when Bryan got arrested. It's been in the inner workings for 2 or 3 years is what I had read previously, and I just sent Scarlett an article which is like really long, but I'm going to research it later and see. Like, I'm not offended. I'm fine. We're still friends.
Miss Scarlett.
Yes.
I wanted to tell you about this one code real quick. I just feel like it's very important. On the motion to dismiss the indictment, one of the codes that was on there was 61B1, and it's about the misconduct of the prosecutor. And the Idaho rule is that present the grand jury evidence of any public offense. However, when a prosecutor conducting a grand jury inquiry is personally aware of substantial evidence which directly negates the guilt of the subject of the investigation, the prosecutor must present or otherwise disclose the evidence to the grand jury. So that's one of the codes in there that I guess she put, and I mean, she has the exhibits and stuff about it. So there's something that they didn't present, and I guess that's why she's saying the misconduct of the prosecutor.
Which one did you say that one was?
It's on the document with there's like 20,000 of them, but it's one of the last one. 61B1, and that's the prosecutorial misconduct, which is very important because I mean they can get in big trouble for that. You know, like they can be sanctioned. I mean, some of them can even lose their license. It just depends on how, you know, the judge decides to handle it. But I mean, can't they? Whether you would know that, can't they lose their license, or what happens whenever they do stuff like that? When attorneys do that?
When attorneys do what?
Shit, violate the law, I guess.
Florida's pretty strict.
They get censored to the bar, and then it has to be really egregious before they.
I had a friend that he lost. He could still work. He couldn't go in a court trial. He could not go in a courtroom and try any case, but he could be a lawyer that works behind the scenes.
And what did he do?
Well, I don't want to get into it, but
okay.
it was anyway. He got where he could not practice in a courtroom for about 5 years. So he was limited now and that took quite a bit of money out of his pocket.
Yeah, I don't think this is that big of a deal to where something like that would happen, honestly. But
well, this right here, I don't know. It's not as bad as lying. What he did wrong.
So what I just read is worse than what your friend went through.
Well, I didn't get to hear your whole thing, but he did something morally wrong, and with the client, and the client took it to wherever it had to go, and the bar association, that's who got him. The Florida Bar Association said you can no longer practice law in a courtroom. Now he could still stay at the practice where he was at, and the other lawyers now would go into a courtroom or something like that. But it took money out of his paycheck also, he said.
Ridley, you know what I think would be really interesting is to see Anne's track record of the cases that she's won, and to see how many she's won off of strictly technicalities.
Well, yeah, and how many of these people win cases off of, we plead, because it saves money for the taxpayers in the court. Because right now, if you got a slam dunk case, like let's say the state has a slam dunk case, let's say that, the worst thing they would want is to go to trial. Because then you fumble the ball on the 1 yard line and lost the ball game. They don't want anything to cost them because it's so, look, guys, we got every square covered. We all of our I's dotted and all of our T's crossed. Our P's and Q's are perfect. So they don't want to right now lose this thing. It's theirs to lose. They've got all the evidence. They got the early jump on this trial. They had a 30-day head start on the defense, and that's the way it is with every case. And they got more agencies that work for them. You think the FBI is going to go interview somebody and do work for Ann?
I don't know. I just think it'd be really interesting to see Ann's track record and the look, because it's public knowledge. Like, we have access to it. I just haven't done it yet. But you said something a minute ago that made me think, like, how many cases has she won solely off of technicalities, like where they dropped the ball? Because that might be her thing. That might be her niche. Like, we have attorneys that are paper pushers that can bury you with the paperwork, and I'm just wondering, like, what her track record is.
I don't know how many cases that she's won straight off of technicalities, but her background, I mean, it's not just, oh my God, like great, but it's kind of impressive. It's not bad by any means.
Like wins versus losses, and how did she win them is what I want to know.
And see, the state has
I don't know those details how, but yeah.
The state gets far more money. The state gets far more money than the defense. There's far more money being pushed in them.
It's not all about the money.
Well, if you got money, you can do more things.
Oh yeah, I agree with that, but I don't think that attorneys are out there, like, some of them milk it for sure. I'm sure a lot of them do, actually. But
because when you look at it where she's at, looks like a 3-man operation. I know she's got some other people working behind the scenes, but once again, like I said the other night, where's her home of residence? It's not there in Moscow. She's having to drive a distance. Now I don't know where that guy lives, Mr. Thompson, but she doesn't have a headquarters there already signed. Oh, there's my copy machine. They might be working out of their hotel rooms.
But you got to remember, that's the job she signed up for. When she signed up to be one of the few attorneys that can handle, she signed up for knowing that she's going to have to travel. She signed up for knowing she's going to have a remote office. So it's not necessarily a disadvantage. Think about people that work for a living and have to travel.
We're talking
to travel, or she does, you know.
You've never done it as a lawyer. I've talked to lawyers; they hate it. It's not.
Well, then why did you sign up for the job?
Well, yeah, but she only drives an hour and a half.
Hold on.
It's not.
She signed up for the job in her district. That's what she signed up for.
No, for the state.
No, she signed up for the job in her district, and she has to travel. Just like the state prosecutor here signed up for these 3 counties that form the 4th Judicial District. That's what she signed up for. Now, certain times the governor's going to say, due to neutrality problems we're having down in Tampa or Miami, you're going to have to go down there. Would you please go down there, wink, wink, and try that case? And when you show up down there, you get a cold shoulder. I've already talked to one that's done that. And you're trying to get the cooperation. And where's your office? Guess where it was? The hotel that you're at. You get a business suite, and you're in there. And now you don't have your same equipment you got back at home. You're mobilizing. You're taking things with you, and it's just harder to work.
But she chose to do it. She understood the drill. She understood her assignment, right?
Yeah,
she understood.
This is a career-making assignment for her.
Well,
absolutely. No, it's in the national media, so for sure. But I'm saying, like, she knew when she signed up, there's going to be a possibility that she's going to have to travel. And if she's been in attorney for 20 years doing it, she knew that she'd have to travel and do it. And I don't think that.
When she was elected to be the chief public defender of her district. That's what she was elected to. By those people, not the people in Moscow. They didn't elect her. So the crime happened there. That's why it's being tried there. They didn't have a qualified attorney in Moscow to do this. So the governor will send her there. And I guess maybe she knew that, one day that's going to happen. But so far, I mean, I don't know how many times she's had to travel out. But
probably not first.
Okay, sorry, y'all. I had to mute for a second.
But imagine if is that his name, Bill Thompson?
Yeah.
Imagine if he had to travel from Moscow all the way up to Boise and try a case.
If you felt like it was something that would hinder your ability to represent your client, which is what we've all been talking about all night, if we felt like it would hinder your ability to represent your client at 100%, you have the ability to turn down the case. That's always an option. You can get a mistrial and say Ann wasn't prepared because she's working out of a hotel. If what you're saying is true.
No, what I'm saying is tough. She's going to do it. She's a tough girl.
But if it hindered her ability to perform,
I'm just telling you that they're having to work longer hours because of where
she's
they're
probably used to.
What are we talking about? I'm so behind because I had to mute a second ago.
Well, we talked about this the other night.
Advantage if she's working out of a hotel out of town.
Traveling from one place to another, it's not like traveling from a McDonald's in this city and going to a McDonald's in that city. Show me where the public defender's office is in Moscow.
But if that were the case, I feel like she'd be able to get off and Bryan be able to easily say, hey, I didn't have a good representative because she was traveling and she was tired and working out of a hotel room. Like, if she's not able to operate
he may use that later as an excuse and it won't work.
I don't think that's how.
But how many? Well, I don't know about public defenders. I know, like private attorneys or whatever. They do a lot of traveling. But how many public defenders?
She had a right to say that she didn't want to take the case.
Well, she kind of had to in a way because she was the only one that was death penalty qualified.
No, but you can say that you don't want to do it. You can say it's a conflict of interest, or you can say that you're not interested in doing it. Like I've had that happen with judges and attorneys where it's a conflict of interest or you're not interested in taking on the case. Well, she could have said no.
She can recuse herself because she could say, I wouldn't be able to do my 100%. But when the governor asked her, that's her boss, the governor, when he asked her to go there, we lost her again.
Oh, Lord. I'm telling y'all, it's at Louisiana. Ashes, thank you so much for that super chat. That's very nice of you. She said you earned it tonight. Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Sweet.
Now I forgot what I was saying.
She baffled you, huh? Hey, Riddler, I got a question.
Well, I'm not a lawyer, so what? What is it?
No, but you have some good intel, you gotta admit.
Right.
I was just curious on what you thought about on the hearing on Friday, whenever they were speaking about the FBI going over to Vargas's house. How did you feel about that?
Well, I already asked that question. Why did they go there? We don't know.
Yeah, that's the improper way to handle it. Wouldn't you think they would just bring her back into the court and put her back under, being sworn in the court and like make her like retestify, and if she needs to switch her testimony or change it or retract it, she would all have to do that in court. Wouldn't that be like the correct way to do it?
Well, the FBI is going to go out and investigate it, and then they'll bring it back to their prosecutor or whoever the prosecutor is, and let them decide that. That's not what I don't know why the FBI went there. We don't know. It could be something that's irrelevant.
So weird.
It could be irrelevant to this case, or it could be relevant to the case of something. I don't know what she did. I mean, I wouldn't know. None of us know. We haven't seen anything come out and says why they went there.
I think it's because she said something about how law enforcement they know the loophole or the wraparound on that tool, and pretty much gave up what they can and cannot do that people don't know about. So, I mean, that's a big, like allegation to make in a courtroom, I mean, she's pretty much accusing law enforcement of doing that, saying that they do it because she's worked for them, and I don't know if she still does. Did she say if she still currently works for law enforcement or not? I don't know, but I mean,
all I know is anytime there's any kind of corruptness or people accusing corruptness within the police department,
mm-hmm.
The FBI is one of the agencies, because they're Department of Justice, that will come in and inspect to see if especially human rights were violated.
Yeah, but didn't Bill?
What is she accused? I could barely hear the person typing when I tried to listen. I got the replay. I didn't get to see the actual thing, but I couldn't understand what she was saying.
So she was saying, I mean, she said all kinds of things, but what I think, what she said about law enforcement is that that there's a tool, even in like, I guess, all of the databases, that pretty much that the law enforcement or anybody, even you and I, could go in there and put a profile that belongs to someone else into the system and say that you are the consumer, like you're the person and you're inserting your own information to pull up all of the things. So pretty much violating and stepping on someone's privacy, you know? And
Okay,
she
well, yeah,
says that
that
law
right there,
enforcement
yeah.
does that all the time. That's what she says that they do. That she knows for a fact that law enforcement does that.
Well, then one would lead to believe, can't prove it, that they want to say, can you show us how that works so we can stop this?
But listen, but then I mean, maybe, I don't know if the FBI was asking her. See, this is how I take it. I see it as like her testimony by saying what she said that, and she actually worked, she may still work. I don't know if she does now, but she used to work for just straight law enforcement where
Yeah.
they would give her the profiles and have her find it out. So she's worked strictly for law enforcement. So she would know, right? And that Bill said that he had got word that she was communicating with one of her like other IGG physicians about her testimony. And that, however, he found that out is the great question. Like, is he monitoring her? Do they have her phone tapped? Whatever, whatever. I think it's really a lie. But, and that he got word on it. So he sent his investigators to find out what was going on. And that's the FBI. So why would you contact them to send them over there? Is my question. That's just kind of weird to me.
I don't know. I really can't make any kind of even a guess on it, other than to tell you that the FBI investigates anytime they see corruption within any of the agencies. They will investigate it. They'll investigate it and they'll get it fixed. I mean, I have all the respect for the FBI. I know they've messed up on some cases because we're humans. I've worked with them when I was in the military. They come in and interview us on certain things. But I'm just trying to, and all the ones I met were pleasant, easy to work with. They're straight up front, the whole works. The only thing I can think of is if she knows something that's evil or wrongdoing in law enforcement, yeah, they want, and she's on record now. So yeah, they want to come talk to her and ask her about it because they don't want this to happen. I mean, the FBI wants to get the right guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I know everybody brings up the Richard Jewell thing, and and I know everybody brings up the case. I guess it was in Idaho. I can't think of the place where they shot the guy. Not shot him, but shot his child. I think his wife.
Mm-hmm.
But what was that called?
Oh,
Ruby Ridge.
Recently?
Was it Ruby Ridge? I'm not sure.
Yes.
Are you talking about recently?
Well, this was probably about 20-something years ago.
Oh no.
There was
Ruby Ridge.
Yeah, it was Ruby Ridge. So, and I mean, I know you had those kind of things going on. You see documentaries. We only get to see that side of it. We never got to see the state side of it. All we saw was that side of it, the documentaries that were put out. So I'm thinking the FBI probably went to her in good faith and did a good investigation.
But then why would Bill say he sent them? Because if the FBI was investigating it, then he would be investigating Moscow and that police department. But if Bill sent them, it's like they went there to more of like interrogate her or something kind of thing. I mean, that's just how it seemed to me by what they said in court, by what Ann said, and then how Bill responded to her. That's just kind of how I took it in. I don't know. But that's why I wanted your opinion on it and see what you thought.
Like I said, there's not enough there to make an opinion yet to find out why they went to her. You know, did they go to her and says, if this is really going on, show us how it's done. We got to get this fixed now.
Right.
And if she's wrong, then she owes some people an apology, especially all law enforcement. She owes them an apology if she's wrong.
Oh.
But if she's right,
she lied, that's jacked up.
Right. If she's telling the truth, then it needs to get fixed, and that's what they're there for. And maybe that's why Bill said, hey, you need to go find out before we go to trial on this to make sure it's correct. And in case that gets brought up in the trial, we can say, no, we went and investigated. She changed her story there, or no, she stayed to it. We investigated and it was true. So that's what I'm thinking. The FBI is really deep down. They're good guys. They work hard and you're not going to find anybody that's 100% perfect. I mean,
right.
Even Jesus had a disciple that betrayed him. He had another one that denied him. and only one of them showed up to his funeral. So you're not going to have a perfect system there. But the FBI, I mean, I pat them all the time. I clap my hands and pat them on the back. And same thing with our police force. I want to think the same thing. And that's why I just want to get everything right so people can have faith back in our country. Like I said, Lady V and I, we came from a different era. And
yeah,
we saw things different in our country, and it's changing now, and we're seeing less rights for people. And I just want to make sure that no matter who's on the defense or the prosecution has the equal playing field. That's all I'm asking. That's all we're asking, either side. And people just come here and you're seeing it on these things. You go on some of these chats, you better not speak anything bad about BK, and you go on some other ones, you better not speak anything bad about the state. And you go on some of them, Ann's evil. You go on the other ones, oh, she's doing her job.
yeah.
I'm just saying,
You know what?
it's a burden. Like I was just saying a while ago, it's a burden for anybody to mobilize. I mean, I was in the military. We mobilized. We had to make the best of it. We had enough wars where we got it right. That's why right now Russia's having a hard time where they're fighting at. They can't. They never mobilized before with
But you
this
know what,
group
Riddler?
of guys. Yes, ma'am.
You know, it makes me so sick whenever I see people like in the chats or just anywhere, and it happens all over YouTube or whatnot, that like classify people as like BK lovers or we're pro BK, what all that ignorant shit. Because at the end of the day, I really could give two F's about BK. I don't know him and don't care about him. The only thing is where I come from is that I care about the victims getting justice. They cannot get justice, true justice, if BK is not the guy. Screw BK at the end of the day. If he is the guy, roast him. If he's not, then him being in jail and being charged for it, the victims are not getting real justice. And that's where I stand. I don't love BK or, want to be his girlfriend. And you know what I mean? How people say that. And it's just disgusting to me because it's like they don't really want true justice if they just want to sit here and just go all in for off of the few things that we know. You know what I mean? I just feel like they said we don't have the right or we're crazy for thinking that he's innocent. I think they're way more crazy to think that he's guilty.
I believe BK is just as guilty, if not more guilty, than Casey Anthony.
Thank you. You have so many facts out there, Riddler.
Well, I mean, that's where my mindset is. Now, can I convict him right now and sleep at night knowing that he's going to be shot and somebody else actually did it? No, I want to see more on this, and I'm sure it's going to come out. And I'm sure Ann already sees it all. I'm sure BK sees it. She's probably telling him, look, they got this, this, and that. And this is all we got to fight. And I can't do it in 3 to 4 weeks by myself.
BK already knows it because he's the one that did it. And there's so many facts out there. When you put them all together, yeah, we're not here to convict him.
And I just knew, I just knew for a fact that Casey Anthony was going to be found guilty. And when they said no, I said, well, anything can happen now. And I really don't think they made too many mistakes in that trial, the attorneys. Maybe they did. We didn't get to scrutinize that one like we did this one. Now, this one here is going to be a little bit different.
But her case was even a lot more, like they had a lot more better evidence than what we know now of BK, though, if you think about it, way more.
Well, they got him on camera. I mean, what's the odds of him going by the house if that's his car?
Right.
Right. Well, if that's his car, and I'm sure that's his sheath. I'm sure that's his, I mean, not his sheath, but I'm sure that's his DNA on the sheath. Now, like I said before, I handled about 50 of them in one day over at the Army Navy store. They had a big surplus sale because they quit going to where a customer walks in. Now you order off the internet, and they had a bunch of used K-bar knives, USMCs and Army, sitting right there. Well, I call it Army. It's a plain one. So I went over there, started playing with them, pulling them out. I was looking at them for chips, cracks, if they were crooked, bent, anything like that. And they had a good sale on them. I didn't buy any, but I handled so many. Now, I wasn't thinking my DNA got on all those knives. And I know my DNA is on record because it was taken when I was in the military.
Yeah.
So my DNA is now on 50 knives. And then I went to a antique show where they had them again, and now these knives were more expensive because they had a name to go with it, like Private So-and-so, Iwo Jima, Private So-and-so, or Corporal So-and-so, Okinawa. These were World War II. So I was like, wow, I held the same knife that a veteran from the greatest generation of Americans held. And that's all I just want to see. I just want to see that they're trying to stay mistake proof. And if they can stay
that is fair.
Right. They can stay mistake proof and follow the procedures. And I was always until I heard this stuff about the grand jury, I was in awe when I heard about it, and I followed up on it, and that lady was right 100%.
Oh, Queen of Hearts?
Yeah, she was she's a sweetheart. And
that was very informative when she was up on panel that night. Yeah.
And like right now, any one of us, prosecutor could be doing a grand jury on one of us, and we don't even know it. And then all of a sudden, here I am I just won the lottery and I'm on a trip to Hawaii. Well, whoops, they stopped me at the airport. So,
so you're saying you feel in your heart that he's guilty, but you couldn't convict him because they're holding the death penalty over him. But if you feel in your heart that he's guilty, something is making you feel that way. And if it's not the evidence,
the circumstantial evidence.
It has nothing to do with the DP.
I couldn't convict him right now as a juror, and I've been on several
because of the death penalty.
No, it has nothing to do with the death penalty. You can take the death penalty off. I couldn't convict. I want to see something besides DNA and somebody saw bushy eyebrows.
All right, real quick, y'all. In about 10 minutes, I'm going to be ending the live. So if y'all haven't hit the thumbs up, please do so. Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. Go ahead.
It's just I want to see something like that before I put him in for life, and I just go on about my day living happy. But I'm going to say, what I'm upset about is, why did it take a victim's sister or family member to get that footage of the two girls being dropped off in front of their dwelling? Why didn't the police already have that?
Hell, and the grub truck footage. Olivia found that too, I think.
I don't know what all she found, but see, the police should be stepping up on this. And I know they're a small police department, but they had help since day one.
Yeah, no, they should be, but they didn't. And I don't feel like that should be a question. And you're factoring in on what, you know what I'm saying? Just like if it happened to me or you, if it were my daughter, I would be out there on day one gathering everything. So it's like, you can't really, that doesn't sway my opinion.
Well,
it doesn't sway my opinion on the case. What it sways my opinion on
the quickness of how they interact, sucks. But still, it's there. It exists. It's evidence. It's proof.
I mean, are they sharp? The video footage, right?
The video footage. Okay. I'm just using that as an example. The video footage of the girls being dropped off in front of their homes.
Right.
And then now all the news reporters are patting the lady on the back because she took the bull by the horns. And then why? Tell me, why does Mr. Gonsalves have a tort on those law enforcement agencies?
Yeah, it's suspicious.
Well, I
guess it's not.
Is he upset? Well, I'm sure they do, and they can always withdraw it later. But is it on there because they were not proficient in their work? They didn't follow the right procedures of getting this that we have be on vigilant outlet. We've got a K in the neighborhood.
Yeah,
I don't know I don't know. Did they get notified in due time? I know that's kind of hard, but that's not very rare, really, a tort. But that's the last thing a prosecutor wants, because even that what's the lady's name that does the crime shows? She used to be with Fox. Well, she used to be with CNN, then now she does the Fox business. The famous lady, the blonde-headed lady, she was a prosecutor.
Nancy Grace.
Mm-hmm. Nancy Grace. Yeah, Nancy Grace even says he now is considered a witness. So
I love Nancy Grace, by the way.
Yeah, but I don't see Ann bringing Mr. Gonsalves up on there and say, "Why'd you file this tort? Did you find something wrong with the police department?" See,
he filed it for all of them, didn't he? Didn't he file it for WSU, the police, Moscow?
Well, there's several agencies.
There was like 4 or 5 different agencies.
And I think there was another family that's in on it with them.
I can't believe that Riddler forgot Nancy Grace's name.
Oh my God!
I think that's why we were all sitting here trying to think of who he was talking about.
Yeah.
And that's why I say I love to sit next to her, because I would really get her hot. But her ratings would jump up. And they would go through the roof.
that's neither here nor there, because if it was your own child, you would never feel like they were doing as much as you would do. Like the sister
Exactly.
went above and beyond, just like I would do. I know if it came down to my daughter, I would be above and beyond. Like I would have been out there 24/7 searching for videos, searching for everything, because I would never feel like law enforcement is ever going to do as good of a job as I would do when it comes to your own kid, you know? So I feel
And it's
like you
probably
can't really
because
hold them. You can't hold them accountable for that. Like law enforcement is hit and miss in every big city. So you got to do what you got to do. As a mother, I would be on the front line. I'd be out there all the time,
Right, and that's
carrying the
where
most. You know what
emotions
I'm saying?
that's where
So,
emotions and feelings come in,
well,
and
it's
I've
because it's
always
your
been the
kid.
one to step aside and let who's supposed to do the job do it.
Nope. Not if it was your kid that got murdered.
Well, I wouldn't. I don't have children, but I would let the police do their job. Like when my car got broken into, and when some things got stolen, I always let the police do their job, and I didn't step into it, even though I had suspicions.
I'd be camping out at the police station at night with my little tent.
Thank you, girl. Thank you.
And then during the day, I would be out searching. And then if something was found that didn't turn out to be good, and y'all know what I'm saying here, I would not leave the police station. I would be like
very vocal.
Yes,
I'd be in their face all the time.
But
we don't trust law enforcement like we once did.
That's me. It's not so much as like completely trusting them as it is of you want to make sure that they are working on your child's case and not sitting at their desk talking amongst each other about what they did the night before. And like I want on my
we
child's
want
case.
Transparency.
Right.
And I think the thing is, cops and especially investigators, they move in silence so much. And I guess maybe since they weren't saying stuff, I mean, it would make anybody feel like they're not doing nothing. Anybody would get that sense that they were not doing anything because they were just so quiet. But they have to be to make sure that everything is, done properly and stuff doesn't get out. And I think that's maybe why Steve was just so hot and heavy at first. Because he didn't know anything.
And if I had to catch a video off of a doorbell that they hadn't even had questioned that neighbor about yet, like I'd have to catch a case and be on camera and be like, hey, they're not doing their job. This is day 2 and I just got here, and like they didn't even ask the neighbor across the street for that footage. Like I can see why Steve lost it on camera. Like, we would all lose it if we went out there and found that footage before the cops found it. Like I'd be livid. I'd be on camera saying they're not doing anything. My daughter got taken out of her, her house here, like taken out the earth. And they didn't even ask the neighbor across the street for this footage. My own other daughter had to find it herself. Like, you have to give them, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
I'd be
understand
pissed.
where they're coming from.
Because you think camera footage would be the first thing anybody goes and gets. I mean, that's what they do.
They said they didn't. If they said they didn't ask, the cops haven't asked them for that footage yet, and I was the first one to ask them 2 days later, I would have lost it too. And I would have lost my trust.
I'll give you another one. They said they checked every store that sells K-bars, and they're trying to find out if who bought one recently. And then there's other stores that came up a couple weeks later says we still haven't seen anybody from law
they hadn't talked to anybody.
I'd be mad about that too.
And so that's what I'm trying to say, that the job's not getting done. And if it's not getting done, well, it's just not getting done at all. And if it's not getting,
I'd say it's not getting done quick enough, Riddler. Be fair, it's not done quick enough.
Yeah.
Well, didn't come out with a statement. They come
out and
said,
like 3 minutes.
It's just not transparent enough to me.
Well, the thing is, they said we've checked all. All means everybody. So that's a nice picture. They checked all. They checked all. And then we get a couple weeks later, store saying they didn't check us. We sell them. We sell knives like them. We sell these kind of knives.
I think too that they need to be more transparent with the parents or the survivors, and not just this case. I mean across the board. I think if they were more open with what they have looked into and what they haven't with the families of people, I don't think people would be so worried about it either. They wouldn't have all those questions in their head of have they checked this, have they checked that, have they done this, have they done that. I mean, because if it was their kids, they would be up in people's faces.
Mm-hmm.
We had a better relationship with the police officers in the era that Lady V and I grew up in. and there was a more of a connection there with the family, the community, the schools. Everything was, but something has happened in this country. I want to probably say probably since like the Rodney King thing back in the 90s and up till now.
Yeah.
And all you got to do is watch. I'm not a First Amendment auditor. All you got to do is just watch a couple of those. And a police officer never heard. He said, "I never heard of RAS, reasonable articulate suspicion." And they're going around trying to ID people. Now that should be day one in a police academy. And there's something wrong when barber schools are longer than police academies.
Absolutely.
We have a law enforcement problem in our country, I think. I think it's
Brother, can I get your email real fast before I get down? I'm about to hop down because she's about to end it. Will you give me your email? I want to send you something.
Sure. But I just think, and the state attorney can only go off of what the police bring them.
Good night, everyone.
Right,
good night,
everyone. And I just
Tony, have a good night.
I just want to say real quick, too, we need to stay up on this stuff. We need to make sure that it's done right, simply because of the fact we have to go forward from here. And if it's getting worse, we need to backtrack, find out where it went wrong, and start doing it right again. Otherwise, there's going to be people that are going to be detained or in prison or in jail. It's just going to get worse and worse.
And it's been happening for years.
It has.
Yeah. I'm going to do a petition. I'm going to send it to Scarlett, and she can kind of maybe I want to do it for us to send it to the judge or to Layton about maybe like suggesting that they do the YouTube thing, like what Scarlett was talking about. There's a website that you can go on there and get signatures and stuff. And Scarlett can like link it in the chat for people to click on and sign it. And then she can send it into Layton County so we don't lose them for the trial, which I think Ann's going to lose that motion anyway.
It's our right to see this, to make sure it's done correctly, even more so in this case because it is a DP case. But anyway, I'm going to jump down. Good night, Scarlett. Thank you for having me up again.
You're
and
welcome.
I'll see you later.
All right, have a good night.
You too.
I'm going to head on too, and I apologize to you again, KK. You're a very wonderful lady.
Oh, y'all had a good discussion, I think.
Well, it was actually a debate.
What's your email?
Yeah, it was a good debate. Y'all were fair with each other.
Yeah, he put it in the back chat.
Oh, I didn't see it. I'm so sorry. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Anyway, well, it brings out things we don't know about these cases. And of course, each state's going to be different. But
how many poor souls do you think Murdaugh's grandfather and father put in prison that were absolutely innocent just because he could? There's no telling.
Right, yeah. It's that way everywhere.
I mean, that's the corruption we deal with all across the country.
Well, be glad a lot of things have improved.
Yeah, there's more good people than bad, but it's just there's just pockets of corruption everywhere.
We used to have judges. They were like county judges. In the old days, they had deputy constables, and they didn't have much college education. And you've got a defense attorney 2 hours before the trial.
Yeah, it was a license to be rich.
And they were on the outskirts. They weren't in the city. They were on the outskirts of the county. And you know, how long did it take this country to get Miranda rights? So, you know, it's a process we're going through, and us studying everything. And you know, I respect KK's opinion, and she's just like my sister. They got him guilty already, and I'm saying, well, I got him good enough to get arrested, but I want to hear more, because once again, I saw the Humphrey trial. All you got to do is just watch that trial. They had him too with the same type of evidence, but he wasn't the guy that did it. Meanwhile, the killer has already left town and went down to South Florida.
Gigi, have a good night.
I don't know if he left. I don't know if he left because he saw where Humphreys got arrested. I know he saw law enforcement at his camp area, and they thought that was the guy that robbed the bank, which it was. He was the guy that robbed the bank. He's done both. He robbed the bank and he went in there, and he took out 5 students at the University of Florida with the K-bar.
I'm jumping down, you guys. Have a good night.
So I just don't want to see that repeat again. Make sure we got the right guy.
Scarlett.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Because if you don't got the right guy, you got another one out there. I know there's hundreds out there they can't find right now. But anyway, I had a wonderful time. Thank you all for having me. I apologize, and I apologize to anyone that I may have offended. But once again, I did.
You were good.
But thank you so much. And Crystal, you can always be my makeup artist.
Thanks.
Good night, everyone.
All right, Riddler, have a good night. Thanks for
All
coming
right,
up.
guys, I'm going to jump off here too. I've enjoyed it, and I'll see you guys tomorrow night.
Okay, thanks for coming up. Have a good night.
All right.
Y'all, my StreamYard chat is not moving. It's literally stuck for 45 minutes now. All right, KK, you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here. I just want to say thanks for having me up, and also everybody that's really concerned about having cameras in the courthouse should really reach out to Judge or his office and let them know, voice your opinions, because like I said, they really do take that into concept before they make decisions like that. It really does weigh on them a lot more than what you would expect it to. Just like your congressmen, they really do hear what the public says, believe it or not. Like, it really does weigh on them, and they take that into perspective, like way more than you'd actually think that they do. And if nobody's going to oppose it, if we're all going to sit here and chat about it on social media about how we're so pissed off about it, that doesn't solve anything, and it doesn't get to the right source. So if you want your opinion to be heard, you got to make sure you channel it the right way.
Yeah, hopefully, though, he looks at it and is like, we just need another cameraman, honestly.
Absolutely, yeah. Or just like stationary cameras would work too. I'm just saying, like, people underestimate the ability that their voice has when it comes to any elected official, and he's an elected official. So if more people will reach out and say, hey, look, we know that Ann said that she really wants them out and she voiced it again, but as the public, we really like to have them there and to have transparency. He's going to take that into his consideration for sure. And the more people that'll voice it, not on social media where it might not get to him, but if he voices it to their office, I'm sure they have like an email address or a phone number to call. The more people that say, hey, we'd really like to see this, or hey, we really like to see it, we want to hear it too, so make the audio a little better, maybe fire the camera guy that you have.
Yeah, like, get rid of him. We need a new one. He's not listening to you.
Yeah,
he has no home training.
The more people that actually reach out are going to make a difference versus us just talking about it on social media. That's not going to change anything. So that's all I wanted to say, is that it's really important to make sure everybody reaches out and does that.
Okay. Did you see my message in back chat?
No, you may look at it.
Yeah. I'm just asking if you had Twitter.
I do. Yes.
Okay. Hold on. I think this one's mine. I don't even remember my Twitter thingy.
I don't remember mine either.
I think that's it. Thank you, Tonka. Callie Dunn, have a good night. And one other thing, y'all, Brent K, there's no proof that he has anything to do with this. So people bringing him up in chat saying that he does, they need to stop.
Yeah, I don't think there's any link to that. I think that's just people,
just
having too much time on their hands to overanalyze stuff that's not real.
Just stuff that people see on other people's chats or on their channels or whatever, and they run with it, and there's no proof to back it up. And the man is no longer here. Why even, at this point, try to drag him into something when he can't even defend himself? I don't get it. Mark, have a good night. Yeah, I mean, he can't defend himself, so there's no point in bringing it up, especially when there's no proof. Thank you, TT. I appreciate it. And Jay, yes, let the man rest in peace. It's the way I see it anyway.
I think out of all the wild conspiracy theories we've heard, Scarlett, I feel like the Brent Kopaka thing is right on par with the kids doing drugs and like mafia and all that stuff. Like, I feel like that's right on the same plane of the whack theories that aren't real.
Yes.
And I feel like it's kind of insulting to him and his family, as well as like the kids in their family, to even insinuate that had anything to do with it, because it didn't. It really just didn't. I just feel like it's so disrespectful.
Well, I mean, did or not, I mean, there's nothing that could be done with it or done about it if it he was anyway. So why keep?
Right.
I mean, just especially because nobody has proof. That's the thing.
Yep.
Like they're
Yep.
coming in saying this, and there's absolutely zero proof that he had anything to do with it.
Right. Doesn't it feel like, I mean, maybe it's just like a Southern thing. I don't know if everybody in the chat can relate to it, but doesn't it just feel like you're stepping on their grave by saying that? And like in Louisiana, we don't do that. That's like a big no-no. Like you don't walk on top of somebody's grave. And I feel like that's what people are doing when they say that stuff. Like it just breaks my heart even more. Like it's another level of disrespect because they're not here to represent themselves or their reputation. And like, yeah, we were all in college before. We all were kind of wild and crazy, probably. But that has nothing to do. I'm gonna say probably because I mean, there's like probably a few kids that weren't or that didn't go to college, but like we were probably a little crazy, Scarlett, and like that has nothing to do with it. That's just insulting us, and like you're stepping on their grave by even saying it out loud. If you want to think it in your head, that's fine, but it's so disrespectful and so off the mark that it offends me that people even put that out there.
Yeah, I don't get it.
It has nothing to do with it. Even if the kids did try stuff here and there every once in a while, who cares? Who cares? It had nothing to do with this. And there's probably not a person in chat who hasn't tried something. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're stepping on their grave. That's offensive for everybody.
I don't like it. I don't know why they keep doing it.
It'd
be different if they come in and say something and they've got 100% proof.
Right. 100% proof that the kids were doing something that night. You know what I'm saying? Like, I hate hearing like, oh, well, they were probably under the influence, or Dylan's testimony doesn't matter and her statements don't matter because she was probably under the, we don't know that she was. Just because you're a college kid doesn't mean that you drink every single night. We haven't seen any pictures of her drinking that night or doing anything. You know what I'm saying? She might have had a low-key, like, chill night. It's not fair to say that what she said doesn't matter because she was on drugs or she was drinking. Like, we don't know that. We don't know that.
It hasn't ever been put out by police, anyway, of where Dylan was at that night. We know Bethany was at the Sigma Chi house. She stated to the police that she's seen Ethan and Xana there. So we know where she was at, but it was never said where Dylan was at. It's just that her and Bethany were out separate that night in the community. They ended up back home at 1:00. And then the PCA comes out and says that Bethany seen Ethan and Xana at Sigma Chi till 1:45. I've heard Dylan was at the football game that night, but the football game ended at what? 7:30? Didn't it start at like 4? I believe it was that afternoon. I think it started at 4 and was over by 7:30 or so. 8 o'clock at least, I think it was completely over with. She could have went to eat. She could have went over to a friend's. She could have been anywhere. We don't know where she was at.
And that, I think that's where the problem lies, is that there's too much room for speculation on those two girls because we don't know their every move. We don't have camera footage of them at the Grubhub truck. Like, we don't know their every move. We don't know every event that happened in their life that night. So I think that's where it's like a breeding ground for speculation.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have enough to go off of. And like in the PCA, like Dylan says this, and this as a witness, but then Bethany says like very little. So it makes you kind of wonder, mixed on top of like that whole 8 hours of her not calling 911. So it's like, it opens that window so wide on top of a gag order that people just speculate like crazy because it doesn't make sense to everybody or to anybody.
I have a huge problem with the 8-hour thing.
I do too. Well, here's my two issues that I had. Like the first time I remember hearing about this case when it first happened, my first issue was, why weren't the screams heard? Because as a special effects makeup artist, like that's where my mind goes first, is that it's going to be bloody and it's going to be loud.
Right.
Why don't we know? Why didn't everybody in that house sound the alarm, like ring the alarm? That had to be so loud. Like it didn't make sense that it wasn't really loud and that everybody wasn't alerted immediately. And then my second concern was, why did it take so long for anybody in that neighborhood even to call? Because that's a loud, violent crime and nobody called for how many hours? So it opens up the window of like, what the hell really happened?
Yeah, because to begin with, the murders happened between 3 and 4. So that made it 7-hour time gap. And then when they bump it back and we're, all thinking about this 3 to 4, and then the PCA comes out and it says this, and this, and now the murders happened at 4 to 5. So it pushes it to 8 hours.
I don't understand that. It's crazy.
There's several different little things that has, well, they're not technically little things, but that has changed in this timeline.
Yeah.
That is just, I don't know. I don't get it. This case is crazy.
I don't get it. Yeah, it's so crazy. And I hate that they put the gag order, because now we don't get to know. The only way we get to know, like, the only facts we are given are through the court and through the documents that are released. And I'm just saying, like, I've seen what I've seen, and it paints a picture to fit certain narratives, because that's all we have to go by. So it's like mixing a few crazy, realistic things that happen, which is like this huge gap between her witnessing this and us assuming the kids didn't scream and nobody else heard it, to that gag order putting it on, mute on everything. And so, yeah, people just get like wild speculation, but I feel like you're stepping on somebody's grave, and it's out of line completely, no matter who you are and how crazy of a YouTuber, whatever, true crime fanatic you are. I feel like there's certain things that should be off limit, that shouldn't be allowed, because that's just disrespectful. Like, who cares?
Yeah.
That it's irrelevant anyway. It's irrelevant anyway. What happened, and it's really sad. And I can't wait till we get the answers for it, but it's going to probably be a really long time.
Yeah.
And it also turns each other against each other. Like, if you look at the chat, like, you're either this side or the other, and it turns people against each other, where normally, like, maybe in real life you guys could all be friends, but we just disagree on so many different levels. It's like, it's not worth it to, I don't know. It's just kind of crazy.
These true crime cases, they get heavy.
Apparently they do. Apparently I got attacked in chat tonight over my career choice,
which
is weird. I know how they are, but it's weird to be attacked about having an opinion over.
Yeah, I don't understand that. I can't fathom the thing of why, when people have different opinions, can you still not get along with someone?
Yeah, it's not that serious. It's just like true crime chat. It's weird to me. This is like, again, a reminder where I never want to have a true crime.
Y'all, if I got mad at everybody that I disagreed with on something on one of these cases, I wouldn't talk to nobody. Seriously,
be forever mad.
Yeah,
I think it's crazy to be like talked about in a chat because of my job. Like, it's weird.
Yeah, I don't understand that either. And I seen somebody ask in chat earlier, and I believe I responded to the comment. Someone had asked, is there movie sets in Louisiana? And I think I responded that yes, there is some.
We've made more movies in Louisiana than like LA and New York combined for multiple years in the running. Like, we were called Hollywood South for the last 10 years. We've been called Hollywood South because we've produced and made more movies and TV shows here than California and New York combined.
There's a lot of movies that's filmed in Louisiana that a lot of people don't know about because it's never been advertised.
So many. We had really good tax incentives. Whenever I was Bobby Jindal, the governor's personal makeup artist for 8 years, and he passed some really awesome incentives to bring movies to our state, which started the bankroll of like us being Louisiana, like Hollywood South. And then when John Bel Edwards got in office and everything was kind of killed off, we slowly declined from being like Movie Central. And then now with the strike, like, nobody's making movies, which is probably what explains why we got such a crappy camera guy at the courthouse right now, momentarily, because no union member is allowed to work right now. So he's obviously going to be probably not union.
Well, they need to get rid of him and get somebody else. That's just my personal.
That's our second battle, but our first battle, Scarlett, has got to be with approaching the judge. He is the one that makes the decision. He's the shot caller. At the end of the day, it is totally up to him. So it's pointless to fight court TV and say, hey, your guy suck, if we aren't even going to have a camera guy at the end of the day. Like, we all need to really, like, this weekend would be a great time to approach Judge with, like, an email saying, hey, I'm so-and-so. Like, I just want you to know, like, we've been following this case intensely, and we'd really appreciate it if you could allow that transparency level that we're asking for to have the cameras in the courtroom. Also, P.S., can you please work on the sound quality, because it was total shit.
Yeah, the sound is
from whoever did it. And Judge will make that call, because apparently the producers of Court TV, they're not watching it and they don't care about it, because if the producers of Court TV cared, they would have fixed it.
Blame it on the camera guy. Like he's not working the camera right. He's
not.
got the
but
audio.
The network doesn't care, Scarlett. The network doesn't care. Clearly, the network does not
I'm
care.
telling you, if you
Don't
go right
approach the
now,
network, approach the judge.
If you go on Twitter right now and just search Court TV,
didn't get the memo. Either didn't get the memo or doesn't care, or there's not enough non-union workers that know how to operate a camera in that area. That Court TV's on a budget and not trying to spend and hire, like outsource to a different state. They're looking at the locals that are cheap and that are non-union, and that's what we got. Yeah. So approaching the network is not the answer. It's approaching the judge that makes that decision and say, hey, we want a clear picture, visual, and great audio. And hey, hire someone that appreciates and respects your rules of the courthouse, because clearly this man doesn't respect your rules. He doesn't respect them.
You know what this cameraman, you know what he reminds me of, honestly? You know them little kids in Louisiana that are just like hard-headed and don't want to listen and think they know everything? Yeah, that's
I think the cameraman. Some of them, yeah, they're little hard-headed brats that don't listen.
Yeah,
it does.
That's what he reminds me of. Like, I'm gonna do it whether you want me to or not.
Or just not, exactly, girl. Because it's like it couldn't have been more obvious that he was like constantly zooming in on Bryan, and it's like Bryan's not even the speaker. You zoom in typically on the speaker at the moment, and it's like he would, when the judge would talk, he'd look at the judge for a minute and then pan over to the left and like hardcore close up on Bryan. It's like, dude, no reason for that. Like, we're not watching. No, he's not even the speaker. And then like get all up in the fan. Like, that's a rookie mistake. Like, you're sitting next to the fan, and then you're next to the keyboard typist that's going crazy. Like, these are all very like amateur levels. And then I see him zoom in on the back of somebody that was like a bald headed guy sitting there. He's like zooming up for a close up on his bald head, and I'm like, bro, you should be fired.
Yeah.
We just need to reach out to Judge with the quickness before it gets too late.
King Scarlett in chat talking about, I'm gonna tell Vinny on y'all. It's like, I don't care.
Vinny don't have no pool. Apparently, Vinny don't have no pool because what's her face? Avery already called him on his cell phone, right? And said, hey, we got an issue. Like, Court TV does not care. Court TV is acting like we're shooting a B movie and we're on B-roll with the camera, and like we're not spending any money. We're gonna get the cheapest of the cheapest. He's non-union. He lives right here. We don't put him in housing. We don't pay per diem. We're not paying travel. We got B-roll, non-union, and he's gonna film the damn thing. Whether y'all can hear it or not, at least y'all can see it. Like, Court TV don't care, clearly.
No, I'd rather have the audio than I would the video part of it.
I don't know. Seriously. I'd rather have the video and like wishful think we could have the caption, because like, did you see, was it Lori Vallow where it was all audio? That was so freaking boring.
Girl, I played every single night of that. Yes, I did.
Of the audio.
I did my Bryan Kohberger live,
bless your heart.
And I would end it, and I would, about 30 minutes or so later, I would bounce back and do Lori's every single night. King Scarlett was in here. There's several people that's in here tonight hung in there with me every single night till 6:30, 7 o'clock.
I'm dead. It was so boring. It was so boring. I wanted to know the you know Kay. You know Kay's from here.
Yeah, she's from Lake Charles.
Yeah, Kay and Larry, they're locals to me. So I was all about this case, girl. I was invested. But it was so boring.
I still, it don't matter. The only one out of that entire trial that I did not play was her sentencing. That's the only one I didn't do.
You know, my neighbors are kin to them.
Really?
Yes,
I feel
girl,
so
they're kin
bad.
to them.
Yeah, I feel so bad for them.
I do too. That whole thing sucked. Lori Vallow is a nightmare.
Adjusted Fate, Jag and Blue, which I don't like. As soon as I'm done here, I'm gonna jump back into the live feeds, but I don't know why they're on the block, but they are. Me and Adjusted Fate, we talk on Big Brother now.
No, Scarlett, we need audio. We need visual. I can't do audio again.
No, we do need the visual.
I can't do audio. I can't. I'll be in Idaho on the front row before I have to listen to the damn. I won't listen to it. It's so boring.
We do need it, but if it came down to Judge saying it's either audio only or it's nothing at all, I would be perfectly happy with the audio at that time. As long as we can hear everything clearly.
I'm about to post on my Twitter. Everybody that's my friend, I need y'all to write Judge.
Yeah, he if it came down to that, I mean, but there would need to be a compromise in that audio, that it's crystal clear audio.
Oh God, girl, can you imagine if we all voted for audio and we got Can you imagine if we got it and it's all muffled? Anne's wearing her mask every day because she don't want to hear what the hell she's saying.
Oh my God, I would still do it though.
Click clack, click clack.
I'd still play it. We'd get a word in every 10 words. We would get it, and then we had to like piece them together.
I heard DNA. I heard evidence. I heard. Girl, that'd be a nightmare.
Yeah, but there's enough people though. We could all listen to it.
Translate.
We could all get together and we would all figure it out because we're a bunch of smart people up in here.
That's right, girl. We'd sleuth it to death. We'd be sitting here after 10 years after the verdict was announced, we'd be sitting here trying to sleuth together what the hell was actually said.
It don't matter. It don't matter. As long as we got it figured out, that's all that would matter.
Girl, bye. We're going to be both driving out there before that happens. On day one, if they say, like, y'all picked audio, and me and you are watching, and we can't hear a damn thing they're saying, we're getting in that car. You know we are.
Yeah, I wish I could go. Honestly,
we're getting in the car, but I don't want to go if it's going to be hot. I just wanted to go if it was during the winter.
Oh, I'm out in snow. I don't do snow. I don't do Louisiana snow. I ain't doing no Idaho snow.
Oh, I wanted Idaho snow. October would have been perfect for me. It's been so hot here. How do you not want snow?
No, I want cold weather. I don't do snow. But I really do got to get out of here. Like, dear God, it's after 4:00.
Okay. Well, good night, girls. It was good chatting with you.
All right. Thanks for coming up. I hope you have a good night. And keep me, and you follow me on Twitter. That way I can keep up with how you are doing with the fires and all that down there.
Yeah, I'll definitely keep it. Girl, can you believe, I know you can believe it, but I want to say it out loud. But can you believe that the other night when I was in chat, they were sending mandatory evacuation text messages with the wrong areas?
Yeah, I saw where you had said that in chat the other night.
Isn't that crazy? Only in Louisiana are you going to send a mass text message with the wrong areas that are mandatory evacuation. Like on Facebook, it was crazy. I was having to go in there and be like, oh my God. Like people are like, we don't know if we're supposed to leave or not. And like houses are burning to the ground.
Yeah.
And our state sent out text messages of the wrong neighborhoods.
Yeah.
Yes. And I'm like, I'm not really from there. I'm 45 minutes away, but let me sleuth it out. And that's what I was trying to do. And I figured it out.
45 minutes is too close though, honestly.
It is close, Carla. It was kind of scary. But what was really scary was that they didn't say the towns that needed to mandatory evacuate. They were saying northeast, southwest of this road, of this highway, northeast of this highway, southwest of this highway. And that's how they were looping it together. And it's like, as a female, I don't understand your north, south, east, west. That's like, what's her face? Whenever she was in Alabama and she said mile marker, whatever is where she was. I was like, ain't no female gonna say I'm at mile marker. We're gonna say what exit we're near, but we don't know the mile marker. Just like we don't know north, south, east, west. So they're like west of South Cade Road, north of 90, south of 110, and I'm just like, what? I don't even live there, and I'm confused as fuck. And then it came out that was all a mistake, and those directions were wrong. And I was like, well, good, we didn't understand them any damn way.
Well, I mean, what if they would have sent it, let's say, to y'all, but y'all didn't need it instead of sending it to the right place? And the right place, those people
that's
there.
That's what they did. Scarlett, that's exactly what they did. They said southeast of Cade Road, and it wasn't south. It was east of Cade Road. Like, it didn't.
Mark, have a good night. I mean, and then these people that should have been getting out.
They weren't able to get out. It took an hour to revise it. An hour to revise that they put out the wrong direction.
That's very dangerous right there. But you know what? That's Louisiana for you. Emily, have a good night.
I said I'm not surprised, but man, it sucked because I was worried about y'all, and I was worried about trying to figure out what this triangle of fire mandatory evacuations meant, because I don't know your north, south, east, and west, and I don't know your highways. I'm 45 minutes away, but I was able to find it on a radio station that's in the area. They had somebody in their Facebook post a comment, and he drew it on a map of what the actual area was. And the radio station came out and said, yes, they made a mistake when they sent out the mass text messages. It was supposed to be east of Seth whatever road. And so I posted it on the main Facebook page, and I was like, hey guys, like, I don't know if this is right. I'm not a local to y'all. I'm 45 away, but this is what's coming out like on Facebook. Like, this is a picture of the area that they outlined. That is the real evacuation orders. And I said, if anybody can confirm it to help people, please do. And they did. Somebody confirmed it, and they're like, yes, that's exactly where they meant to say. And KPLC and all the news and stuff came out and said, yeah, we're sorry, we made a mistake, blah, blah, blah. So I was like, that's a really crazy mistake. They were like, we've been up for 18 hours, we make mistakes. I'm like, it's not a good excuse. Like,
no,
people need to get out. Right. Not when it's spreading as fast as it's spreading, you know? So, anyway, that's what I was trying to do. I'm just glad it's still further away from us for now.
Yeah, and hopefully they can get it contained here soon.
I hope so, girl. And hopefully we don't get a hurricane or tornado soon.
I hope not.
All right, girl, I'll let you go. I know you're tired. Thanks for having me.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for coming up. Have a good night.
You too, girl. Bye.
All right, bye. They have some, yes, William, we've got them all over the place where we're at right. Well, they're 2 hours south of me, I guess now, closer to where KK's at. Sally Mae, have a good night. All right, well, I'm about to get out of here. So thank you all so much for coming and hanging out with us. Everybody come on chat, or I'm sorry, on the panel, all the super chats, super stickers, new members, all of that. Thank you all. You guys are awesome. And I love you all. I hope y'all have a wonderful night. And I will see y'all tomorrow night.